ng Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera. HP Racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawad, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
The 16th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors: Infinix GT30, the power behind every madlang gamer. Victories you can count on. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas epic na bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharged with Clear. And NOR. Sarap panalo with NOR. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience MPL live and stay in comfort at the Green Sun Hotel. Enjoy the promo exclusive to MPL ticket holders. This is until October 13, 2025, so hurry and book your stay. We're weeks away from the playoffs, and you can secure your tickets now. Join us at the bigger stage for the biggest clash of the season. Go to the official MPLPH website to secure your seats. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Hindi pa rin napupuno ang ating playoff slots, kaya naman next week, it's gonna be a do-or-die game for the remaining teams in the competition.
Lately, I've been staring at the dark.
Next week siguro all in na kami. Kasi ayun na yung last chance namin. Siguro bibigyan namin lahat yung best namin.
Ito nanonood, pero may final slash! Super Yoshi, God, DCF talaga yung pinaka-goal ng lahat lahat ng teams na makapag-perform sa playoffs.
Tiwala pa rin kami sa isa't isa and yung mindset namin siguro manalo pa rin.
Double effort pa rin talaga, tsaka kailangan namin maging consistent.
Now, up until now, ay wala pang team na na-eliminate, kaya it's gonna be everyone and anyone's game until week 8.
Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Philippines Season 16. My name is Hans Galeria and this week we are celebrating the 9th anniversary of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We are also taking note of the last 3 days of the elimination rounds dahil kung susumahin natin lahat ng mga nangyari over the last 7 weeks, there were already 3 teams that have cemented themselves into the playoff brackets. That are the Sonics of ONIC Philippines, the Cavalry from Team Liquid, and Aurora, the Northern Lights showing everybody who's boss by dominating the elimination rounds. And for the others, may natitira pang 3 playoff spots para sa kanila. Pero 5 mga kupunan ang nagpapatagisan ng galing and they are continuously outshining and outclassing each other para makatungtong doon sa kanilang paroroonan. Sino ang makakakuha niyan out of everybody else? Will it be TNC Pro Team, APBR, Team Falcons, Smart Omega, or Twisted Minds? Yan at marami pang iba ang kailangan yung malaman dito lamang sa MPL Philippines. Teka, anong oras na nga ba? I think it is time para ipakita sa lahat ang lakas ng Pinas!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's the final week of the regular season here for the MPL Philippines Season 16, and we're here to bring you day 1 in the last 3 days. The action is intense for us all. It's me and Isu, Rock Heart, Midnight, and we're here to bring you the action. Boys, how we feeling?
Feeling pretty good about this one. I think Hans was meaning to say it's Laglagan time.
It's Laglagan time.
I was waiting for that.
Why'd you have to go there, man? But yeah, it's crazy now that we're on week 8 that there's still no teams that have been eliminated from the regular season.
Right.
And everybody is still fighting for playoffs contention.
They are, but before that, we have to let you guys know we've got to thank Infinix. You can experience the victory with Infinix GT30 with GT triggers and MLBB certified 120 FPS. Enjoy the ultra smooth gameplay and outplay the rest. This is your chance, guys, to finally put your graphics on ultra. Because I didn't even realize that setting was there for a while.
That's right.
120 FPS.
120 FPS.
Yeah.
And you have to add those triggers there.
Yeah.
Because they're very helpful.
That changed my life, honestly.
Especially if you're joining the Infinix X Laban show match, playing alongside Sherizawa, Athena, Giant Gaming, and Womi in an epic 5v5 match this October 25, powered by the Infinix GT30. Use those triggers. You can assign shortcuts to them, actually.
Can you actually? Can you like buy with them?
Yes, you can.
Oh,
Damn, didn't know.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know. So, a lot of things you know today. And you can know more about Infinix. Just like and follow Infinix Philippines on Facebook for the full mechanics. Winners will be announced on October 13. So, are you hashtag Team Sherina or hashtag Team Jamie? Join now and outplay the rest.
I don't know which team to choose over here, but this is the team you guys can choose. You can level up your game with Vibe by BPI. If you download and sign up for Vibe, you'll get 50 free raffles to say Jamie as well, if you want to be Team Jamie.
I am going to be Team Jamie all the way, man. Last month, by the way, 200 lucky winners actually received 1,250 MLB diamonds already. So this month, we're raising the stakes. We're bringing it up to almost 50,000 diamonds.
Wow, and all you need to do is download and sign up for Vibe now. Begin an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BPI.
And I'll tell you guys what, you want those diamonds because man, oh man, are there so many nice skins in the game right now.
God.
Of course, the tournament is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. And like I was saying, hey, get the diamonds while you can. I don't know what to choose from because I have limited supply right now, and I'm like, do I roll for the aspirants? Do I roll for, all these passes? And I'm glad I got the M6 skins, by the way.
Yeah.
I've already run out.
Yeah, there's just too much.
I'm out of diamonds, man. I'm sorry.
I'm telling you, I had to mathematically compute my diamonds just to save up for the skins that I actually like.
Please do me a favor and mathematically compute this. This is our Infinix standings here at Midnight. What are we looking at?
I mean, you went there, top seed Aurora, number 1. We're still waiting for the number 2 team, the second team to get in to the upper bracket slot. But for the remaining 5 teams in the regular season, quick maths, we might have a 5-way tiebreaker here, folks.
We could.
Might have.
Insanity here. Because obviously we got 5 possibilities, and again, no one's actually dropped yet.
Yeah.
So upper brackets also up for contention for TLPH.
This is why, and I know I always kind of make fun of myself for saying this, because even in the content I've done, I'm like, man, this is the most competitive season we've had. I feel like I say that every season, but this one it's true. I mean, there's still 5 teams running for the playoffs here. This is, again, our playoffs bracket, what everybody really wants to go ahead and set in stone. You can already see the only one locked in there for that October 23 match is RORA right now.
Week 8, by the way. Week 8, just 1 team in the upper bracket, and we're still waiting for the 3rd to 5th seed, which is going to happen in the play-ins before they proceed to the upper bracket, which, by the way, play-ins are going to be just single elimination. They play 1 match, if they lose, that's it.
So if you want to get a chance to watch your favorite teams, you better lock in those October 22 tickets. They're running out fast, man.
Oof, it's so weird to look at this and just be like, man, who even is going to be here? You know, who is going to be in those 3rd seeds all the way up to the 6th seed? Just because, again, we've got such a close race in terms of the standings here for our teams. Competitively, too, I think it's been an interesting season, just in the mere fact that we started on 1 standard meta, from a patch, and then we had this big Project Next come in and shake things up enough that it feels like almost the beginning of a season again when we got to the second half.
Yeah, it was basically a new regular season. Even TLPH and ONIC had to do a lot of reviewing and stuff.
Yeah.
Which is why, it's been very interesting for the regular season.
I love it, man. And this is kind of interesting, too. We're starting with a RORA game. I know you mentioned this earlier, Midnight. So RORA versus APBR. That's the top team versus right now, currently, based on the standings, APBR there at the bottom. We'll see if they can accomplish a monumental task for them against RORA. Omega and ONIC going to be the last match for today, our match number 2. And I think either way, some people might have their general thoughts. This is the thing about it. A lot of people will look at these matchups and be like, okay, they're kind of going to guess on who's going to win, but there's been upsets already in the first half of the season and even the second half of the season, and I think that's one of the big things that could actually happen here for even our first couple matches into this week 8. This is the final climb, though. RORA versus APBR. You can see Light and Yue, James Panks and Aqua. What makes these two, for the respective teams, so good here, Rockhart?
My brain is just blown because I feel like this is a match that, again, we're coming into week 8. We're still not sure what the placement is for APBR. And we're still looking for that streak from Aurora.
Yeah, and these 2 players are going to be monumental, the pillars of what the result might be. Because especially for APBR, we've seen them perform exceptionally well on James Panks and Aqua. But to survive, they gotta break some streaks here against Aurora.
And that is exactly our headline for this matchup here. It's Streak Breaker versus Streak Breakers. Yes. Bearers, sorry.
We Bearers.
We Bearers. Streak Breaker versus the Streak Bearers. Again, you might be wondering exactly who is that Streak Breaker? Well, the Streak Bearers, obviously we know who that is right now. RORA sitting at the top. What is it? How many have they won in a row now?
It's 11.
11.
Yeah.
Right?
11 games. Matches.
11 games. 11 matches they've won. So the Streak Breaker is who I think a lot of people may or may not be familiar with, and exactly can this happen here? Again, we're specifically talking, we'll show you in a graphic in just a second about this, but Aqua happens to be that Streak Breaker. He was the former Streak Breaker for RSG. My favorite team before, go Raiders. It'll never die down. I'm always very vocal about that, but take us through this one, Midnight.
I mean, RSG has been known as a streak breakers in the league, but there is one season that he did not play for RSG though. But during his tenure, he has broken a plethora of streaks against ONIC, against Echo, even against Fnatic ONIC. At one point, Season 9, they broke a streak against TNC. What is this, 5 streaks broken in his career in MPL, and they lead the pack, by the way. RSG leads the pack by, I think, 2 or 3 more streaks against any other team.
And a lot of that, by the way, was alongside Light as well as the Kite. Which is, oh man, that's so iconic and ironic as well that we might see them face off against each other here.
Yeah.
And one of them is going to go home crying with either a losing streak, win streak broken, or their playoff stream broken.
Yeah. Interesting note, again, if you saw the record, they broke an 11-match winning streak against Echo back in Season 11.
Oof. It can happen.
It can happen again.
It can happen.
Don't know.
Look at the playoff conditions here right now.
Ouch.
For them to get there, they got to win both matches versus RORA and TLPH. That alone is going to be difficult. We'll see if they can do it. Again, 1, 2, and 3 there. Twisted loses TNC. Omega loses both matches versus RORA and ONIC. And 3, TNC loses both matches versus Twisted and ONIC. That is a whole lot of stipulation here. And elimination condition is just literally they lose one match.
Any match lost is going to be equal to that. You're asking for a win against top 1 and top 2 right now.
Yeah. Yes, that is an ouchie for AP brand.
Can they dig into Aqua's streak breakingness?
That's why it's the climb, you know? You gotta channel all these stuff, all the, you know, the...
That one?
Yeah. It's the climb.
Yeah, there we go.
All the unexplainable stuff that has happened in MPL, even with Aqua's streak breaking skills, they gotta channel it up, boy.
Oh, they got to channel it up against this. Look at UA's championship era, question mark?
Even he's not sure what that means.
No, he's like, yeah, and then Edward's going to try to help him out here. UA's tournament history. I mean, look at this. Take us through this one.
All right, so, long story short, every playoff appearance for UA has been 2nd place or the 4th place, you know, that happened in Season 13.
Yep.
So, it has been disappointing for UA ever since. Although you might argue that it's not disappointing because, like, it's still being one of the top teams here in PH, but he's never had that trophy.
Yeah, he's just realizing that now. I think he winced a little bit. Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me, guys.
I've never won a PL.
Consistently 2nd and 3rd. I know, right?
Look at Edward. Like that hurts.
I wonder what that means. Like, go next.
Yeah.
Lights like it. Go next.
They dug deep. They dug deep for this, and UA. I mean, to be fair, it feels like he's not hurt because at the end of the day, he's still one of the best majors here in PH.
Yeah, 100% one of the best right now in mid laners. We're gonna ask you guys a question out there for our community to see what you guys think. Who will reach the playoffs first? Who will reach the playoffs first? Is it going to be the teams? Again, the teams that are fighting for that spot. Will it be A, Omega, B, Twisted, C, TNC, D, Falcons, or E, APBR?
Man, I got asked this so many times last night. I think it's gonna be TNC.
TNC? How about you, Midnight?
I root for Team Falcons. Make the impossible possible.
Number 8 to playoffs.
Yes. Yeah.
First to playoffs.
Hey, they're a Titan for a reason.
I was gonna say, I was asked that a lot too, and I was like, you know what? Like for the epic storyline.
Yes, sir.
I would love for it to be Falcons.
That's going to be fun, though, because you know who their last match is?
What?
Team Liquid.
Team Liquid.
Clash of the Titans, bro. So we either get the final Clash of the Titans, or we get part 3 in playoffs.
Yeah. Or we get the final part.
The final finals.
The final part.
That JPEG.
that might be the case. Because if Team Falcons can do that, I mean, again, any of these teams right now currently, they all have a chance to get there. That's the main point. You guys can share with us what you think, who you are rooting for, of course. And yeah, again, there's a lot of teams, possibilities here that make a great story. So we can't wait to see how this week rounds out. But first off, we're going to go ahead and welcome out both teams for our first match of the day.
Top seed secured. Will it be the streak to continue? It's Dominic Kite, Light, Yue, Demon Kite, and Edward. Lights up, it's Aurora! It is the final climb of the hive for the season. Here's Shizu, X-Nova, Aqua, James Spanks, and Lord JM. Ang pinalakas, APBR! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity. Guiding us through this match are our marshals, Juven, Chico, JJ, and Jeff. Joined by the two teams are their respective coaches. It's Coach Master the Basics for Aurora and Coach Jeff for APBR. Unang laban ng araw, it's Aurora against APBR. Make some noise!
Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and take us through RORA.
Yeah, RORA definitely is the team to beat, honestly. A lot of people are having second thoughts about their playoffs run, but how are you gonna argue against perfection so far? I mean, maybe far from perfect, but it's close enough.
I mean, to be fair, it's still regular season, but for APBR, this is the game for them to get out of that season and get to the playoffs. Again, channel everything you got. Channel all the moves from James Banks, all the non-stop aggression from this team, and also the streak-breaking capabilities of Aqua. Matter of fact, pull out everything, even Coach Panda.
Shout out to Panda, bro.
Shout out to Coach Panda out there. That might be the secret sauce here. One thing for APBR, you can see they pulled out 45 heroes. So if they're going to go ahead and do anything, they might be the ones to go ahead and have some surprising picks to go up against this matchup against RORA. Because again, when you look at RORA's stats, the way they've played, just like Rockhard said, they've nearly played damn perfect. It's been very, very difficult for the teams to find what are those weak points of RORA's gameplay where we can go ahead and take advantage of. Because, again, this was last week or the week before, we had that stat broken down in the first 5 minutes for teams, and RORA is that team the first 5 minutes that usually gets things going.
Honestly, it's kind of hard for a lot of these teams to just figure out how to beat Aurora, because from my perspective, this has been one of the most perfect MLBB system we've ever seen in MPL Philippines.
It's a light system, man. It's a light system. What can I say?
This one's the smart 5G ping test system. Let's go ahead and listen to this.
Paalam, maganda muli.
Di pa, may pag-asa pa. Hanggat ako'y humihinga.
Hanggat may laban.
May pag-asa pa.
Magalit ba kayo pag sinira namin yung trick?
Uy! Di naman siguro, no?
Pasira lang ha. Kailangan namin ng points eh.
Di pinagsamahan kasi kay Dad eh.
Dito lang sa laban niya. Positive minds.
Yun. Positive mind, positive life. Ayaw nga, ikaw tinalo nyo? 11-0? Ito na yun, Dad.
Ito na yun.
Ibigay na natin to lahat. Todo mo na to. Last na to eh. Message ko lang sa RORA guys, good luck. Have fun and God bless.
Message ko sa Aurora, lalo na kay DK and Light, good luck.
You kiss me on my mouth and love me like a sailor.
Hindi naman ito masabi mo kay Aqua.
Good luck. May the odds be ever in their favor.
Sungit mo naman sa kanya, pre.
Hindi, good luck nga eh.
Ay, good luck. Wala bang kiss? Walang kiss?
Wala eh. Yue dono.
Yue dono.
Hi, Yue dono. Yue sama.
Daisuke Dilasan!
Favorite ni Doming yun eh. Iniimbatan namin kayo lahat sa playoffs ha. Pumunta na kayo. Magaganapin natin sa Cuneta Stardome.
Let's go! Simula na yun? October 21 ba yun? 21?
October 21 hanggang 26. Tama ba ako? Mali. Hindi ko alam.
Tama daw.
Tama ako. Mali kayo. Do what works for you. Bye-bye!
Let's go!
I like the fact we get to see two players during the smart ping test. That's great. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Great to see them interact. Great to see them almost fusion as well. But yeah, Aqua giving a good luck, have fun to his former teammates.
That was
sweet.
a little sweet and kind of heartbreaking as well.
Bittersweet. RSG.
RSG.
You gotta break each other, bro. It's either Aqua continues the legacy of RSG, or Light and Demon Kite breaks the legacy of RSG.
Yeah, you know what? Aqua, bring out the Changa. Let's go.
That might... Hey, anything can happen here. Right now, we're going to ask our man, Wolf, what he thinks with the Infinix keys to victory for the Howl.
Welcome to the Howl. Ako nga pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix keys to victory. It's RORA going up against APBR. Isang playoff push para sa APBR. And for RORA to stop that from happening, what they need to do is press the attack in the mid-game. Ibig sabihin nito, talagang bilisan yung paglalaro sa mid-game at talagang mag-decide na magkaroon ng mga clash because it's noticeable that APBR wants to force the game into a 20-minute game. Ito yung mga tendencies na nakita natin mula sa APBR in their last 5 games. Palaging umabot ng 20 games. Meron silang magic na ginagawa sa mid-game kaya napapatagal nila kahit lugi sila doon sa early game. And now for RORA, it would be better if hindi na bigyan ng comfort etong AP Bren. And they also have to have faster hero turns in Lord Dances. In relation dun sa una nating sinabi na press the attack in the mid game, pag nagkaroon tayo ng mga Lord Dance, it will be better for RORA na mas mabilis yung kanilang pag-turn sa hero, katulad nung ginawa nila versus TNC with Edward going for the surprise play. Maybe itong mga surprise play ang makaka-shock sa AP Bren that really likes to take their time, pumwesto muna at mag-set up ng Lord Dance. If RORA is faster, this will be difficult for AP Bren. Now for AP Bren, their play of push. What they need to do is to make sure na itong Harith ay makuha nila or at least mande-deny nila away from Aurora, because we know that Harith is going to be the top commodity in this draft. We also know that Shizu plays this well at comfortable ang buong AP Bren if they do play the Harith. Now, they also have to force Light to play passive/farming in the first 2 minutes of the game. Pwede nilang gawin to via rotations o kaya naman doon sa mismong draft. Napakita natin na si Light ay nag-struggle kahit pa paano at munti ka pa nga matalong RORA because of that weird rotation na ito natin mula kay Light when he wants to play farming type of roamers. This is something that AP Bren can also abuse. Tingnan natin kung makakaabot nga ba ang AP Bren papuntang playoffs. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Wolf, for the breakdown there. The Infinix keys to victory. We see what has to be accomplished here. I think one of the main things that sticks out to me, too, for AP Bren is, man, how do you make Light play passively? Like, that is, like, Light is just not that guy.
That's kind of like the problem with this playoffs contention thing. Like some of the things, it's out of their control. Maybe pull out, you know, dual combinations in mid that forces the roamer to play defensively. Kind of like what we saw from X-Nova last time with the Khalid. He was the one dictating the pressure and the early game. But again, it's not up to them.
Yeah. It's not really up to them. He has his own tempo, right? Like, you just can't really dictate that too much. At the same time, I love what he said. Harith has been my go-to ban as well for a lot of my own games.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be crucial here.
You got it, man, because Dome and Kite, we already know, we've talked about him on the Harith so much.
And the winningest.
Yeah, the winningest Harith right now. Let's take a look at what map we're going to get for our first game here. Mr. Flying Clouds, we're going to the Clouds, aka Mr. Cloud. Again, this is one of those maps. You can see their 100% win rate for AP Bren. This might be maybe the best thing that they have there.
How has Aurora not won in this?
Okay.
What lights can't travel on the clouds? I guess they just don't work lore-wise.
That's a good point. I mean, they still do, but
they're not really riding on a cloud, man.
They get distributed.
But
distributed?
Bees can. Bees can ride on the clouds.
They go over the clouds. They can go over the clouds. My man, you're on something here, Nice.
Thank you for just call me the lore master. Now looking at this, bands coming out. We got the Jushin, the Angela, Lancelot, of course, Baksha. Are we thinking YSS priority here for Aurora? Just to give it a Demon Kite?
Maybe even the Fredrin. We see the the Zushin ban on the side of Aurora for AP Bren. Maybe housekeeping 1-1 last ban because we saw Dom and Kite. I would say struggle a bit with the 1-1, but late game they've been really good in terms of protecting their gold laner. So that's something that AP Bren should really consider going on to this third ban for the red side. Aurora though, they banned the Kimmy. They take it away from Aqua.
I'd say the Fredrin ban feels so good as well because I feel like Aurora will take it here. Most of our junglers have actually just gravitated towards utility recently, except for the times where YSS would make an appearance.
Yeah.
Like for ONIC, they love to pick up that YSS.
Yeah, I do agree. If they want to ban the Fredrin here, it forced the YSS 1-1 trade. But instead of that, they leave things open. They remove the Uranus from from Edward and Aurora. I think you go, honestly, you steal the Harith here, no? Oh, 1-1, okay. You still go back to the 1-1. So now, AP Bren, they can choose to go for the YSS. Problem is you can't pair it up with Kalea because it doesn't do much. Even though you protect the YSS from the Kalea pick, it's just bad against 1-1.
Because in general, it will be bad against 1-1. Not to mention, he doesn't even need to purify. Most likely it's going to be an Inspire 1-1.
So what do you take with the YSS then?
Maybe Arlot, Gatot, Hylos.
Arlot's been crazy lately.
Yeah, you steal it away from Aurora.
Payback.
Okay. That's normal.
Is Rora going to want the Arlot then? This is one of the heroes that's been highly contested in the past couple weeks especially.
I'd say Lapu.
I was really hoping for the Chang'e, but okay.
Nah. I was hoping for the Kadita though.
I kid.
From
Kadita, yeah. That's a more realistic pick.
So For Aurora, I think go Arlot Fred or Lapu Fred. If not, maybe they want a Lancelot for a Demon Kite. Maybe even a Fanny if they want to flex. But yeah, they go for the Fred Lapu.
Good call.
Yeah, very, again, non-egotistical draft from Coach Master Basic. But for AP Bren, there's a good chance they pick up the Arlot or the Harith here for both Lord Jam and Shizu.
If there was ever a point where they needed to pick up the Harif, this is it. Because it's probably going to get banned in next round.
You'd probably want to secure something for Shizu because, thinking about his last matches that we saw from him, he was shut down.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't get that opportunity, that's really difficult for them. So they'll go with the CC instead, leaving that gold lane pick for later.
Don't tell me that's a gold lane CC.
Oh, come on.
Do not tell me they're trying to imitate what TNC did.
Unless also is it purely just for that flex possibility?
It is that flex, but they lose, like what Rockhart mentioned, they lose the Harith here. And maybe they do go for the CC route, but at this point, they're kind of forced into that area where you have to play similar to what TNC pulled off last week. But RORA, they haven't shown their cards yet, especially on Light. And the thing is, the match that they played against TNC, Light struggled because of the changes on the rotations. But I think they will revert to the week 6 Aurora we've seen, where Light just plays between mid, XP, be aggressive on the map. He was kind of passive last week.
I guess they're trying to keep him passive by banning out the Franco as well. That helps.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're going to want to narrow some of those choices down for Light.
Passive Light just doesn't feel right.
I mean, but even so, like, if he gets his hands, let's say, on the Hylos or something, like...
Yeah, it's probably going to get Hylos.
He still plays it pretty, like, almost to the perfect... When I say perfect Hylos, like, he's so good at still being, like, calculated aggressive.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times it's either to pill with the Glorious Pathway, peeling, or just initiating.
That's why I call it like almost perfect MLBB, because at the end of the day, micro dependency is still a thing.
Yep.
But almost all executions are on point. Like the timing, the zoning, the position. It's almost always good for Aurora. That's why this is a big concern for AP Brand. They didn't ban out the Hylos. There's a lot of light heroes left in the pool, by the way.
Yeah, there is. Then, this has been the question a lot of times, even online. It's been the discussion, and I feel like a little people are still, a little shocked at what happened to RORA last season, or even down in M6, for example, as we saw it when we showed UA's accomplishments here. Some people are still wondering, they're playing so good right now, are they going to keep that momentum going into the playoffs? And I feel like now you can confidently say, RORA has showed us very little reason to doubt that going into the playoffs. So we'll see if this is something that is still the same for RORA in this game 1, but AP Brent does take on that Kalea. Last ban was the Arlot. That was still open. We thought that might get picked up. So is this gold lane? Are they going to actually show if the CC is going gold lane here?
I think this might have been like mission completed here for AP Brent. They were baiting out, they were forcing people to think that this was going to be an XP lane CC. Or, sorry,
Gold lane
CC.
No, but either way,
mission failed rather.
Either way, it's still okay for Edward. So I don't think Aurora's pretty much scared of the CC. You go roam here. You remove you remove one of the deadly heroes, especially against 1-1. Sorry, you take one of the deadly heroes against 1-1. It's a Kaja Farsa combo for AP Bren, and you don't reveal anything from the side of AP Bren. So now Aurora, I still think Hylos works here. He does not care about Kaja, honestly. Hylos, Badang, even Kufra works for Light. And then possibly the Valentina for UA. Either the Valentina or Novaria for the Vision.
Valentina feels so good. You got access to Divine Judgment as well.
Everything.
And the Feather Airstrike, man. Yeah.
You got access to AP Brent's cabinet.
Even if, that's right, even Mountain Shocker.
Technically so, at these last 2 picks. All right, that's going to be the Eve and the Grok. So this is not like Grok is, that's the main thing. He's not going to be passive on the Grok. You've got a great front line setting up into a box, which is also just to go ahead and activate and allow Dome and Kite the space to get those points off and then get the airtime he needs with the crossbow of Tang. So this lineup, it serves its purpose. You're playing into Dome and Kite here.
Yeah, I like this Eve pick because it limited the option for AP Brent on gold and XP. Now you gotta choose. Do you play Harith? Do you play Claude? You can't Bruno here. If you want to play CC gold lane, I think the only viable XP laner left is Xborg.
Don't get me started on export.
You don't like export?
No, I like it. That's why.
Oh!
Man!
Okay, that's a mobile XP laner. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Not just export. Maybe even the Alice.
Alice, all right. They actually kind of function around the same way, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, it loses the lane against Lapu though.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, do we like the Alice, or like were we convinced a little bit after seeing her last weekend?
I would say it's a safe bet against this draft against Aurora, but come late game, you're still running into the problems of like standing in front of a friend in Lapu and also just the 1-1 getting his stacks on you. But at the very least, she is a natural winner crown builder.
Yeah, she does, and like she can soak up a lot of damage.
Yeah,
that's definitely one thing here. So let us know what you guys think. For game 1 of this best of 3, we know what's at stake here, especially for AP Brent. Again, RORA already securing the top seed spot in the playoffs. They are looking to continue their momentum with the streak that they have, while AP Brent are one of the 5 teams fighting for one of the last 3 spots into the playoffs. We jump into the land of dawn here for game 1. It's RORA versus AP Brent.
All right, you're kind of already going to expect a lot of intense invasions here from Xnova. He's already poised to do that, actually. He's going to try to do his very best to just get some vision here.
Yeah, I like that this has been normal for roamers now to just show in front of the towers just to remove the reveal thing for the roamers. But what ends up happening is that they still reveal each other, you know. So both roamers get 30 gold in XP in the first showing in the map, and both roamers go to the XP lane, which is also normal because you get more XP and gold out of clearing waves.
Kind of mirroring each other out, aren't they?
Yeah.
And Shizu on this obviously is going to have a bit of a bad time, especially in the early game. The moment that you are fighting off against a 1-1, you're kind of just stuck there. Aqua though, you get some pretty good damage. Yue, oh my goodness, this Eve is kind of oppressive in the early game, Midnight.
Yeah, she hurts. She hurts a lot. Like those pokes, especially if you don't have like mobility. I mean, Parson does have mobility, but you don't want to commit wings by wings just to get away from an Eve.
Yeah, and later on, you know, you'll have to fight. It's like the old, we used to call it the old Squid Game, basically, battle, right? The Farsa and the Eve popping up when that was the mid game, the combo that was always brought up.
Yeah,
so,
season 8.
Yeah, season 8. But with that, you still have 2 good options for both sides to go ahead and play into the first objective, and it seems like that's all we're going to get to see as it unfold in the first turtle when it does come up. James Banks is up here. This could be an easy pickoff for them if you had the Divine Judgment, but I don't think they're going to be able to catch Dominkite.
They can't even freeze the cannon. He still gets it.
Yeah, that's the thing about that. Again, the XP trade that we're talking about by roamers earlier, maybe that would have helped. They would have been 4 here, but no, they traded it off, and now they're ready for turtle number 1.
Okay, they started up half health on the turtle. Edward's going to help zone this out.
Oh, he went in!
Oh.
Lord James tried to go for the steal. Demonkite will still try to go and get that turtle.
Woo!
Aqua, perfect positioning from the back. Cancelled by Edward, though, and he's going to suffer first blood.
All right, first blood pickup. Oh, they're going to go for more.
Oh, man, look, Demonkite, what are you doing there? He was just standing there, man. And he's going to suffer again, traded off for basically nothing. What happened there?
I mean, they got a turtle, but AP Brent went for the punish after that. Even though they got the Aqua kill beforehand, Demonkite having no extra HP, no teammates left because Yue was forced to get out because of the feathered airstrike. AP Brent knew that Demonkite was left without any response.
Oh, man, Light. They are in very weird positions in very weird times. I do not understand the timings here for Aurora, man.
Hey, you know, we were saying they're playing so good that you don't see money in the weak points. Well, right now, in the first few minutes, you've seen a couple kind of questionable positioning and decisions here from Aurora, but it's also just AP Brand really capitalizing on those moments, and that might be what they need to get the ball rolling, at least for this game 1 with this kind of lineup.
That's why, especially against teams like Aurora, you know, when you're faced with super structured gameplay, hold that thought.
Oh, that was a beautiful tonic charge there, straight into Aqua. That was very structured. That's the Aurora we know and love, right there.
Like easy punish in the middle lane, go for the kill. It's still, you know, it's pressure, but also like Aqua just gave out his life, but also Light Giving out life to AP Brent.
Like, what is happening? Is it the suppressed Midnight? Is that what it is?
Honestly, if you ask me, it's just weird positioning from these two teams.
Weird
I did not
position,
expect
right?
Aurora to play like this game 1.
Yeah, it's the Divine Judgment was used there, but
So I'm not
that's
going
twice
crazy
now.
here.
Yeah.
Something's wrong, right?
That's twice now that Light was basically in a position that he gets punished.
Yeah, I would say it's not worth it though, because you lose the Divine Judgment for the next Turtle fight.
Oh.
But AP Brent, okay. Maybe that's why they don't care about Turtle.
Yeah, they don't care. I think they just want to go for this play down bot. It looks like against Edward.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4v1. I don't think Edward's going to survive that.
Oh, the prediction!
What the heck, man? Edward just doing Edward things. He's trying to go in. He buys so much time. Light already arrives at the bottom, but he will go down eventually.
Meanwhile, up top also, cross-map plays.
Oh, look at this. Light, again, suppress will work against the Grok here. They're diving in under the tower very confidently with a very, very tanky lineup.
Oh my goodness, they didn't even get Shizu.
Yeah, anybody saw that Feather Strike prediction from Aqua?
That's crazy.
Predicted the flicker from Edward, but also AP Bren. I think they did their research. They did their homework. They understand how RORA wants to rotate, especially with this kind of composition, and they constantly find these trades on the map. They don't care about the objectives. They care about breaking the economy of Aurora.
Breaking the economy.
That's what they have to do. AP Bren doesn't have this major lead in terms of economy or anything, but they are winning some of these fights off the whole Divine Judgment. This was a great pickup for Xnova to go ahead and bring it to this game 1. That's working well for them. James Panks goes and takes his orange from Demon Kite, and he'll go ahead and work this. They are mirroring each other here, though.
Yeah, honestly, this is even inspired by how Aurora played the YSS since week 3 to week 5. You just constantly find these cross-map trades. You let the enemy deal with the objectives. If you don't want to fight it, just go to the other side of the map. And it's been working for AP Brent because James Panks has been free farming for the past 2 minutes.
Yeah, they have the lineup to do it as well. It's a 4-man, so much crowd control, wombo combo.
Yeah.
Just dump it in your face. Even a Lapu Lapu can't really survive that.
Because again, there is a clear victory here for AP Bren.
Yep.
The Divine Judgment on the Grok make the Grok play passive because you cannot stand the front line. And if the YSS and the Farsa has enough farm, they would be allowed to do that. Just use the Divine Judgment on the Grok.
I have a question. This Grok was picked before the Kaja or the Kaja?
It was after.
It was after, yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So they played into this one.
Yeah, oh, they're going to go for this one,
Oh my goodness, Lord JM, great knock as well. Shizu is going to suffer vengeance, keeping him alive only for the meantime, though. Taunt is not going to help their case at all. And that was a very clean 3-man kill here for Aurora and the Turtle Boot.
Oh my god, one of the worst timings to flicker there. He was caught by the energy eruption from the Fredrin. Wasn't even able to cast the Divine Judgment onto anybody.
Oh,
and
right.
Aurora capitalized on that mistake.
It's green, it's on cooldown.
Yeah. Feather Dash Strike going to be dropped down.
Nice drop by Edward as well. Wow, he actually just
Oh my god, too many
straight up
clouds.
caught a cloud. Full cloud team. But then again, Edward has no fear. He is the
Xnova.
bravest fighter. He's got some pretty good blades, but not much backup, honestly. Here's Lord JM with a re-engage.
What a great counterplay, James.
He's going crazy. James Panks by the skin of his teeth and he's going to stay alive. And look at that. Lord James is tanking everything. He is still alive. He's flickering on. He is dipping. He's diving. He's profiling. Demon Kite is on the run. And it's going to be long enough for Aqua to get those strikes in.
Wow, that's the usage of the clouds. The flying clouds brought them back into that fight to be able to go ahead and counter punch RORA.
Damn.
That's how you break a system, right? You introduce chaos and flying clouds. I think this is why Aurora has not won a single game on flying clouds. The unexpected things on the map. It started off as a structured gameplay. They punished Xnova with the flicker play from the Kaja. Edward goes in, stops the Feathered Airstrike, but the clouds came in. 3 heroes reinforcing the front lines for AP Bren, and because of that, James Panks was able to live.
I guess you can't plan for these clouds.
No, you cannot.
I guess, right?
You cannot, sir.
You can't.
Is that why?
They just show up. They reinforce the fight.
Didn't I just kill you? Why are you back here?
That's the thing too. At this point in the game, when the death timers are rather short, you can get back into the fight quickly. And that's what we saw because RORA had a great team setup, a team fight setup there, but then it fell apart.
Yep. it looked like Edward was gonna be able to like zone multiple heroes, but
looked
James
like
Banks was able to sandwich behind the Lapu Lapu, and because of the other members from AP Brent flying in through the clouds, Edward had nowhere to go but back to base because he had to respawn.
Okay, they want to go ahead and start this Lord up. AP Bren knows it. Again, economically, there's not much difference here for the teams, but it seems like AP Bren, if they go for a fight and they can extend it and survive the initial setup with a tech charge from Light,
Vision,
that's best for them. But they will go ahead, push off the Lord, X-Nova.
Man, they use up so much resources. Vision's Conceal already included as well. Dived in by Edward. Demon Kite with a steal. And Lord Jam not gonna be able to sustain against that one. It's gonna be a flying Demon Kite right there in the middle. And that's going to be, again, a very happy objective taken by Aurora. This is what they're good at.
Oh my god, twice in a row, Demon Kite with the energy eruption. X-Nova didn't expect that.
Perfect timing.
And after the energy eruption, he used the second skill, didn't even basic attack the Kaja. After the taunt, that's when he used the basic attack to prolong the stun onto X-Nova and inserted a retribution to steal the Lord. Man, oh man, the mechanics on Demon Kite.
Yeah, that's why I said, man, every single time, you know, I've loved seeing the development of Demon Kite over the seasons, and I feel like he's really locked in, especially last season. Now this season, they're going to have that push in with the Lord here. Holy Shields are going to be popped down bot and mid. Still holding on to the tier 2 turret up top for AP Brent. So that is all that RORA gets. Again, this game is as chaotic as it's been. You know, you don't have a massive lead for RORA to work with. AP Brent's still able to go ahead and win some of these fights. The big component to that, though, that we're seeing is, man, X-Nova can't get targeted down. He can't get locked up. He's actually got to be able to go and get that pick off to give that advantage to AP Brent. That's what the lineup is built for when you have this Kaja here.
Yep, and it's sad because like he built up the fleeting time, having that idea in mind, but the execution has not been there. Demon Kite, though, again, the taunt.
What? Oh my goodness, the timing on that was just so good. And the lock-in with the real-world manipulation. Everyone is just running for the hills here for AP Bren, and they use up all their utility, all the resources to try to stay alive as well.
Great disengage.
Yeah, can't seem to find the mark here for X-Nova. Looks like Demon Kite is not the proper X. Because of the taunt, man, the timing's on the energy eruption.
You're right, though.
It is, and you
ain't wrong.
He had to use the flicker there too, so that's not going to be available for this Lord when it comes up unless they somehow delay it.
Yeah,
it feels so crucial.
Yeah, because it is. It's one of those things that a Kaja really needs. It's not like you're going to be able to just kind of like swoop in and grab someone, maybe with the conceal. But still, we've seen him. He takes the long lane. Like, he goes all the way around to try to get someone, and that flicker is so important. So we'll see how AP Bren decides to do that in about 30.
I mean, I think Demon Kite took a lot of the first picks too personal from Leo. A lot of the Fredrins were called TC and Weiss. He's like, I'm not just a YSS Lance main, I can also play Fredrin.
Is that one of the reasons why everyone's just gunning for Fredrin?
Maybe.
You know,
trying to beat the stat.
Stat padding.
To be fair,
it's a thing.
At this point, man, I feel like a lot of people, they played Fred so much, Fred, the other utility junglers so much, that sometimes it's like, you know what, yeah, we'll still bring out Fredrin, because what it does is serves the purpose of you can still focus on what you need to. He has good crowd control, but you can plant yourselves into these lords, into these objectives.
Yep.
And that works well in comparison to a YSS, for example, who's going to be a little more finesse about it.
Right.
So this Lord's worked on. It's already being blitzed. They might just grab it.
Yep.
They're running out. Lord Jam again going in straight into 4 men. He's trying to CC as much as he can.
Oh,
Great
crowd control!
Crowd control is insane. And it's just AP Bren running down Aurora here. Demon Kite slow as well. Getting hunted by X-Nova. He's going to go down. That's 4 down? That's 4 down for Aurora, man.
That's a big team fight for AP Bren. They thought they could burst Lord Jam, but because of 5 heroes standing under the Alice AoE, they want to push one way.
Can they end it?
There's no holy defense.
I think they can.
Oh, the Lord spawns though. Dominic's here. It's 4v1.
Oh my goodness.
There's no way that you can anti-heal out of that one or anti-suppress. That's not a thing. AP Bren with the win.
AP Bren gets the first game, the first step on doing the impossible right now against the #1 seed. They take game 1.
Time and time again, we keep seeing this. Bottom bottom seed teams beating out top 4 teams. Hell, even number 1 and Lord JM with the 50-50 lose the Lord, but wins the fight for AP Brand with a massive 5-man set.
Man, I don't know what it is about those clouds, but maybe, AP Brent wants another clouds game. Because right now, RORA's sitting at 0%.
0 out of 4 games.
Yes, on flying clouds. There's something about it. But let's take the clouds away for a second here. AP Brent just did an amazing job at taking those fights.
Yep.
James Panks is the MVP for this one. But, overall as a team, it was the entire squad of AP Brent making it work. Yeah, like you mentioned, Lord JM being able to go in and get that Throne of Ruin off on that Alice, taking up all that damage and tanking things up, allowed James Panks to go ahead and get this MVP performance along with the rest of the team.
Yeah, not just that, their rotations from the YSS, it looked like he was going to be selfish and greedy in terms of like map movements, like just farm with the YSS, constantly looking to be more aggressive in the lanes. But what happened was he forced AP Brent to play around him. And this is what I like about AP Brent for the past 2 weeks now. Now they realize they can actually utilize James Banks as the main carry for this team. I still think, there's a lot of things that need to be worked on with the CC coming out from Shizu. But the YSS has been the pillar of success for these teams in the past 2 weeks. And James Banks was able to execute greedy movements on the map, but he made it so that it translated into actual economy lead because of these kills, these resources that they're taking away from Aurora, the map movements as well, the pressure on the side lanes. Hell, this is how Aurora played the YSS from week 3 to week 5. They beaten teams like ONIC, TLPH just by being greedy with the YSS movements.
I think they accomplished one of the keys to victory here, man. I think the way that AP Brent played this, and even for X-Nova, they did sort of make Light a little passive.
Yes, because what's Light gonna do against nobody? Like, you move to Turtle, nobody's fighting for Turtle.
Yeah.
They're all bot side.
It feels like he was forced to play that way as well because suppress. He can't be too crazy like the Grok usually is.
I mean, not just to suppress, he has to be around the 1-1. And because the 1-1's away from AP Brent goes wherever they want to go. And fortunately for them, it's usually the opposite of where Aurora is because of the objectives that Demon Kite wants to take. Do take note, this was all over the game Aurora that was leading. AP Brent at some point in the early game, they were having a good time, but when it came down to the mid game, it was still Aurora that was winning the skirmishes, winning the the position battle, the amazing taunts from Demon Kite against X-Nova. But came the Lord fight, the Lord dance against Aurora. Wolf mentioned it during the Howl. Like, RORA does have a lot of big surprises in the Lord dances, but what AP Brent did in this game was be patient. They were like, all right, let them take the Lord. When they group up, we jump in.
It's kind of crazy, man, because Aqua even had a hell of a time in the early game, and then later on, he's able to capitalize on the feathered airstrikes as much as he struggled with dealing with that. So this is why we were talking about Aqua being that streak breaker. He definitely channeled into it here in game 1 along with the rest of the team. And I think I'm sold now on Alice working in certain situations. This is one of those situations where Alice was pivotal in allowing this lineup to go ahead and work. And even the CC pickup in the gold lane, that ended up being really good for them.
I'm gonna be honest though, again, this is a little bit uncharacteristic from Aurora. Usually when they take the Lord, they're happy with that. They get out. When they saw Lord JM jump in, they were, I would say, they were not disciplined when they pulled the trigger on taking down the Alice. Because you can take down the Alice, but it took a lot of time. And he was able to set up the Throne of Ruin. Fortunately for AP Brent, it hit 5 heroes. Even though the 1-1 was able to get out because of the the second skill, the semi-purify.
Yeah.
But again, the setup was there, and Aqua hit a massive feathered airstrike onto Aurora. One dash from James Bank deleted 2 heroes against Aurora, on the side of Aurora.
Yeah, and aside from obviously the really good movements here of AP Brent in the late game and being very patient, I really feel like Aurora, I don't know what's up, man. Someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed here in this lineup.
Yeah.
I can't tell.
I think it's just the way how these compositions are built. This is very similar to what TNC did against Aurora last week. It's all about breaking Aurora's understanding of the game. Like, they're so used to playing a set of plays in the map. If you do something different, they collapse.
Clouds do that too.
Clouds do that, yeah.
Yeah, because it changes the pace. Like, that's kind of the biggest thing is about the Clouds is it changes the pace of the game at a fundamental level. Because when you kill the opponents and it's still, like I said, low death timers, like they can join back to the fight really quickly, and they're at full health.
Yeah.
You know, and you're just survived that last battle, so you might have half health, you might be lower than that.
Everything's on cooldown.
Yeah, Edward felt that. He was like, all right, I'm carrying Aurora on the back of my... Oh, wait, 3 heroes are flying over me.
Yeah.
What is this?
You know, and some of those points, like where they were fighting too, those Clouds actually brought them past or right to them to the fight.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's something you always have to be considerate of. Again, I think RORA, what's made them so strong this season is, again, they've essentially mastered the basics, and that's what they did for a lot of their matches. But yeah, if you go and throw a wrench into those basics, sometimes they're also like, dang, we've been playing such a fundamental level for so long. You throw it into a loop, and we're like, oh no, what do we do? Like, what's going on here?
They're playing Mobile Legends Plus.
Mobile Legends Plus.
Mobile Legends Advanced, man.
Yeah, man.
Advanced levels.
Again, these rotations from James Banks, though, our BPI rich guy really did put a lot of effect into how APBR was able to transition towards the mid to late game because they had the economy to do it.
I think, just really because it was such a... I know this was a rather quick game, technically, but it was such a... almost even in terms of their scaling up because of the economy. It was pretty even. There was only one point where I think RORA, after that one big team fight, they had a 2K gold lead, but APBR showed that it didn't really matter, and they won with better team fighting there. So can't wait to see what happens in game 2. But first off, super fans, we want to hear from you guys. You can tell us how we can make your MPL experience better. Answer the survey for a chance to win 1,000 diamonds. Again, this is your guys' chance to go ahead and get some diamonds to go ahead and roll on all those amazing skins and events going on. Just scan the QR code below, and then let us know.
We're counted as super fans, right? So
that's what I was going to say.
Can we bring out our phone?
I am tempted to just scan the QR code.
Go ahead and do that. We got some time.
Can we?
We got 3 minutes before the
If you
draft
got an
starts.
Infinix, you can.
Hey, pass me the phone. I'm just kidding.
Right? You guys can also, there's more for you guys because right now, of course, it's our last week of the regular season. We've got our playoffs coming up, so you can show your support for your favorite team in the playoffs. With Aurora in the first seed, which teams are climbing next? Tickets are selling fast, so hurry and cheer for your squad. They start as low as 250 pesos. Again, we have a whole bunch of stuff in store for you guys for this season's playoffs. It's going to be amazing. Whole new venue, whole new exciting events, even outside of the venue itself. So we can't wait to see you guys there because it's going to be electric. I think if this regular season has shown us anything, playoffs is going to be crazy, man.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy because, again, play-ins are going to be pretty set. Day 1 is going to be...
Day 1's hard.
Two teams are going to go.
Yeah, day 1's hard. I'm pretty sure we might go round 2 for 10 games again.
This is also, this is what I was talking about. We have a super fan city for you guys. So we've got an MPL festival. It's set to bring our super fans a super experience, a whole lot of super. Join us at the Cuneta Astrodome from October 22 to 26. We will see you all there. What's in store for you? A whole lot. Some of the pictures and graphics there are some hints for you guys too.
Yes, sir.
Those are some hints.
That's a lot of hints.
Bunch of exciting activities.
Can we do graffiti? I saw a spray can.
You know,
we might not be allowed to do that though.
I might not be.
You know what was cool?
What?
Over for MSC, when we were over in EWC, they actually had a wall that you could do.
Oh wait,
maybe
graffiti.
That's it.
No, but it was electronic. You actually held a thing and then you did graffiti on it.
I didn't know that.
Like that. Yeah,
I was there for a month. I didn't know that.
Well, hey, you got to walk around the boulevard.
He was busy winning.
My bad. My leg acted up.
I was gonna say you were way busier with other things.
Arthritis, man.
Yeah. Well, before we go to game 2, while we give Midnight a chance to rest here, we're going to go ahead and throw it over to a little all-access segment. It's a RORA fan interview.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. We are right here at the MPL Arena. Still, meron tayong mga panauhin. Very important people around the corner. We have sila Sir Chris and Madam Lucelle. And for context, they are the parents of Gab na 2 seasons ago was diagnosed with cancer and is currently ongoing medication. Hindi man siya nakapasok noon or there were really some, complications kung bakit siya nakapasok. We are very happy to announce that Gab is here with us today and he is cancer-free!
Amen!
We love the moment. I'm sure na kayo po bilang mga magulang, it's very happy for you to be in that corner. Talk to us po, Sir Chris, how was that process like for you na you had to undergo all of that together with your son?
Noong umpisa, mahirap mag-sink in. Kumbaga sa ML, ilagay natin sa ML, talagang bugbog ka na eh. Parang 1 versus 5 yung kalaban mo, talagang mamamatay ka eh. Pero, ayun, hanga kami dun sa Siya, syempre, tulong ng taas, tapos, ayun, parang epic comeback yung nangyari sa amin.
Epic comeback po talaga. I think it really was a moment, especially for you, Madam Lucelle, kasi I think nagpakita po kayo ng video. Pwede po ba nating makita yun later on? I think, Madam Lucelle, for you, nakapanood po kayo dito noon. I think that was also together with your son at some point. How was the experience like watching with him before? Tapos ngayon nakasama mo na siya na magaling na talaga siya.
Actually, mas masaya ngayon kasi syempre that time bago yung mag-start yung kanyang chemotherapy, hindi namin alam kung ano yung what will happen, di ba? Sa kanya, kung kakayanin ba niya or hindi. Pero seeing him with us today, di ba? Sobrang happy yung feeling, lalo na sa isang parent na katulad po namin. Kaya sobrang saya namin na nandito uli kami, nakabalik uli kami sa MPL Arena. At syempre, sinusuportan yung favorite naming team.
Ang favorite niyo pong team, just in case lang po, baka hindi sila aware.
Hindi halata.
Ano po yung favorite? Hindi po
Hindi
halata,
naman po halata na susuot kong Aurora, syempre.
Aurora. May mga supporters ba ng Aurora dyan? Madami-dami. Sino po ang mga favorite player ng ni Ma'am Lucelle at ni Sir Chris?
Ano talaga ako, V-Wise fan talaga ako ever since.
Nanonood sila
So,
ngayon?
Blacklist time pa lang ni Ma'am Shu. Talagang V-Wise fan na kami.
Pero sa line na po na to, sino po dyan? Sa 5 na nandyan?
Favorite naman talaga namin lahat, pero pinaka-favorite namin si Edward.
Si Edward! Ay, parang botong-boto yung mga nasa likod I like it. Sir Chris, para po sa inyo, sino naman po?
Ayun, kasi dati same kami, so be-wise. Ako mas
nag-iba yung bias mo?
Mas iuna ako eh. ONIC time ako eh. Mas una ako naging fan sa kanya. Pero ngayon, since XP lane ako, si Agent Zero tayo.
Edward talaga, no? Iba talaga, meron talaga kay Edward. But I think pwede na po natin ipakita yan kasi this is the victory na nakita natin from every single person around the corner. I'm sure naririnig kayo ng mga paborito niyong players right now. Anong mensahe niyo sa kanila na nandito sila ngayon?
Bumagsak man, mananalo tayo, babawi tayo. Tapos championship na yan.
Manifesting for the championship, just like this one. Just look at this. Ito yung moment na niring na ni Gab yung bell as he was already free from cancer. What a moment from all of them, just raising it up. Tabig nung bell. There you go. Congratulations, Gab, Madam Lucelle and Sir Chris. Maraming salamat po. It is such a heartwarming feeling to be in the midst of all of them as of this moment. Magtutuloy-tuloy kami sa laban, pero we're probably gonna talk about this even more. So, casters, balik sa inyo.
Thank you so much, Hans. And again, congratulations to the Address family there. Super fans of RORA, but also that was, when you saw that little video, that is their son, Gab. He was cancer-free. He is cancer-free now. So that is amazing to hear. And, it's great to have him out here with us in the MPL arena.
Yeah, I just want to remind, because actually they approached us around the hotel lobby. They were actually at the hotel last season, but Gab couldn't enter the arena because he was underage. Now I think he can. He just turned. It was his birthday, so he's able to watch. Although after the game he just
I guess he started playing a different.
I mean,
Different
maybe
app.
he's just waiting for
Hey,
you know, the next game to start.
He's gonna wait for the draft. He's waiting for the draft.
Like
You know?
like our fans do.
Yeah, like our friends out there watching with us do right now too. Let's go ahead and see what our game 2 map is gonna be. Imagine it's flying clouds again.
No freaking way!
Rora is like, okay. Look at Demon Kite's face. He's like, oh man.
Dude, no way! Don't you tell me this is how APBR goes to playoffs. Don't you tell me this is how they beat #1 in PH.
I guess again, lore-wise.
Dude, I can already imagine the memes going around online. If APBR 2-0s back-to-back flying clouds, Mr. Clouds against #1 seed Rora.
Dude,
I can't believe it.
Imagine we got Falcons last week dodging expanding rivers and then winning on expanding rivers. Now we got Rora having to play 2 games back-to-back on flying clouds.
I don't know.
This is not scripted, ladies and gentlemen.
Feels bad. It feels bad, honestly, but at the same time, again, every single
I mean, it
team,
feels good for APBR.
Yeah, for APBR for sure. It feels bad for them that they have to face it again. But in fairness, you kind of just have to be ready for anything here in MPL field.
You know what's tough is Light was like, may the odds be in your favor. Well, it's been in their favor.
It's been in their favor.
Two people from Aurora scratch their heads.
Yeah, because I think, again, it's something about this map. It's something about flying clouds that maybe just breaks the tempo enough of Rora.
Yeah, and might have revealed something. Maybe during in scrims, we don't know. We don't have any details and access to their, to their trainings and practice. But just a body language, like them scratching their heads, bowing. Maybe
they just can't get Calra out of their mind.
Oh,
that's a possibility.
Suyo.
It's hard to get that.
What if James Banks pulls out the Suyo here?
Ooh.
Mess up with their heads even more.
It'd be so ironic. Again, the irony of
All right.
today.
If Aurora does not steal YSS here, that's a big mistake. That's a cardinal sin. They should play either Farsa YSS or Kalea YSS.
Demon Kites has a pretty good time on that hero.
Yeah.
So I guess you're right, yeah.
Yeah, the problem is, if they go Kalea YSS, you give the Lapu to Lord JM, the full views as well, or maybe even just go back to the normal Alice pick. So Kalea, YSS. Master the basic, you've been here so many times. Oh!
What?
They go the APBR route.
Kalea Angela.
I don't know how this dual pick fares against most of the meta picks, but
mid lane Angela's pretty strong anyway, right?
Let me just say, Aqua is a mean Valentina player.
Yeah.
And he can steal the heart guard.
And that will do well. That's even better for the CC.
Yeah. So you go Valentina YSS here if you're APBR. Or go Joy. Valentina.
Wow.
As long as there's Valentina. Oh, they're letting Aurora take the YSS.
Spicy.
This is the counter. You go Joy against YSS. I don't pretty much agree with the whole concept because there's a Kalea in the game. But either way, I think from APBR's perspective, this is what's gonna work. But instead of Valentina, they go for Kimmy.
So far, the APBR picks have been so on point. I love this.
Yeah, there's a different approach, but still works.
Yeah, I like that they, because Kimmy was banned the previous game. But you go ahead and grab her now because I'm not sure if statistically she's like the best best mid laner.
I think so.
With the highest win rate, because a lot of teams like to utilize this Kimmy, and it's going to work really well with having the Joy in the CC here. So, wow, Demon Kite's gonna go the Lancelot instead of the YSS like we thought.
He can't because there's a Joy in the game, so he has to pivot to either Lance or Hayabusa. Technically, the Hayabusa would have worked specifically against Joy. His problem in this game is that he can't match the tempo that the Kalea brings to this table for Aurora, and he doesn't utilize the Angela. So the Lancelot works better. That's why I think they went for this route. But again, you have to consider that the Phobius is going to get picked up. I think there's going to be a race for the Phobius. It might be banned from APBR's side, honestly, because you don't want to deal with that. And the reason why RORA has to think about the Phobius as well is that we've seen the CC be played in the gold lane for Shizu. That's why the XP is still open for both sides.
Yeah, I think, again, it's interesting because even the last game, with Dominkite having the 1-1, which is such a hero that was permanently banned for the first half of the season, then gets picked up a couple times. it seems to be, you know, it still takes that setup for the 1-1 to work. So I'm just wondering, gold lane wise, Dominkite, does he get his hands on something better that'll work for him?
Beatrix? Yeah. Well,
yeah, because the Granger and the Harith are gone.
Yeah, and there's also a Kalia.
And the Beatrix, yeah.
Good Esme ban, by the way. That's a heads-up ban coming out from Aurora, knowing that they couldn't pick up the Esme on their side because there is going to be a counter. Like, we've seen the Dyroth come out from Sanford before to utilize against the Esmeralda. So now AP Bren, I think final choice for them is to just remove the Phobius. Don't let Aurora take it because there's no Esmeralda anymore, there's no Uranus, there's no safe bet against the Phobius unless they want to go for the CC on the XP and then pick up the the gold lane for Shizu.
Yeah.
Maybe a Moskov or something.
Is that why they just first picked it so they can just flex it if they need to, depending on the rest of the draft from Rora?
I like banning the Phobius because it opens up just Lapu basically.
Yeah, exactly.
And the XP.
Opens up a lot of XP avenue. Instead of that, they go for the Arlet ban. Okay, I think they're confident with the flex of the CC. If you go Phobius here, they can just go. Oh, they steal it.
Edward, sneaky.
Problem is again, like what Rockhart mentioned, Lapu is now up for Lord JM. But this time around, the Alice is gonna have the Angela on her side.
Yeah, and that's why they took out the Esmeralda. I mean, all these shields, especially on the low cooldown from the Angela, I feel like are going to be kind of a nuisance to deal with for AP Brand. Even if they have relatively good magic damage in the early game, like it's still going to be difficult.
Get this, Obsidia.
Are you...
Obsidia's good here.
For Aurora?
No, for AP Brand.
AP Brand.
I mean, for Aurora too, but...
Why the Obsidia?
Yeah.
There's a lot of heroes that are dependent on positioning and mobility in team fights. Oh, they go for Ruby. I think this is Ruby.
Is that Gold Ruby?
I think it's Ruby XP. Unless
Ruby XP.
It's dependent to the last pick. Now, Rora could get their hands on the Obsidia if they want to.
Oh, they can swap the CC and the Ruby for gold.
Exactly.
Right, I see what you mean.
So I think Obsidia works here. The only problem for Obsidia is the Joy and the CC. But if the Obsidia is able to land her Hunt of Bones to the Joy first, then she becomes the counter to the Joy.
And if Yu is really on point, he can keep the Obsidia alive for
Nah, they go for the safe route.
Go with the Moskov.
To be fair, I built all that up. I just want to see Obsidia, man.
You just want to see Obsidia?
Yeah.
I feel like teams have definitely still been like figuring her out.
They
in the right
her,
composition. Yeah.
but they realize it's taking so long to set up.
Yeah,
right? That's the point.
It just seems like she takes that time.
It's a stronger but riskier Moskov, I would say.
And at this point, you probably just want to pick the Moskov, especially because you don't want to get too out.
You're down one game,
Yeah, you're down one game.
So to be safe.
You're on Flying Clouds again.
Oh, you're right.
You know,
you're right.
You might as well give yourself the opportunity also to push cross map and then join those fights because of the Moskov. That's what he does so well.
Somebody asked Dominkite, yo, what do you want to play? You want to get crazy or you want to be safe?
He's probably like,
I want to chill.
I want to be safe. All right, play Moskov.
Play Moskov.
Play Moskov.
Wait, what was the crazy option? Oh, it was Obsidia.
Obsidia.
Oh. No, go Moskov.
I was hoping for Bane, actually.
Right, Bane's been a little slept on, you know, but he's picked up
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
But let's go ahead and see what happens. You guys can let us know too. Is this going to be a 2-0 for AP Brent? Are they going to sweep Rora, or are we going to be going to game 3? Again, it's Flying Clouds for game 2. A map, by the way, that Rora has not had a win on.
Yeah.
Just yet.
And what's crazy is James Banks is also a hero that he's very comfortable with. Oh, Light! Light!
He rode the surging life proc. That hurt. I felt that.
Whoa, wow.
Whoa, wait a second though.
What is his damage? What?
Where's the damage coming from here from Yue?
What does he have? Oh.
I didn't know Angela could deal so much damage in the early game.
Impure Rage with all the mages.
What was his first item? What did he get for the first item? Did he get the... Yeah, I'm wondering what he got. Because, like, man, those...
It's the Codex.
Those waves of love are waves of damage.
That's why.
Yeah.
Ouchies.
He had no right dealing that amount of damage.
That shocked me, man. All right, so Edward obviously is this the first time we're going to see him use the revamp Alice?
Yes.
It is, right?
Yes. I mean, we've only seen Alice, like, what, twice?
Twice? Yeah. Twice, and her win rate wasn't updated because she obviously just got that win last.
It's still 0%, isn't it?
Yeah, she lost. She lost a clap.
Last game it was a win.
Yeah, last game was
but
a win.
the first one, it was a loss.
It was a loss, yeah.
So I was saying, you know, are we Are we convinced that Alice is going to fit in some of these compositions, and teams have brought it up now?
Maybe.
I think Throne of Ruin, that ultimate, is still really good, and especially around objective fights, because as we talk about seeing more and more of the utility junglers come up, you know they're going to be planning themselves around there, and Alice is one of those heroes that puts herself right there and can get that ultimate off.
Yeah, maybe that's the thing. Like, it's good because utility junglers are a thing.
Yeah, like it's been coming back, right?
Yeah. Because it's more of a, I would say, filler, because XP laners are now also secondary roamers. And honestly, I would consider Alice is a better roamer than an XP laner, but she just can't roam.
She can just go and dive in a lot, which she's doing right now. There's the front of the room, and Demon Kite closes out that turtle, and he's surviving with
Lord Jam,
the Angela, but in the backside is James Banks actually suffering here. Lord Jam, though, doing really good on the CC.
Almost, but it wasn't enough. It's because of the hard guard coming out from Hewitt. Demon Kite survives. Good initiation there from AP brand, although Demon Kite was still able to get the turtle with the retribution, and because of that, the extra shields helped. But even then, we see the potential in terms of damage output coming out from AP Brent.
Yeah, I'm surprised too, because before that turtle broke in, Lord JM actually got the flicker out from Light earlier too, so Light then wasn't part of that fight and could really be useful for that. So good decision making from AP Brand in this early portion.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like RORA, their strength in this lineup is early game because of the amount of heals and shield that they can get from both the Kalia and the Angela. But that is gonna be, you know, almost non-existent mid-game because of the dominant Isis, the Sea Halberds, even the glowing ones coming off from these mages. But that's if they build it, though.
That's right, exactly. You're gonna have to compete against like the sustain of a Ruby, of a CC. And what's the build?
There's already the black guys coming out from X-Nova.
Oh, there you go. Very early on.
Yeah,
so that's going to deal with a lot of heal.
Yeah, this is what they're going to have to go ahead and count on, too. And I think even in the gold lane, you're not really going to see much from Dominkite. He might have to deal with some pressure if AP Brand decides to go ahead and shift the focus there, especially having X-Nova on the Grok. But right now, it's just mainly kind of maintaining this for Dominkite, getting that farm he needs. You know, he can always rely on having that Purify, but really this game, I feel like it's just going to come down to the objective fights. It's not really going to be that pick-off-centric playstyle, unless, for example, Aqua lands a Traction Pulse. That's why sometimes you see him just throw it out, you know, see if he's able to go ahead and pressure out a battle spell even.
It's also like how they approach these fights, because Aurora, they want to move in, look for a pick-off, and then reset with the hard guards cooldown. But for AP Bren, if they know their win conditions, they can actually be patient in these fights, look for the punishes, because they have a lot of counter-engage with the Ruby and the Grok. And, you know, there's also like a sustained damage in the form of the Kimi, and, you know, with the CC as well, standing in the front line. It just has to be like very controlled coming out from AP Brent.
Okay, right now, fighting for this turtle. It's already being controlled by AP
Oh, look at
Brent.
Demon Man, he's going crazy. But even with the hard guard here, James Banks with a turtle egg. He's dancing around here. Traction Pulse basically doing nothing. What is happening? Team fights are weird.
Yeah, again, it's just RORA trying to go and look for these pickoffs. It was big for Demon Kite, but problem was AP Brown was focused on the turtle, and then X-Nova and Shizu was just on Lancelot duty. Delay the Demon Kite as much as you can.
Decent gold coming into Dominkite with the turret on top side. Lord JM, pretty decent poke, and nothing's gonna happen there. But look at the bottom. They're diving in. They have a lot of really good dive power. And again, Demon Kite just doing Lancelot things with the help of Yue.
Dude, he found Aqua behind the minion waves. He knew. He was like, some raider would be here. A raider would be standing in these lines.
That's familiarity right there, if I've ever seen it, right?
That's surge of blood.
Dude, I was like, no, Demon Kite, that's not the lane you want to be in. That's where the Ruby and the Grok is. But he was like, no, I'm not looking for the Ruby and the Grok. I'm looking for my friend.
My old pal. Man, Lord JM, by the way, he's been doing a ton of damage to everybody on this CC.
He might be top damage next to Aqua right now, honestly.
He's got to be. I know we're going to have to look at the damage meter in a second here, but man, the CC really hurts. And a lot of the times he's just jumping in, and he's put enough pressure with the current call and Blitz alone that he's able to even get some of the battle spells out.
Yeah, but the problem is for Aurora, right now, even though Edward's soaking up a bunch of these damage from Lord JM, the thing is they can't find anything on the map. Even Demon Kite is finding it hard. Oh, Shizu goes down. But again, you go back to the idea of Demon Kite constantly roaming around to find something. And because of that, he's behind against James Banks in terms of levels, which is a big problem come the Lord fight. Oh, Lord JM.
Lord JM, again, absorbing so much of this.
Oh, wow.
He has the vengeance, he can pop it, but it's not going to be enough to save him. It's going to be a knockup, and that's going to be the kill. Jam goes down. They're using up a lot of their ultimates as well. There's just no way they can follow up against this. What a strong Ube coming in from RORA.
I don't even know what was that from AP Brand. It felt like that was uncoordinated. And RORA, again, you cannot make a mistake against this team. They find an opening, they make a big hole out of it.
It's a 50-50 debuff kicking in, man. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but good usage of the Heart Guard for Dome and Kite to go ahead and make that play against Lord JM, even pushing him back with the Spear of Misery. Now going to fight for this orange buff. Edward and Demon Kite alone.
Oh, the curtain's cool!
Oh, big current call coming in here, but I don't think they care. They are playing around that current call like it's nothing. Edward's still alive, and just some nice slay the hand here. Demon Kite falling on top side. That was huge.
Yeah, big kill coming out from AP Brand, but so does Aurora. Now Demon Kite's back on the map, able to outplay a lot of the players coming out from AP Brand with the punctures, Thorn Roses, and Phantom Execution. He's dodged 2 tectonic charges now, by the way.
Yeah.
2 tectonic charges.
It's just Lancelot, man. There's, you know, in the hands of some of these prolific junglers. I mean, we have so many good junglers here in the league. It's always great to see it. And, you know, part of that, too, is, again, the amount of time Edward's able to go ahead and buy on this Alice. Some of those team fights, it's just like, you can't help but try to, like, attack her and deal with her as she's just sitting there, throwing and ruining and waltzing all over everybody.
Yeah, and again, these setups are very important. You saw how hard it is for AP Brand to actually go for these punishes. They have to be controlled and precise with these counter engages. Because when we saw James Banks earlier come in to finish off Dome Kite, Light was there to sort of stop the Joy from using the electrifying beats. James Banks didn't even try to dodge the Kalea. He waited for the last second before he popped the electrifying beats, which caused so much trouble for him because he sustained a bunch of damage. And then even after the electrifying beats came out, there was the Spear of Misery coming out from Dome Kite that prevented him from moving forward.
I guess he's right. You have to be precise here because otherwise US just will be able to nullify most of that with the Heart Guard.
Yes.
Yeah. So taking a look here, see that Brute Force picked up from Demon Kite, gonna help him getting into range in this first Lord that's coming up here too. That's gonna help him out. Holy Crystal though for James Banks too, so he on damage wise he's pretty good. There's also Brute Force for Lord JM now, so these big items are coming into place for this first Lord fight.
Yeah, his problem is again the control though from Aurora. Even though there is a big damage from the Joy, they have to find the proper setup. And they have to consider a lot of things. Like number one, the pickup coming out from Light. They have to find the Kalea. They have to link the right targets. Most importantly, the Lancelot, maybe alongside the Alice or the Kalea, because you want to disrupt these people from actually going in and out from these fights.
Yeah, no, I'm offended for now. They might just delay this though. I don't think either team really wants to
find the Lance.
Oh, wait a second here. Demon Kite again is going to have the Heart Guard to keep him alive, but I think those are pretty useful utils removed already for RORA. They might just want to disengage this one.
Yeah. Good push too from Dome Kite the whole time. This is what I was saying. You just delay this Lord take, let your Moskov do the work, and so Dome Kite will continue to do that.
They forced the Heart Guard, but they didn't do anything about it. Now Aurora can just wait for the next set. He has it now.
Yeah, it's like what, a 20? What is it? Oh, Edward?
Back on cooldown. Edward trying to make something happen here, but again, it's just so strong, man. Edward's in front of 4 people. He is just surviving it and actually just finessing it.
Yeah, now Aurora is playing the Lord setup. Play the slow push. Wait for the Lord resets. It's now Aurora who is in control. AP Brand is the one who needs to punish here because if they play this slow, Dome Kite is just gonna farm and nothing's gonna happen in the Lord Pit, especially with how the composition of Aurora works. They have a bunch of sustain. The shields and the heals from Yue and also Light with the Surge of Life.
It's starting to feel like AP Brand's fizzling out here, man. What is up with AP Brand?
Well, a part of this again is the lineup that they have specific to it. You know, their gold laner, Shizu, he's mainly going to be their crowd controller. He's setting things up. So is X-Nova, even to an extent Aqua, to try to get that traction pulse off. And you're really relying on Lord JM and James Banks to have enough damage, you know, and just win with crowd control, if you will, here. But RORA, they've got that sustainability.
Yeah, they forced Domikite out of the slow lane. Now they have a window to work with, at the very least 30 seconds to find a crucial pickoff for APBR.
For APBR, I feel like it's now or never. Make something happen here.
Xnova though.
Or else you will just fizzle out, like I mentioned earlier. Here's Xnova up on front. Lord Jam looking for it. Already using the current called slowdown Demon Cat, but that's already
they're going for the
a
Lord.
Heart Guard on cooldown. James backs with a Lord take. But what's the team fight gonna look like? It's Edward in the middle of everything. They can't stop him. They can slow him down. And there goes the Spear of Destruction. Everyone's just gonna go down like some balloons getting popped here with a puncture coming in.
That's it.
This could be it. That is a wipeout almost. Lord James still alive though. He's running for the hills. Lord's already walking on top.
They might be able to end it here. They're working on that mid turret. It's Lord Jam trying to get back to base.
Yeah, that should be it.
Can they end it here?
It feels like it. There's just no way Lord James can clear this or slow them down. And we are going to have a game number 3 for this one, folks.
Give RORA their first win on Flying Clouds. They did it faster than APBR did in game 1. We're going to game 3.
We got a debunk here of their weakness. It's not Flying Clouds, apparently. This time around, they will survive.
This is scary, super scary for a lot of these teams. Now they fixed the problem. No more Flying Clouds for Aurora as they find the solution. Even though the setup was nice from APBR, they forced out the puncture from Demon Kite. The Earthen Rampart forced the Lancelot to use everything. Phantom Execution, Retry, they got the Lord. But again, the Throne of Ruin definitely ruining the hopes here of APBR. The set onto 4 heroes allowed the other members of Aurora to just jump in and deal damage.
I'm wondering what it is, man, because it seems like the Alice now back-to-back games, although being on different teams, has done wonders. You can see MVP for this game is going to be Edward on that Alice. He soaked up so much damage, man. I mean, look at this, 3-1 and 4, but even with this emblem set and then the build path that he went to, the guy was just literally tanking up 3-4 members, sometimes the entire team.
Yeah, I completely agree with this one. Edward was a beast.
Yeah, I like how he built the Alice too. Like most Alice players would be greedy with, you know, the cooldown boots, rushing up the Oracle in to the Cursed Helmet, or maybe even the Brute Force, but he knew the CC was a problem, so he built up the Dreadnought armor first and then went for the Blade armor just to mitigate some of these damages coming out from Aqua and also Shizu, amplifying the physical defense that she has, or he has, and it allowed her to him to sustain these fights for Aurora, since there is a lot of sustain coming out from his passive and also just the shields coming out from Yue and also the heals from the Surge of Life. You know, APBR didn't have much damage to deal with Edward, even though he got a death here in this game, but also just this sequence of events from APBR, which was very weird in all the regards, which allowed Aurora to actually set up an intense momentum in the mid to late game. But again, APBR, they did have a lot of like close encounters with Aurora. It just came down to these team fights that allowed Aurora to win, especially with Domikite being on his Moskov. They understand perfectly how the map works. With the slow push, the Lord dances, it's all about control in the map, and APBR crumbled under the pressure. Even though they got the Lord themselves, they got a taste of what they did on game number 1 against Aurora.
APBR did not feel decisive in this game.
They did not.
So it's not just me, right? It feels like they're just fizzling out, not really doing much.
Yes.
Is it like the Alice effect? Is this what Alice does?
It's more of the Angela.
It's Angela.
I'd say, I would say most teams would fizzle against Angela because that damn arrow, like whenever you see the arrow, oh wait, no, maybe we should not. But then again, 20 seconds later, he does have the arrow again.
So in Tagalog, it's like nakakailang. It's like it's really making you doubt yourself.
It's like, oh, should we? And then like just the arrow alone.
Yeah, it's a universal frustration. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has an impact, but as you can see, this game for game 2 was quicker. 12:37 for this one, and it came down to that. It's kind of funny how it happened. It's like the same thing, first Lord, and one big team fight.
And you know what's funny? It's not just the Alice that we saw these two teams banter with. It's also the Angela. You were sending a message. You're not the only Angela with the win here, Aqua.
Right, and you're not gonna be able to get a Maniac or a Savage there.
Oh yeah, dude. Dude.
Again, look at his build too. You know, like he had so much damage in the early game, and then he goes Flask of the Oasis, and then he went Glowing One. Then he was working on the Holy Crystal, man.
Also, what was that damage in the early game? I gotta review that clip.
Hey, Codex slaps, man.
Codex.
First item Codex.
No way she deals that much damage. Even with 2 stacks, man. No way.
Can we just full mage item, I guess?
I gotta ask Wolf for some help.
Let's talk about that
in-game
later.
stuff.
I mean, he did 21,000 damage on an Angela.
That's absurd.
Your James Pank's Joy did 13,000.
Yeah, that's the problem with Joy. Like nowadays, there are games where it could work, especially if your name is King Kong.
Yep.
But also, just the mere fact that there is a Kalea in this game, we did say that in the draft. During the draft, we mentioned that, all right, it's a good Kalea game. It's a good Joy game. But against a Kalea, though, it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, he had a tough time here. As much as he got good damage, he couldn't maneuver as well. And that's just the perks of getting first pick Kalea, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and Light was on point. Like most of these catches are very good from Light. They didn't really go for the pick of type of play. They countered what AP Brent wanted. So he was just sort of protecting these heroes from being gone on by AP Brent, which allowed Demon Kite to just, go ham with the Lancelot, and even Lord JM dealing so much damage on the CC. Unfortunately, majority of these damage, I would even dare say at least 60% of the damage that Lord JM dealt, it was on Edward.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, the difference factor here, too, is Light didn't have to be passive, man. That was, like, what happened in Game 1, where the Kaja forced Light to make a couple second guesses, and then he was in a passive position. He also got picked off a couple times. This was very different here. So BPI, Rich Guy, Demon Kite, again, capitalizing on a lot of the abilities around the team to go ahead and support him to make this happen. But again, this is a Lancelot game that we're so used to seeing in the hands of junglers like Demon Kite, like Carl TZ, like all of our great junglers here. It's always a showcase, and it always makes you wonder, like, man, how are some of these junglers still getting their hands on Lancelot?
It's third pick Lancelot, by the way, right?
Yeah.
So it's like last pick of the first phase.
I mean, they're not Carl TZ, so maybe that's why.
That's true. Carl TZ's still
gout.
different. He's the goat.
He is Lancelot.
He is Lancelot.
He is him.
Well,
he's asking for a revamp too.
I can't be Lancelot, but I can probably be Kufra.
Oh,
right.
Kufra,
Kufra, by the way, his Curse Scroll skin right now, the epic skin, it's available for free. Just open your game and find out more. Hopefully, you guys still have time to get it, by the way, because I do believe, I don't remember exactly how many days it takes to get.
I think we have 10 days remaining.
There's 10 days remaining. It's been out for a minute, so go and grab it while you guys can. And also, you want to grab this skin too. This skin line is probably one of the best in the game. The Aspirants new skins are now available. You can participate in the Aspirants Unite. It's a themed draw event.
That's right. The first 10 times that you draw using diamonds is 50% off. Every 10 draws guarantees an epic or higher quality skin. And from experience, you get more than one.
Yes, sir. Come join the draw and witness the power of Aspiration together. I have one half of the Aspiration. Half.
Which one did you get?
Vixana.
I got the Gwen.
To be fair.
So basically, you guys have both.
Yeah. I wanted the Gwen, but I got Vixana.
I wanted the
Vixana. I found out, for my taste, I like Vixana better.
I think I would like the Vexana better too.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just had to do the 100 half off every day.
I'll let you borrow my account, don't worry.
I was so unlucky.
How many times, like, are you...
6 draws.
6 draws?
That's 8. That's almost 10k dias.
It hurts.
Someone did mention, like, over online a couple times that to get both,
I'm so unlucky.
I think it was about 50. They did like 15.
That's average, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, but to be fair,
save up your diamonds.
The Aspirant skins are the best.
It's the best. I swear it's worth it when you use it.
You know what else is worth it? Having a dandruff-free scalp. Power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharge it with clear.
Hey!
Oh,
hey!
Wow. He stood up.
That's
this guy knows. This guy knows.
That's
man.
dude, look at how shiny it is.
I mean, that's true. Oh, damn.
Oh.
Wow. All right.
Sana all.
That's dandruff-free right there.
What is this hair? Can I have it, sir?
Actually insane hair, man.
Insane hair.
Good job.
That's, you know, those are obviously his friends by him, by the way. They're gassing him up.
Yeah, power up with your dandruff-free scalp.
But he's very keen on just brushing on the sides.
Just brushing on the sides.
Yeah. Doesn't want to ruin
He doesn't want the front. He doesn't want to go front.
Yeah, he doesn't want to ruin the hairstyle.
Hey, congratulations.
The bangs.
You know?
Congratulations.
But yeah, I think one of the main things is looking at the possibility that we might see RORA potentially lose a series here. It's kind of weird because even though they won this game too, it's like I don't actually know 100% if I can say like, because we've gone to a point in the series where each game was the first Lord. Like we haven't gone what I would say is like the distance or the average, game time is even like, what, 15 to 16 minutes, I think it is?
No, it's been relatively fast for these two teams. And you know what's fast? The growth. Of MLBB, bro.
Yeah.
Dude, 9 years.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, 9 years. We've gone through so many years, but these were the first-hand heroes of Mobile Legends.
Yeah, time goes by.
That their old portraits are there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have to bring up the first time I played MLBB. I remember this when I was on the lunch break of my work in a rooftop in Makati City.
Wow.
Yeah, I played Mia. That was my first game. Wow. In 2017.
You played Mia? Who did you play, Midnight?
My first hero was Mia, of course.
Mia?
That was...
I guess, okay, that's everybody's first.
My second was Bamlin, which is also still like the normal thing. My third was, you know me, I like mechanics. My third was Gushin.
Gushin,
okay.
Brother.
Wow.
Gushin.
I forgot that Ballman even looked like that, man.
Yeah.
Like, when I look at this, I think the very first hero I played other than Mia, because that was like the intro character, was actually the Alucard, because it reminded me of a character from a very...
DMZ.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was,
I know what
it
you're
was an
talking
amazing
about.
character.
Yeah.
And then I didn't realize Franco had blonde hair before,
Yes, that's the old Franco. That's a very old Franco. But what's crazy is that Akai changed a little, but in terms of skill, he's changed a lot, brother.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't remember his first.
His ultimate wasn't heavy spin before.
Was it Hurricane Dance?
Hurricane Dance. But even then, it wasn't like just him spinning around. It's him literally turning into a ball.
Oh, he was a ball.
And rolling around.
And you were insta-locked. You can do anything.
Yeah,
you're
locked out of the game.
That was insane.
You get hit, and it deals so much damage, by the way.
It's amazing how far we've come that.
What was the hero that you guys enjoyed? Like the first hero that you really just enjoyed playing?
Lancelot.
Lancelot?
Lancelot.
Leomord, 1,400.
Oh yeah, dude, this guy.
1,000 how many?
1,400 games.
I think that's almost as many as my board.
You. Yeah.
He's the sole reason why Moonton keeps buffing and nerfing Leomord.
Yeah. We have a.
Was he always a jungler?
I have a direct line with the developers.
Yeah.
What did he play before?
He was
used to
side
be
lane.
XP.
XP.
Not even.
It wasn't XP back then.
Just side lane.
Side lane.
Yeah. Shout out to Coco, by the way.
Tough guy.
Okay.
Coco played that in gold.
Yeah.
But there wasn't even gold lane back then.
No gold lane.
As a gold
just
carry.
side lane. Flying Clouds?
Oh, expanding rivers.
Would have been so much fun if we had 3 games of Cloud.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Oh, this is...
All right, this is the task. This is Mission Impossible.
So I really want to just reference once again, if you guys missed the mic check earlier, it was said to APBR, may the odds be in your favor. This is not the odds being in their favor for the last map of the series. Reminding too, for our viewers out there, if APBR loses this, they are out of playoff contention. That was the one thing under their playoff contention.
What?
They would not make it if they lose one match.
Wait, guys, they banned 1-1.
They banned
on Aurora side. To be fair, APBR is the first team to beat Dominkite's 1-1. But I don't think it warrants a 1-1 ban. I think Aurora is just thinking about other first picks, and they don't want Shizu getting that 1-1. So now it comes down to the YSS. Lancelot has been taken out from APBR. YSS Fredrin is the go-to, but I don't think Aurora is going to be happy with that trade, because if you take Fred, APBR gets Kalea YSS. If you take YSS, they still take Kalea.
Yeah.
And then James Fangs goes, what?
Oh.
Are they forcing Demon Kite to play Akai or Fanny? Those are the 2 remaining heroes for Demon Kite.
That's fun.
I mean, 3 with the Hayabusa.
What about the Bane? Has he ever? No, he hasn't,
No.
right? Please break a Bane.
Bane's been kind of slept on this series, huh?
Yeah, come on.
I mean, both sides don't play Bane. Okay, now that's a clear go signal.
Yeah, that's all right. Dominkite, we want to keep our streak going.
Bane.
We
It's a
want
Bane.
this.
It's a Bane, right?
Dude, if you Brent, don't overthink this. You go Bane or you go Lunox.
Why is this?
But I swear to God, they might just pick Moscow for Shizu.
Why is this?
Why does this draft feel like so much fun now?
Wait, RORA gets either Lapu or Arlet. I think Arlet's the safe choice. Unless they want to go Uranus.
Arlet for Edward, right?
Yeah. Unless they want to go Uranus and then Fanny.
Yeah.
For RORA, they've done that I think twice now, where they set up the Fanny for Demon Guide, but they have to get the Uranus.
What about the Alice? Are we? So far, Alice has been winning.
Yeah, maybe they go for the Alice route once again.
Alice for the series has had like the best time that she's had since her introduction back into the pick. So they go Eve. What are they gonna go? Are they gonna go jungler here?
Eve Haya? Eve Arlet? Oh, there goes the Akai.
He is gonna play the Akai.
Yeah.
No Bane. I'm so sad.
Aqua's so sad right now.
Why?
He can't get these ults with the Valentina because now he has to play the Kimmy.
Oh, that's true.
And this is not fun, by the way, because the Akai could just rush Blade Armor.
Yeah, you can't force the Kimmy to go gold lane here just to get Valentina. That just doesn't work.
You can't even Moskov here.
Yeah.
So what do? You go Bane.
You go Bane.
For gold? There's no questions.
Go big or go Bane.
Go big or go Bane.
Bane, Lapu.
That's not Bane.
oh yeah.
It's XP.
Well,
it's
to
XP.
be fair, yeah, that's a good pick because there's two big shields, shield source from Aurora.
Can you absorb off of Eve's shield?
Yes.
You can too, right?
And you also bypass the shield, so it doesn't matter.
That's all the shields removed for Akai, for Harif, and for Eve.
Yeah, and I think Aurora is gonna want to maybe ban out a Matilda.
Oh yeah, you're right. Thousand Pounder does give a shield.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, let's go have fun here.
That's a good draft from APBR. To be fair, they've had 3 good drafts now. I mean, this still ain't finished. So
that's always been a thing for me for the season, though. Like APBR usually has pretty good drafts, and then in some of the games they've gone 3 games against some of the best teams in the league. It's just always like, is this one of the cases of these guys just need more reps? They're sophomores. I mean, Aqua obviously he's got his veteran here, but. Like, do these guys just need more reps? Are they missing some of the execution factor? They've clearly made improvements towards now in week 8.
I think that's where you sort of point your finger towards experience. Like, again, Aqua does have a lot of experience on his arsenal, but it's just the level of execution is different in these high-level games. Like, you cannot give such openings to your enemies because you give a dot to teams like Aurora. Next thing you know, that it's a black hole.
They've just
it grows
blasted
that fast.
the light through it, man.
Yeah.
they blasted the light right through that dot.
Yes. Yeah. So now for APBR, I think you ban heroes like Uranus. Even the glue, honestly, could work here for Aurora. Problem is they have a lot of like magic damage, so radiant armor is going to be a thing. To be honest though, these two comps have big problems of their own. Like Aurora too, they rely heavily so much on these teamfight ults that if they use everything, they don't have anything left against the Asme. So this is a good ban, by the way, the CC from Edward, just to mitigate the sustained damage. And again, it forces Aurora in a position where they have to look for an XP laner that can sustain against APBR, which is not reliant on his ult. So not the glue. Which is Uranus.
I was gonna say, is it gonna be the Uranus or like does he go glue?
Again, that's just so much magic damage though.
What if? Call me crazy. Go.
Crazy.
Thank you.
What I was gonna hear what you say first.
What if APBR goes Uranus XP and gets the Esmeralda played on Shizo's hands? Because it is a good matchup versus the Harris.
That's so crazy, man.
That's why you call me crazy.
You're
that's
messing
crazy,
with my mind.
but it's not out of the realm of possibility.
But I'm pretty sure they're gonna go Bane here. I'm pretty sure they go Bane here. If not,
that's not Bane.
Maybe Moscow. Wow!
So it is a gold lane Esmeralda.
So the crazy stuff happened.
I am crazy.
The crazy stuff happened.
They are crazy
You're
too.
crazy. They're crazy. Everyone's crazy today.
Hey, if you gotta,
not the audience.
If you gotta beat
sorry,
them,
not you guys.
You gotta be a little crazy.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you beat systems.
That's
right?
how you beat. Yes.
Yeah, you bring
the
chaos.
crazy.
You bring chaos to the order, and the system breaks. That's how it works, ladies and gentlemen.
My brain is just...
Lapu, Lapu or Uranus. Franco.
Oh, Franco!
Okay. Grok or Hylos would be good here, but the problem is they're all magic damage. So I'd say Grok. Whoa!
What?
I knew it. We're gonna have much fun here.
No crazy. Like, this is beyond crazy now.
I was hoping for a Saber, but
this is pandemonium.
That was a Rome. That was a Rome.
Yeah.
That was a Rome Helkert.
Nova. Yeah.
Rome Helkert against Harith, against Eve. I like it, man.
Can I just say again?
I like it.
Putting it in context, they're going with this draft on potentially the game that they bow out of playoff contention.
Hey, you don't pull out something without having it practiced the past week.
Oh, that's true.
So, Axe Nova might have played a bunch of Helkert games, and this is the most important Helkert game of this season.
Is this enough chaos?
I think
to
it
keep
is.
them in contention.
I think it is. Do take note, they have 3 magic damage dealers. If RORA becomes greedy and builds Dreadnought first, they leave themselves open
Welcome
and
to
susceptible
Mobile
to these
Legends.
magic damages of APBR.
Can I just say how poetic it might be if we see that the Dark Knight Falls is what gives a loss to the light. Oh my goodness. Who also has light on their team.
What is this? What
Welcome
is
to game
happening?
3, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, all right. Light says no.
No,
you
no,
do
no,
not.
no.
You do not put darkness in my world, sir.
Well,
the light system, will it prevail?
Well, Axe Nova also says no.
I was gonna say you gotta wait. He's like, well, let me hit level 4 first, all right? let me get the ultimate first.
Yeah, Axe Nova was like, you're already, at 6 a.m. Let me get to midnight level.
Let me get warmed up
not
here.
Not me. Just the time.
He might. Looking at this too, man. X Nova. This is. I feel like this is again what people have been kind of wondering if we'd see this version of Rome's now because of the whole Rome's update in Project Next.
Yeah.
Like you have this kind of flexibility that if you want to bring an assassin to the Rome, you could technically do it.
I've actually been saying that for a long time. Anyone can be a roamer now.
Yeah, it's funny because like people tried doing it for the first few weeks of Project Next, didn't work. But then they found out about like the Rome thing, and when people mastered it, they were like, oh, okay, we actually get more gold than our mages. Our mages become roamers now.
That's right.
And we do become assassins.
That's why you get Obsidian on Rome. Just kidding.
No.
Guys, don't do that.
Guys, please don't.
I was kidding.
I mean, that's the thing though. Like he's level 3, same as Aqua, and the whole point of this is to get to that level 4 if he can.
Yeah.
Get that Dark Knight Falls.
How's Dominkite winning this lane?
Yeah, that's
true.
no.
Look at that. James Max locked in. And it's going to be the kill onto Light with the Iron Hook for first blood.
I like how Light just threw that hook out there. He's like, yeah, I want this kill.
Kill steal. Just kidding.
I'll take that one.
There's Lord JM, though. He is soaking it up from the ruins, locking everyone down, but the damage is not quite there yet. Aqua is just arriving. Turtle goes over to RORA, and I don't think they care much about this Kimmy quite yet.
All right, you gotta admit, Aurora, their gameplay is again almost perfect, nigh impenetrable. This system just works. Put 4 heroes against Helkert, and he does nothing.
Yeah,
he's gonna run.
He's not gonna do really much anyway until he gets to that level 4, I guess. Which is he's nearly there.
Yeah.
But that's one of the main things. Whereas again, you counter that with here's a Franco. His Iron Hook is deadly at level 1.
Yeah.
Very deadly as well as decent damage coming in from Lord GM. X Nova, again, look at that. It's not really going to do much, especially against a Lapu, against a Nakai in the
Nakai
early
will
game.
take that all day.
Yeah, dude, look at their itemization. They don't care about Helkert. Demonkite's rushing the Silence Robe, and then I think this is Edward going for a War Axe rush against Alice, which I do recommend, by the way. Playing Lapu against Alice, you rush the War
that,
Axe.
man.
Yeah.
Sustain versus sustain. There you go. X Nova trying to get started, because usually if you're Helkert, you want to do it early. You want to be the one hunting, not the one running it.
What? I thought
he'd do that first.
Yeah. Huh.
But
again, even the battle spell, like
weird stuff.
Flicker on Helkert.
Do you think he should have gone with the Petrify or
Petrify 100%?
You go 100% or you go home, sir.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. By the way, this is how Lapu works against Alice.
It's really a
gonna
whole
laugh at you, right?
It's really a whole lot of nothing.
A whole lot of nothing.
I haven't seen Lapu lose a lane to Alice.
Was this really the time to bring out this lineup? I don't know. Man.
Again, I think it's one of those situations where
go
it's
big or
like,
you go home.
Yeah,
Go big, go home.
Like if we're gonna go out, we're gonna go out guns blazing.
Yeah.
And it'll either work great or it won't. Again, it's still early in the game, 4
Pretty
minutes
early,
in.
I know.
But it's already the best lead that RORA's pretty much had in the series.
Solid
and
lead.
they're gonna go ahead and start up this turtle here. AP Bren though.
Yeah.
They're looking like they want to go ahead and face off. X-Nova doesn't have the ultimate just yet, the Dark Knight Falls, but he should have it.
They're trying to wrap around.
For
The
this.
Demon Kite, Domin Kite rather, is on the bottom.
no,
She
heavy
just can't
spin.
really deal with it. There's just no way you can go around this Hurricane. And now, it's Lord James in the middle. Oh, you can't lifesteal if you are locked in and suppressed. And that is going to be AP Bren running for the hills.
Dude, look at X-Nova. He's acting like a carry now, split pushing for AP Brent. But again, these setups from Aurora is what's preventing this chaos from the Hellcurt, the heavy spin just to catch the Fredrin. They tried to play around, ring around Rosie in the turtle pit, but their reload manipulation secured the area for Aurora to the point where even if the other members from AP Brent try zoning out, other players from Aurora, doesn't matter because they're just going for the fight themselves.
Yeah, and you can still see the battle up top in the XP lane going on. They are going to lose this turtle.
Oh, look at that. Demon Kite will be able to heavy spin out of there. Again, just barely.
The Kai's just too good, man.
Yeah, he doesn't have the damage.
Yeah.
I think the Silence Robe is up for the Akai. Actually, matter of fact, it's a Radiant Armor finish now. So this is going to become a problem because next item would be Blade Armor. This Akai will be untouchable.
All right. So diving into the big fight, Shizu goes through UN like bread on butter. Or butter on bread. And there you go. Domin Kite as well. Is that a hot knife through butter?
Whichever way you use your butter
I
and
mean,
your bread.
it's up to you, bro. Like, it's your life.
There's no right way, Rockhart.
Yeah,
you know?
sorry. We don't judge here. We don't judge here. But what I can judge from that fight is, again, these fights are just weird for AP Brent.
It's
because
so weird,
these setups from Aurora, the quick punish from Light, it's just their presence of mind. Like, they're always ready to fight on the side of Aurora. That's why X-Nova can't find an opening. He can't find the pick-off because every fight he jumps into, it's a team fight.
James Panks can't even find an opening in his jungle because it's all being taken by Demon Kite. He's he's about 2.5 levels behind of Demon Kite right now, and you can see 1,000 gold behind.
Yep.
That's not the position you want to be in with this kind of lineup either, so this should just be another easy turtle unless they fight in mid.
That's a great energy eruption though, forcing the flicker out, and that's going to be Yua going down, but it's a perfect heavy spin, locked in both of these AP Brand members, just no way to punch back.
That was the perfect heavy spin, because you're literally like, I'm pinning two dudes in one area.
That's immaculate.
That's what you call 2-in-1.
2-in-1.
That's a 2-in-1.
Yeah.
2-in-1 plus 1. Happy birthday.
That's the analysis.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want me to talk about? That's a good heavy spin.
It's just a good heavy spin, and that's also a very good play. The Spider, Edward, relentless on the Lapu Lapu.
That physically looked like smashing a cockroach, man.
That's a sad roach.
Ouch.
That's a sad roach. If I've ever seen one.
They're fizzling out here. There goes the Iron Hook. And James Banks is gone just like that.
Okay, of course. At least he gets orange buff on the Kimi. But again, Aurora, this is their normal tempo. This is Aurora's system. 6K gold lead, 7 minutes in. You just hold on to this.
AP Brand again fizzling out just like earlier.
Hey.
Although there's a Mr. 50-50 in this game. We saw the Alice worked earlier, but the main difference is James Banks is not on a funnel core.
Yeah,
Ooh.
That's a big thing. Once again, it's just this is such a big lead for Aurora to have right now. And when you look at this kind of lineup on what AP Brent has, that's an even bigger factor when you're down 6K gold.
Yeah, actually, let me take it back. He went for Curse Helmet on the Alice. What? This hurts. Honestly, this hurts.
Is that like what is the thought process there? Like I just want to push more.
He's gonna evaporate, basically.
I just want to push the slate more.
Maybe he just wants to push minion waves, prolong the game, but it doesn't help. It doesn't help his case against the Harith.
This Alice can't tank, basically.
The Lapu. It's basically AP Brent having no frontliners. That's why James Banks has been having a hard time.
Like, come on, like, isn't that what the Alice is supposed to do? And look at how crunchy or how squishy it is.
It's just an Akai.
That was just like one skill combo. But Lord James says, you know what? I'll try to go in. Dodges the bravest fighter. Decent traction pulse as well coming in from Aqua. But look at that. Shizu is in front. He's soaking up some pretty good damage as well. On the Esmeralda, James Panks with the kill. That's going to be Dominkite going down. But there's a lock-in and James Panks can't do anything.
Oof, okay, well, they got Dominkite, but still, AP Brent loses that fight.
Yeah, let me just say, Aqua hit the Akai for 10 seconds straight. Dealt a third of his HP.
Oh no, X-Nova.
Oh, X-Nova, he's going to have to run for it.
Flicker.
As usual, Edward is hunting him down with the bravest fighter. He's just nowhere to run. He's just, again, like a cockroach, just
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
It's a sad roach.
Oh man.
It sounds like. Help me! That's literally.
Is that how?
That's just what cockroaches sound like. Okay.
Yeah, that's. Unfortunately, X-Nova, this Hellcurt isn't working out. Now, can something turn around here? Because we're approaching that 10-minute mark. This has been a one-sided game right now for RORA. And AP Brent is lacking in every department.
Dude, the problem is every time they try going like on Aurora, they don't have the damage, they don't have the sustain. Also, the counter punish from Light with the hooks, the Bloody Hunt onto Lord JM is always on point for Aurora. Even the Dominkite suffered a casualty there because of the the gap close from AP Brent, and without the Zaman Forest, he suffered the fate of just dying inside of the team fight. You still have Edward to deal damage on the front line. He is a fat Lapu Lapu, and the main concern from AP Brent is who kills the Akai. Because again, we've seen Aqua continuously hit the Akai for 10 seconds, dealt like a third of his HP as damage. That's 10 seconds, by the way.
Yeah. This is just, it's gonna be non-fighter here, a non-starter here rather, for AP Brent, losing out their inhibitor turret. That almost hit as well.
Dude, this
that could have been the -1. Lord JM just trying to tank as much as he can.
The sandwich attempt turns into a cut onto the minion wave on the bots in the mid side, but top side there's still a minion wave coming in. Aurora, they're gonna chase.
Look at
they want a
Edward.
cockroach.
He is hungry for some very spicy Hellcurt.
I think he's actually gonna get away, but again, you're essentially not useful at all, for X-Nova. Like, yes,
right.
Okay, the Dark Knight Falls can still do something, but even then, I feel like you're so kind of out itemized right now that you need to buy yourself maybe 8 minutes.
Yeah, I would say at least 10.
Yeah,
at least 10. Somebody has to re-itemize.
But it looks like they're going to push in right now here.
He's coming from the back.
Trying to go in with the Throne of Ruin, but from the back it's X-Nova. Shizu already out of the fight here. Lord JM with a re-engage. A lot of people are low on Aurora, but they are going to be able to deal with it. X-Nova missing out with the snares as well. What's happening here? Shizu evaporating once more. Oh! He's alive. He took out Dominkite. I did not see that coming.
All right, the amount of shields actually played in favor of AP Brent. Dominkite wasn't able to sustain the damage of the Esmeralda, and because of the Brute Force and Oracle, it's able to chase down, get more HP, get more shield. This might actually buy AP Brent more time for these itemizations to come through. Lord JM finally now has the Oracle. I think this is a Brute Force that he's trying to build. So maybe at least 7 more minutes.
He's catching up.
Yeah,
he's catching up on items.
We said 10 minutes. That bought him a few minutes. Let's see if they can actually decide to huddle down and maybe contest Lord or give it away.
Yeah, to be fair, this growth is exponential for AP Brent, by the way. They have a lot of heavy hitters on their side. The Kimi and the Hellcurt. Magic and physical.
Oh!
Light?
Oh, the miss on the Iron Hook is huge. Winter Crown going to be forced here.
Yo, what? Why would you leave the Franco?
Huh. That's a good point. What is happening here? And again, AP Brent maybe going for the big macro play. They find Edward! Edward with the bravest fighter to be able to at least stay alive for now, but now it's going to be Aurora on the hunt.
Brent?
They're looking for Shizu. Shizu is on the run, and there's just no backup. They're arriving just now. Edward gets taken out. It's a trade, 1-for-1.
X-Nova's scaling. He wants more.
Oh, X-Nova.
Oh my goodness gracious. That is the hit you want to make, but Dominkite is unstoppable on the back line.
Oh man, X-Nova saw Dominkite, and then Dominkite's like, nope, Secret Vision.
Yeah. With the Purify too, so he doesn't get silenced by the jump. Quick, smart plays coming out from Aurora, and because of that, they get lured. But again, it was a weird sequence from AP Brent. They had the ability to punish DeFranco. And even then, after the jump by X-Nova onto Edward, the Fredder does nowhere in the scene. He was farming the purple buff. Little bit of disconnection coming out from AP Bren.
Yeah, this some of these team fights here might be a little odd, but I feel like AP Brent ultimately is accomplishing what they wanted to. It's kind of funny because you look at the itemization too for X-Nova. He's got the Blade, DHS, Malefic Roar, and even a Sea Halberd. He's able to go ahead and put enough pressure on even Edward, like we saw earlier with that initial burst.
Yeah.
Where it might be a threat enough to stop RORA from just going full force in a team fight.
All right, benefit of the doubt, it just feels like AP Bren is just trying, scared of making mistakes. Right?
Maybe,
It just feels like
maybe. But at this point, they have to make a play because Aurora now has all the utility items that they need. There's a Blade Armor on Light. I think the Winter Crown's up again for DeFranco. And Flicker as well. He can just pick and choose whatever target he wants to bite.
Yeah, Traction Spell's already used as well, so Aqua just has no way to counter this.
Look at Edward though.
Great minion wave clearing at least, right?
Yeah, super menacing in the front line. This Lapu Lapu is a big problem for AP Bren.
He's looking for Nova.
Yeah.
He's looking for Nova right here.
They get all turrets down, but I don't know if they can end it here unless they force AP Bren to go for a fight. They got the wave pushing up down bottom too.
Lord JM comes in, big Throne of Ruin, but they're playing straight into the real world. It's canceled though by X-Nova, and look at Domen. It's just so unstoppable. He is still surviving. He is throwing out so much damage as well. Lord JM, X-Nova all alone, and Dominkai's gonna fall, but I think that's everyone else in AP Bren. And ladies and gentlemen, what do you know? It's RORA coming out on top.
RORA will take game 3, and that's an exciting one from AP Bren, but unfortunately, not enough to break the streak.
AP Bren is the first team to be out of playoffs contention as they drop to Aurora, and the streak continues to 12-1.
12-1. You can see that they like I feel like RORA is happy about the series though. You can see them, of course, sportsmanship here between the two teams. They know what that means for AP Bren, man, and RORA again a Goliath in themselves. And former teammates Aqua there with Demonkite and Light. They will be taking their bow here. We're gonna applaud AP Bren. They gave us their best. And we'll have to see what they decide to do moving forward. It's too unfortunate, though. Maybe if they got flying clouds. But, hey, that didn't happen. Let's go ahead and throw it over on the stage. Go ahead to hear for our winner's interview.
12 straight match wins. Give it up for your winners, Aurora Gaming! Coach MTV, congratulations. You are one match win away from tying yung pinakamahabang win streak natin in the regular season. Does that mean something to you?
Sa totoo lang, hindi kasi namin naging goal yun. Pero siguro thankful pa rin ako kasi ang ganda talaga ng pinakita ng buong team. Kaya siguro extra lang din siya sa amin. Extra bonus lang din siya para sa amin. Parang pag nagawa namin.
Coach, last season, you were also the top seed heading into the playoffs. What's the difference now na i-approach niyo yung playoffs? Anong klaseng Aurora ba makikita namin doon?
Siguro mas handa siguro kasi alam naman namin kahit na pinagandaan talaga namin yung last season, may kulang talaga sa ginawa namin kaya medyo nabitin talaga yung run namin ng playoffs. Pero dahil nga natuto na kami, talaga siguraduhin namin na maganda yung magiging run namin ngayong playoffs.
And there's a lot of critics still all over social media, hinihintay na mag-champion kayo or hindi kayo mag-champion. Is there a message from Coach MTB to the rest of your critics?
Wala lang. Thank you pa rin kasi yung mga info na binabato nyo sa amin, negative man or positive, nakakatulong pa rin sa amin yun kasi nag-a-adjust talaga kami. And nare-realize talaga namin kung ano yung mali namin dahil sa mga sinasabi ng lahat yan.
Just tremendous amounts of respects. May you pass the mic to Light naman. Light, this was such an unfortunate scenario. Parehas na kayo ni Demon Kite nito kasi yung dati ninyong kakampi na si Aqua was with AP Bren and you guys were streak breakers before. Kayo yung mga tumatanggal ng win streak. Pero si Aqua, together with the Beast, hindi niya napigilan yung win streak nyo. Are you feeling something na kayo yung kailangan na mag-eliminate sa kanila to win this match? Anong nararamdaman mo ngayon na ikaw ang nag-eliminate sa dati mong kakampi from before?
Siyempre, malungkot ako kasi para sa kanya kasi happy ako na nagkaroon din siya ng team dahil galing siyang pahinga kaso yun nga lang, kinulang sila. So, ayun, bawi next season, galingan niya pa.
Demon, kahit you've been in those kinds of situations before na meron ding heartbreaks every now and then na makapasok ng finals. If there's anything that you wanna say to Aqua ngayon, ano masasabi mo sa kanya?
Para kay Aqua na lang, bawi lang ng bawi, tas galingan mo lang palagi yun. Magkikita tayo sa itaas next season.
Well, we're definitely manifesting for that. And of course, asan yung na-future kanina, Yue? Yue, right before the start of the match, may nakita kaming parang graph where there's been a lot of times na pasok ka sa top 4 pero hindi nakakatungtong ng championship. Is this the season for Yue to be a champion?
Hopefully.
Ano yun?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Are the RORAs hopeful for that? This was such a moment for you, and paano ba nakatulong yung mga pagkatalo mo from before, those moments na feel mo na nalungkot ka talaga because you were unable to get the championship to who you are now as a player?
Siguro paano ba? Siguro tumibay yung yung love ko, tas yung moral ko, kumbaga na-handle ko na. Then
Yun na yun. I think there's a lot of people who went over here today para suportahan ng Aurora. And of course, lahat ng mga nanonood sa tahanan nila, Yue, ano masasabi mo sa kanilang lahat? Sino Edward? Ano yun, Edward?
Kakatapos ko lang last week.
Sino naman?
Si Kite daw eh.
Kite, ikaw na pala. Ano masasabi mo sa lahat ng sumuporta sa inyo in this win streak?
Salamat sa mga pumunta dito. Salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa Aurora. Ingat kayo palagi. Tapos, matsalab din sa Infinix. Thank you, G.
Matsalab, G. And that is another GG para sa Aurora Gaming! What a performance to make it 12 straight match wins in a row. Tila hindi sila tumagos and may bitaw ang Aurora as of this moment. And with that point, I'm sure na maraming pag-uusapan ng ating casters about this match.
Thank you so much, Hans. Yes, they said Matza Love. If you guys are our international viewers out there, can we explain what Matza Love
is? It's just a combination of a lot, thank you and love. Yeah. Thank you for the love.
Yeah. If you're day ones, you'd know.
Only real G's know.
There's day ones and day zeros, right?
Yeah.
All right.
We're both.
You guys are day zeros. I'm a day one. Okay. Right? Technically?
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Good job, Ka. All right, let's look at the MVP here. Domin Kite is our MVP for Game 3.
He's the best, Harris. He's so in the zone, especially with the Infinix. He outplayed the rest. Even himself.
Dude, I think he's actually playing with the GT triggers, man.
Yes, sir.
He is.
Dude, earlier we saw him dance around 4 members, dodge the Falling Star Moon,
dodge the Hellcurt,
dance to the right side, dance the Hellcurt, bought immortality while doing so, and then he survived. And he was like, okay, I survived long enough, I should die. Let me sell my immortality.
I hope we see that on the replay because that's just way too much mechanics.
Dude, maybe I'm wrong, but that's the way I saw it. I was like, I know for a fact he had immortality. He bought it in the middle of the fight. But again, the story of this game, it was just Aurora utilizing this system. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but the light system is better than the dark system.
Yeah.
Not referring to the dark system in the RGs, but I'm referring to the Hellcurt. The way they utilize these macro plays to set up for these objectives just prevented X-Nova from actually playing the game.
I think he broke Aurora here, and Light himself actually broke a little bit of a curse going on with Wolf's thing.
What's that?
The podcast.
Oh, yeah.
People who usually guest on the podcast 3 times in a row have actually lost.
Yeah, Twist, Liquid,
and ONIC.
They guessed it in Wolf's podcast.
So they broke their own streak.
The light system is real.
To be fair, it's not just that. It's not just the podcast curse that they broke.
What?
They also broke Hans's curse. Whenever Hans holds a drumstick, that team loses. By the way, this is the play.
He held the drumstick?
Yeah.
Wait, let's watch.
Yeah, look at Dominicite. Buys Imo. Buys Imo.
All right. He
buys
has Imo. He has Imo.
Buys Imo.
And it's gone.
He sells it!
No, yeah.
Oh, never mind.
It pops there. Pops there.
Never mind. I'm wrong.
Did he pop it?
Yeah.
So it popped
he died
there.
to the Hellcat.
Because he had win a crown earlier, I think, before that fight broke out.
Yeah. So he died to the Hellcat. Actually, X-Nova was able to use the stinger onto the Harriet. So I thought he sold it before he died, but apparently he did die.
It really wasn't the game for X-Nova's Hellcat. I can't shake my head out of that one.
Yeah. I mean,
it was starting to be a threat, man.
Yeah.
It was starting. Like, it was getting there.
At 14 minutes.
Maybe if they had Petrify on the Hellcat. Maybe if the setup was better from the side of AP Brent. Because, again, there were a lot of things that they could have fixed in the, I would say, early, even before the draft. You look at the emblems. Like, Shizu is rocking a support emblem here. Movement speeds, tenacity and all. Like, yeah, sure, he gets more sustainability in the fights, but he didn't get that raw tankiness in the early game, which is why Aurora was allowed to sort of like have a massive lead by the time mid-game rolled over, and that also put a lot of pressure on X-Nova to perform with his Hellcat, like, you know, look for pickoffs.
Yeah.
But the problem was, again, even with that angle, Aurora was protected because they were just hovering around Demon Kite, playing around the heavy spin, which prevented these other heroes from AP Brent to actually pull off these fights. And then you look at the Alice, which is sort of like the last resort for AP Brent, which also netted them a win in game number 1. He rushed the Cursed Helmet, which did not help at all in terms of sustaining the damage from Aurora. He didn't have any sustain against the Lapu, didn't have anything against the Eve, and most importantly, didn't have anything against the Harriet, which is, if you think about it, Aurora was just snowballing right from the get-go. Like, they had a massive economy lead to the point when AP Brent started feeling like they had an actual threat. They just closed out the game by that point.
I guess I kind of get it though. What do you do with Cursed Helmet? Obviously, you're trying to reduce hybrid defense, but maybe that was for a late game thing, right? Like,
yeah.
You wanted to be tankier in that
item.
last one. I double-checked the changes on Cursed Helmet.
I thought he was gonna go Silence Robe, Brute Force, Oracle, and then Dominance. I thought that was going to be the build.
Yeah, because he was getting blown up too fast, too.
Yeah.
You know, when he joined. And that's what we saw from the Alice in the previous 2 games on both sides, where part of what made it so well is you could tank up a ton of damage, you know, but this time they weren't able to utilize that here. So you can obviously see Dominicite, 77.4 thousand damage on that Harith. This is why, again, statistically, he is the winningest Harith currently in the league. And, you know, if Dominicite gets his hands on the Harith pick, he's most likely going to be pulling stuff off like he did in this game, even getting the BPI Rich Guy.
Yeah, I mean, it is listed in the keys to victory, you know? You give him, if AP Brent gives Harriet, this is going to become a problem. Light was also very active on the map, landing those hooks. Even in the first wave, he was able to catch Aqua and forced out the Flicker. Even then, AP Brent, they sort of still had answers in this game, but Aurora was just allowed to control the map, control the resources, and let Dominicite farm in this game. Matter of fact, he didn't even like greedily farm. He was able to put a lot of pressure into fights as well because of how their composition is built up. And they also wanted to just group up against the Hellcat so that X-Nova's Hellcat wouldn't be a factor in these fights.
I hope that, you know, as we look at BPI Rich Guy here for Dominicite, it almost makes me think, like, in a way, for X-Nova's Hellcat, the argument there of bringing out assassins into the roam, I hope we get to see it eventually find some success, though, because I think roam is still in a very interesting position where, yes, it had those changes, works great with the traditional roams that we're seeing, but I would like how we have the utility versus assassin junglers. I'd love that to be a thing for roamers, like utility or assassin roamers, you know? So, I don't know, that's a great series there. What do you guys think? Any last thoughts about that one?
I should have brought out the Saber, man.
The Saber?
Watch out for Alice.
Watch out for
Alice. She's coming for playoffs.
She is. But for playoffs, man, I think by the time we get to playoffs, that's so much time.
She gets nerfed.
Might be a mainstream thing.
Like that's so much time for the players to go ahead and like adjust to what they want.
That's true,
think about it. Like in a span of like once we round out week 8, we have a nice little break. Yeah, we'll probably see even more Obsidia, I feel like, in the playoffs than what we're seeing now.
I hope, honestly.
So let's go ahead and listen though to the mic check here. It's been us. We'll see you guys after this, but here, for now, is the mic check.
Ingat ka, wala ko.
Wala ako, hindi, pataya. Kaya, di. Kaya ni Doming.
Wala, nagpika na aqua. Ito kaya namin, pawala na zaman.
Ay, walang talon niya sa may, ay, yung ano. Sa akin, patalon lang yan. 743. Walang flicker yung Kimi, ah. Swerte ng mukha mo, aqua.
Ano ba ito lang? Tingin nga. Ay, wag.
5 seconds kagat ka.
5 seconds na naman. Adaway ako dyan, pre. Ipit ko, pre. Esme tsaka
Kulang sila. Ako.
Kaya na.
Okay lang, paspel. Walang bigay alis, kasabay ko alis. Patak ako.
Patay.
Sisigayin ko na itong mga to, pre.
Nangiipis na
kasabay kayo na. Ay, nag-first kill na, pre.
Ay, kay Doming.
Dito, dikit sa akin. Ay, ano
Dito.
Yung Esme sa likod, ha.
Wait na, malayo ako.
May first kill ko, Meng.
Boy.
Hellcurt, Meng, sa likod. Ito, Meng, Hellcurt.
Hellcurt.
Masaya ulit, basta sa likod, pre. Ang daming iniiwasan.
Ganon ka-emphatic, ganon kakalmado ang Aurora sa kanilang pagkakapanalo versus APBR. And fortunately, a tough break para sa APBR dahil yung kanilang play of contention ay sobrang hirap na with this loss against Aurora. Unfortunately, hindi nag-work yung kanilang Hellcurt strategy that I do feel like is na-overthinking mula doon sa side nila. I would understand na pinlano naman to ng APBR. Pero alam natin na yung Akai, isa sa mga Season 1 pa lang ay counters na talaga sa isang Hellcurt. With this Akai countering both Fredrin and Hellcurt, it's so difficult para sa APBR na makalaro sa laban na yun. They still tried their best, but it wasn't enough dahil yung RORA, chinika naman yung mga keys to victory natin. We saw in game number 1 na ang APBR ang nauna doon sa laban, but when game number 2 and 3 came, press the attack ang solution para doon sa RORA. Hindi sila tumigil sa pag-team fight, utilizing ko lang low cooldown ultimates, even Doming kahit nakita natin na pinitipid yung Purify para maganda yung timing eventually. Ang isang mananotice ko rin dito na hindi siguro din napag-usapan kanina is this Queen Swings pick up mula doon kay Edward that ultimately gave him the advantage over the Esmeralda na supposedly ay counter sa kanya. Tapos sa time na tinalon siya ni Shizu pero nabuhay pa rin yung labo-labo because of that Queen Swings at kumunat pa nga. At nakita din natin yung faster hero turns sa Lord Dance ang talagang maagulat dun sa APBR. Noong game number 1, tinry din naman to ng RORA. Medyo nalugi lang sila because of that wonderful play mula dun sa Xnova, Kaja. But in game number 2 and game number 3, mas nauuna sila dun sa mga turtle fights. Kaya naman, shock na shock talaga ang APBR dun. That's not the only fight that we will see today because later on, makikita naman natin ang ONIC Philippines na naghahabol na kanilang upper bracket match. Whereas ito namang Omega, they want to get into the playoffs. Dalawang teams na magbabakbakan para sa kanilang mga playoff spots. Yan po ang abangan natin pagkatapos nito. So huwag kayong alis! Magbabalik ang MPL PH Season 16.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera. HP Racing made a setup. Kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here for the English broadcast for the MPL Philippines Season 16. It is Week 8. It's our last week of the regular season, and we're Day 1. And it's me, Naisu, with Rockhart at midnight, still to bring you the action. We're down to our last match for the day. We just witnessed a 3-game series with RORA and APBR, and unfortunately for APBR, they won't be able to move into the playoffs after that one.
Yeah, I'm hoping to hear from them tomorrow. I think they didn't give a speech yet because I think they do have games to play.
Yeah, they still have one more match left to play in the regular season. But yeah, it is kind of sad to see a team go and lose their chance to compete for the playoffs contention. But hey, that's MPL Philippines. This is where, you know, we break and make dreams.
That is MPL Philippines. We use a lot of data here as well. But of course, with more data means more GG. Experience the winning power of Smart's only 5G and enjoy it with the Smart Digital Prepaid eSIM.
Smart, a simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. Victories you can count on.
Again, do you have your Smart SIM, eSIM?
Yes, I do.
I've never had an eSIM.
eSIM's just rock.
Matter of fact, I have 2.
You have 2 eSIMs?
Yeah, that's a flex.
I don't have an eSIM, but this is what I have. I have some marinade.
Wow.
So you can marinade, you can saute, or just for the flavor, you can use Nora liquid seasoning for everything. I actually, by the way, I posted this online on my story. What? I made some barbecue chicken, and I used Nora liquid, by the way. So it's darn good. I'm a huge fan of it. Now, also, once again, this tournament is, of course, monitored, and it's supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. So with that being said, again, if you missed last match, that was a good one because RORA goes 2-1 against AP Bren. We had some interesting picks, by the way. The Alice ends up getting a couple wins. It struggled a bit, but even saw a held Kurt Rowe in the hands of X Nova. Very interesting draft, I would say, nonetheless, from AP Bren for their potentially, that match that was so important to them. But I think even so, it was one of those cases where AP Bren had to win 2 matches, but then there was a bunch of other stipulations there, even if they won those 2 matches. So I think, again, AP Bren might have just decided, you know what, let's go out with a bang if we can. As you guys can see here from our Infinix standings, they are eliminated.
To be fair, though, again, it could have worked, but as Steve said, even if they did win the match against Aurora, there's a lot of factors that will come into play that is out of their control. And honestly, they showed a good series against Aurora. They got game 1. We thought it was going to be over by game 2 because Aurora got flying clouds for some reason, twice in a row.
So they haven't won on for some reason?
Yeah, and finally they won in that map. So I think Aurora's going to be happy with that, but we do get to see one team go out of the regular season. But again, they still have 1 match left.
That's pretty great, though, too. I got to go ahead and echo this. For us to get to week 8, day 1, and just now get one of our teams that isn't technically eliminated, not getting to the playoffs. Again, it's just kind of a stipulation of how competitive this season 16 has been here. We're going to take a glimpse once again at the playoff bracket and where things have fallen into place.
Yeah, so far for the playoff bracket, it's still undecided where TLPH or ONIC is going to go for that upper bracket slot. Obviously for Aurora, there's basically impossible for anyone to catch up to them now since they are going to be top 1 with 12 points, I believe.
That's the immovable object.
Yep.
What waits the unstoppable force here is TLPH and ONIC. These two have to vie it out to compete for the number 2 spot, but for TLPH, they're going to have to wait for their chance, I believe, tomorrow. And ONIC, they will have their first step towards that goal in this match, because right now, they're also going to be playing today.
Yeah, so again, I'm pretty sure all the way to Sunday, for the very last day of the regular season, there is a potential chance that, I mean, even with this, with AP Bren being knocked out, is there still potential for a tie? There is, right?
Yeah, 4-way tie.
4-way tie.
Yeah,
That's
Falcons is actually, which is crazy, by the way, for like the majority of the regular season, they've been considered as like technically out, but then they find a miracle run, and every match of Falcons will matter, even to the last day, even if they're not playing, by the way.
Even if they're not playing. Well, again, right now, who's going to be playing is Smart Omega and ONIC Philippines here. Get a glimpse, Super Yoshi and Haji and King Kong and Super Friends. So we got, of course, an interesting combo for this. And we had this earlier, so I'm assuming when we get to the mic check, we'll also get to see the two interact, of course, for that. But this is what's on the line here. ONIC, they're holding on to a lifeline. Well, not ONIC, but Omega they're holding on to a lifeline. ONIC, on the other hand, they're gunning for that upper bracket spot. And, so technically that's a lifeline in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's a big lifeline.
Also, ONIC also has a big hold on Omega's lifeline. If they beat Omega here, they force Omega to be part of those people that are waiting for other teams to lose.
And praying for another team to lose so that your team can get in. But this is their condition for second seed. Apparently ONIC just needs some pretty solid wins, and TLPH, I guess the second one is the harder one. TLPH loses versus Falcons or AP Bren. That's a bit of a more unlikely scenario in my opinion. But otherwise, everything else looks pretty decently achievable.
Yeah. Again, for ONIC, it's just very clear that they have to win 2 matches, and then TLPH has to match that with a loss, either against Falcons or AP Bren. But either way, they're secured with 2nd and 3rd seed, so they will be, either on the top of the upper bracket, or they will start on the left side of that same bracket.
Yeah. Again, this is the stipulations for them, and the max they can get the 2nd seed, and that's why we had their TLPH and ONIC. So some of the things that can matter here. But what we have seen before in previous seasons, obviously, having that seeding when it comes to the playoffs is important here for a lot of the teams and the way they go through playoffs here. So looking at this, though, let's take a look at Smart Omega. This is pre-patch to post-patch.
Yeah.
It looks like they've had a better time post-patch.
Yeah, honestly, we consider them as the winners of Project Next. Like, relative performance, I would say Omega has the highest jump in terms of like overall improvement. And this is crazy because like Super Yoshi has been really, really good at maximizing the roaming stuff that has been introduced in the Project Next. Haji has also stepped up in the mid lane role. And the importance of this statistic is not just to highlight Omega's like rise in the Project Next, but also in contrast to ONIC Philippines, which has dropped in Project Next. Mind you, pre-patch Omega is 2-5. That's their record. ONIC was 5-2.
So is
now
this,
Omega is 3-2. ONIC is 2-3.
Is this like a biggest loser versus biggest winner?
Biggest winner of the patch.
Really? Wow.
This is technically the irony of Project Next.
Well, this is what Omega has to do. Their playoff condition: win one match versus ONIC or RORA.
Wow, that's
the big guys.
Simplest.
This is, but that's as plain and simple as it gets. Let's either win one match versus ONIC or RORA. Now,
choose one.
Either number one
Two chances.
Yeah, either number one or potentially number two.
Either you go playoffs today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
Or you drop by Sunday.
Also, big shout out to the watch party happening right now for Smart Omega. That is actually at Fatima Village, Barangay San Isidro, Antipolo City. Man, Antipolo. That's up in the...
Can you say that again?
Which one?
The
Fatima
address.
Village, Barangay San Isidro, Antipolo City.
He's getting there.
It's near the covered court.
Yeah.
That was about as Filipino as I can get, man.
That's as good as
I'm
you
happy.
get.
That was straight Tagalog.
Yes, pasensya na. Magaling ako.
A little bit more.
Oh my God, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of my boy.
Bit more, man.
W in the chat. W in the chat for Naisu.
Big dubs,
At some
big
point,
dubs.
maybe season 20, I'll be on the Tagalog desk, boys.
Hey, that's the goal. That's
Magandang gabi.
Yep. Yes. Yes.
See, Coach, why not hears you? And then
Yeah.
he's saying, what is nice to saying?
Hey, they got a watch party going on too.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's a lot of watch
They have
parties.
Oh wait, we don't have a direct address for this, so I think they're just happening at Barangay 773, Barangay Pamplona Tres, and Barangay 62. Where are these located?
773, is that
Oh, here we go.
What?
You have 7 watch parties
Wait.
ongoing.
Barangay Malangsang, Barangay Tanza 1 Navatos, and Barangay Santolan Pasig. All right.
All right, you
Barangay
slipped on
23.
you slipped on Navotas.
Where?
You said Navatos. It's Navotas.
Navatos. Navatas.
Navo. It's like Nabutas, but Navotas.
That's a lot.
Navotas.
That's
There
a
you
big
go.
flex on the amount of watch parties.
Yeah.
for
They have
Onyx.
7 watch parties going on?
7 watch parties.
I mean, if you're-
I would like to see like the
that's why
glimpse
you're-
of them.
That's why you're super family.
The super fam is all
Yeah, so-
around, man. They got 7.
That's
I
true.
don't remember the last time a team had 7 watch parties going on, by the way.
Maximum I heard was free.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Onyx on a different level. Community poll, we got a question for you guys. And it's not, okay, well, that's not what I was expecting. Do you want to see Masha in the gold lane? A, yes, B, no, C, others, as in hell no.
For those that are not ordained, may you look back season 14, 2024, Omega versus ONIC Philippines game number 3.
What happened?
Masha gold.
happened.
Masha
And
gold.
the 14-0 dream was stopped by ONIC themselves.
It was stopped by the Masha gold.
That's
Yeah.
right.
It literally thunderclapped the dream away.
Maybe that's why Why Not was laughing. He saw the poll in advance.
Yeah.
Really?
Maybe. I don't know.
It's great.
Could this work though? Like, let's think about it here for a second. Could Masha Gold work right now?
All right. So far, worse things have worked.
Yeah. And I would answer that with a stupid answer.
Okay.
Like, I don't care. I just want to see Hellkurt and Masha in the gold lane. Come on, Nets.
Make it happen.
Nets versus Kelra. Hellkurt versus Masha. I don't care whatever the matchup is. I just want to see, a good gold lane fight.
Do it.
He's just tired of...
I'm tired of Moskov Harris, Granger, Bruno,
Claudes,
Claudes.
Grangers.
I'm tired of that. I'm sick of that.
Or
Go Moscow. Sorry, go Masha Hellkurt.
Keller Leila. Let's go.
Yes. No Bane, please.
No
You
big-
guys let us know what you guys think. Let us know in the chat again if you want to see it or not. But right now, we're going to see the teams walk down on the stage for our matchup, second one of the day. Let's welcome them out.
I want to see Bane.
Top
Tagumpay ang inaasam ng barangay. Makuha kaya nila yan ngayon? It's Neski, Super Yoshi, Haji, Ryzen, and James. Make way for Smart Omega! This team is playoff secured, but the Sonics want more. It's Kelra, Brusco, Super Fritz, King Kong, and Kirk. It's time for ONIC Philippines! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, Chico, Patrick, and Jeff. Joined by the two teams are their respective coaches. It's Coach Wura para sa Smart Omega and Coach Wynot for ONIC PH. It's the Sonics going up against the Barangay. MPL, I want to hear you scream!
Well, I heard the scream, Hans. Here we go. Take us through Smart Omega.
Yeah, Smart Omega. Haji really has evolved. Angela has been soothing a lot of mid laners as well. Let's see if that's going to happen here. Ryzen has been actually hitting the retributions a lot, even when they're losing games. So hoping to see that.
Yeah, they're going to be up against the reigning M6 champions in their campaign towards M7. That is the Super Family. I would say, though, there is a lot to prove for ONIC, especially after Project Next, even though we keep saying that this is one of the most dominant teams to exist in MPL PH. They have to take Smart Omega seriously in this match.
Yeah, looking at the breakdown here, too, you can see, obviously, you know, ONIC has struggled a little bit, but relatively well. Their percentages are going to be higher than Omega because of the nature of the season. They have a relatively close hero pool as well. But definitely one of the bigger things is I feel like this version of Smart Omega has really adapted to the current playstyle really well.
Yeah.
They've been a team that's traditionally taken a lot of time to get the build-up going, but I would say even if you look at the average game time, it's not too far off of a team like ONIC, who's known for also playing pretty quickly here. So I think when you look at this, it's like, is ONIC going to go ahead and opt for their normal drafting style, their normal play style? Has Smart Omega figured more out that makes them more dominant here in this post-patch? Because like we saw from the stats there, they've been winning more post-Project Next. A big part of that is, again, the utilization of the changes in the roam, capitalizing on that, and just being overall more aggressive than the traditional Smart Omega we've seen. So before that, we're going to have to listen in on our Smart 5G ping test for our teams.
Let's see who will mug. Sino mag-mag?
Mic check.
Super Prince, message mo daw kay Haji.
Good luck. Have fun.
Ooh, sobrang cold-blooded, tsaka sobrang simple. Fans natin dyan. Kita-kits po sa playoffs, kahit may laban pa kami sa Sunday.
Good luck po sa playoffs.
Baka mabusa kayo ng tickets, ha? See you guys! Monta ka na. Ano mga ka, iniimbitahan namin kayo manood ng playoffs, G? Sa mga ayaw manood dyan,
Sa Cuneta lang
makikita ko yung mga tunay na day ones ko dyan, mga real G. Yung mga di manonood ng playoffs, hindi kayo kasama sa paglipad ng eroplano. Ano? Awit sa'yo, G. Sabi mo manonood ka, yun pala kalaban ka.
sa asansenyas ko sa...
Tambulan na. Tambulan na. Tambul ba sa atin, Estol? Kato zero mindset. Sabay, summer. Tambulan nyo nga kami, guys. Inisip nila hindi malaga. Ano ba yung magandang skin na bago? May Shoshin skin. Anong tawag sa skin niya? 9th place. Ano to? 9th place. 9th place? 9th PAs. Gagang ganda ang bagong Shoshin. Sige barangay. Aray! Hoy, ano, tinatampulan na tayo! Boom, 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 boom.
Very contrasting mic check that we just got there.
Yeah.
From both sides. Well, I'll leave it at that.
Although, I would say the energy is almost the same. Like they're just having fun. Smart Omega, I don't feel like they're pressured coming into this matchup.
Not yet. Yeah.
But because you can twist the mindset here of Smart Omega. Matter of fact, it's ONIC who should be pressured against the Venom of Smart Omega.
They've been having a lot more fun, especially in the last few weeks. So you're absolutely right.
I think part of that
on the defensive here.
Yeah, part of that is just the post-patch did some things for some of the teams here. Smart Omega is one of them. But I want to know what Wolf thinks about this. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our Infinix Keys to Victory for the Howl with Wolf.
Welcome to the Howl. Ako pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix Keys to Victory. It's Omega going up against ONIC Philippines. Omega, their playoff run as well. Para sa kanila, ay kailangan nilang i-force ang ONIC na maglaro ng mga carry junglers with non-MM gold laners at maglaro ng mga disrupted roamers. Medyo kailangan combo to. At mapapansin natin, itong sa ONIC, isang beses pa lang silang nananalo pag non-MM itong si Kelra na masasabi natin hindi ganun kataas na win rate. Although they look to be very strong with this kind of composition, ito rin yung isang bagay na pwedeng i-abuse ng Omega, lalo na because Super Yoshi plays a lot of good disruptive roamers. Kapag napigilan nila si King Kong, lalo naka-funnel ang kanilang strategy dito kay King Kong, this could be really good para sa Omega. They also have to win the gold lane matchup draft-wise. Napakadali lang siguro nito para sa Omega. They just have to last pick yung Net Zero para naman malaman nila agad kung ano na yung gagamitin nitong si Kelra. Now for ONIC Philippines. ONIC cannot lose the early game draft-wise. Papansin natin na itong game na to baka i-decide pa ng isang draft. And we know also that ONIC likes to play a little bit greedy. But recently, kailangan maglaro ng ONIC Philippines ng mabibilis na hero in the mid lane and the roamer role para naman mas makilo sila doon sa mapa. They also have to play hyper fast during neutral objectives. Pwede nga yung setup nila dito mas advanced sa. Minsan, sinasabi natin na kailangan 30 seconds before the turtle nakapag-setup ka na. But I think in this scenario, it would be better kung 40 seconds or even earlier than that, magsisetup na dito sa ng ONIC. Ang magiging benefit nito is malalaman nila kung saan magagaling si Super Yoshi. Makikita nila yung mga counterplays na pwede mangyari kay James at mas mapipigilan nila si Ryzen kumuha ng trades o kaya naman kumuha ng mga kills. Ito yung makikita nating bakbakan between Omega and ONIC Philippines. Back to the casters.
You know what? I like what Wolf is thinking here with his keys to victory. Attack ONIC directly. That is the main plan for smart Omega. Let King Kong play the carry junglers, because guess what? Super Yoshi's been really good at disrupting these players, and he prevents them from farming.
Yeah, on the other hand, they're forcing ONIC to go super fast. I think that's just their tempo, right? That's just how they want to play. So I feel like ONIC just has to be ONIC here.
Yeah.
Just don't force the weird stuff.
It's a battle facing. Honestly, if you're ONIC, you gotta do what you gotta do, but you gotta be aware of like the Super Yoshi stuff. He likes playing rock. He likes fixing your walls, especially if it's a broken wall. You know?
Hey, I hope we get, by the way.
Yeah, broken wall.
Broken wall and dangerous grass.
No broken walls still far today.
Let me be honest. I would say broken walls, a little bit disappointing.
Why?
Like there's no actual effect. The only effect we've seen actually from MPL Philippines is that they start utilizing more utility junglers in broken walls. That's about it.
What did you want from broken walls?
I don't know, like crazy plays. But apparently, there's not much crazy going on in the current meta.
Well, you know what? We'll have to see. Maybe we get it for game one.
Maybe let's not get broken walls.
Maybe let's get flying clouds.
Hey, you ask and you shall receive.
Hey,
Midnight.
Cloud Prince, Netsky, come on. Step on it.
This is only right for Nets.
Yes, sir.
But they're 0%.
This is their second time playing on Flying Clouds for Smart Omega. Not fun for their gold laner.
I think they're all, you know, even when it got picked, even Omega, everyone is like, all right, let's lock in here.
That's interesting.
Okay, Smart Omega going for the different route here. They say no to the keys to victory. They ban the YSS of ONIC Philippines. Might be forcing out the Lancelot first pick as well on their side.
Yeah.
This is for sure a bait from Smart Omega. You ban the Zushin, they have to worry about the Fredrin that is coming up. But that's also gonna allow ONIC Philippines to sort of think about the Fredrin. But the main problem is, that's the weak ONIC. They don't play utility junglers.
And I think that's also the same for the YSS. I think times that King Kong's been on YSS, they've also been losing. So I'm not sure what's up here. Again, definitely forcing the Fredrin.
I think it's again, it's just the Lance Fred trade.
Yeah.
So if you're Smart Omega, you take the Lance here.
You just go, yeah. You just take the Lance, give that in the hands of Ryzen. He showed us that, you know, Ryzen's capable of a lot, man. To be honest.
Yeah.
I think statistically, even jungler versus jungler, he's pretty high in the stats, right?
Even on the games he's losing, he's getting the retributions, man.
Yeah.
It's so uncanny.
Yeah, dude, this Arlet ban actually killed off Onyx Fred Arlet combo if they want to pull it off. Ooh.
Not the Lancelot.
Okay.
What?
Then King Kong just gets a free Lancelot game, and then you pair it up with a Farsa. You get a better first 2 picks for ONIC, because Omega could just answer with something like a Lapu, or maybe even Farsa if they don't steal it. They still get it.
Is this really the is it worth the first pick right now for the 1-1? Because we saw this last series, it lost, right?
No. Well, I mean, it depends to your goalie. If he's very confident, then yeah, maybe. And also, you don't want to give up the 1-1 to Keldra. So it's either you pick up the poison or you let them handle the poison for you. But Smart Omega that's that is wanting to play the 1-1. So now you get the Lancelot here for Ryzen. If not, you might want to consider Fanny, and then maybe the Lapu Lapu.
I would like the...
There you go, Fred, Lapu.
This is interesting.
I thought they were forcing the Fred.
Yeah, Ryzen has been pivoting towards utility jungler for the past 2 weeks.
Couple weeks, yeah, I was gonna say 3 weeks.
Yeah, since they're matching against TNC, if I'm not mistaken.
And that's where they've been winning, though, man. They're most fast. They're 3-2.
Maybe
Right?
that's why. It's the patch, and also Ryzen's adjustment towards that role.
He's just willing to play heroes like this. He's willing to play whatever it takes. For the team. I like that.
This is just a free Lancelot. Yeah, there you go. It's King Kong.
This
King
makes
Kong
sense,
Lance.
though. Yeah.
So
I think if you're Omega, because we kind of know where ONIC's going with this, so it's Omega, if they want to make this work, especially the 1-1. How do you finish out this draft? You've already got a great tanky utility jungler. You've got Lapu to deal with it in the XP lane. We already know Lapu does great damage, but soaks up a ton of damage too. What do you want to put in your roam and then your mid here?
I mean, there's a lot. Even the Grok is still okay, but I would say I'm more concerned about the bans. Honestly, just remove Harith and Bruno, you're okay. Remove Harith, Bruno. ONIC doesn't have any space to get the Grok for themselves, so it is likely to fall in the hands of Super Yoshi. And for ONIC Philippines, this red 4 needs to be perfect. But they ban a Granger, respect to Keldra. But again, your main concern is the 1-1 main counters or main answers in the gold lane are still open.
What would be the perfect red 4 pick for you here?
I would say Uranus.
Wow.
Red 4?
Yeah. Anybody that can soak up the 1-1 and the Fredrin. Mobius, interesting. What is this?
Are they forcing a Uranus pick? So we have alternatives here as well.
And then what do you counter with? You get to pick Mage and Roam though. There's a good chance that they just take gold lane here for Keldra, like Harith, Bruno.
Actually, like Glue here as well.
Yeah, Lunox even, Bane. Matter of fact, if they want to go last pick gold lane, just take Kirk's hero. Honestly, CC. Oh no,
CC's banned. That's why I said
Uranus. Yeah, Uranus, Glue, Alice even. Honestly,
people have been really sleeping on the Bane this today. Anyway, all right, that's gonna be the Alice.
Sounds like the Alice.
Alice is coming up more, man.
Yeah.
That's the
almost every game.
That's the 4th time. Yeah, actually. Every single game. Every single game she's popped up.
All right.
Yep.
Today. She went from not being picked
to the
every
XP pick.
series.
100% contention rate.
Yeah.
Wow.
So if you're a Smart Omega, you need a burst here. You need somebody that can either burst or control frontline. Problem is, there's a bunch of mobile heroes on the side of ONIC, so I don't think you want to go Eve, Sicilian. You want to go heroes like Kagura.
You can't Angela here anymore.
I would say even Valentina is okay, because you do get to have that Feathered Airstrike. You're mobile enough to deal with the Lancelot. And then maybe get the Cho for Super Yoshi or Hylos.
Basically bombing mages here.
Yeah, let's see what they do. That's going to be the Gata.
Not a big fan of this Gata.
I feel like this Gata is going to have a hard time catching anyone in this lineup, honestly.
I feel like it'll be hard catching, but it could soak up, let's say, a Tsunami Slam.
Yeah.
You could potentially AOG, jump into the back line. There's an Obsidia. You were asking for this earlier at midnight.
Thank you.
The counter.
The Gata Contra will serve its purpose to allow the Fred and the Lapu to move. And then they just hope that there's some damage burst from the Kagura or the 1-1.
Yeah. It's gonna, I would say it's gonna layer the team fight here for Smart Omega. But this last pick from ONIC Philippines changes everything. The funnel from your side namely Netsky, is going to be heavily shut down by this 1-1 and team fights. And also, that's a lane that is skill-based, but ideally you don't lose the lane of Subsidia because the 1-1 is never going to be able to fully stack on you because of the Phantom Shadow meld.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to see the Obsidia work, man. Maybe in the hands of Kelra.
Maybe.
We'll get to see it really shine because I feel like teams have not been able to fully unlock the power of the Obsidia yet. Some have found some minor success, but to really pop off, it's going to be something different in comparison even to a 1-1. So let us know what you guys think for game one of this best of three. Will it be ONIC that gets the win in the first game or across from them, Smart Omega? Again, we saw this the conditions for Smart Omega to get to the playoffs. They got to win either this against ONIC or RORA to make it there. So we'll see if they can get the start they need in game one.
Dude, it's so fun seeing mages try to hide themselves in the middle lane. Just put yourself in front of middle lane, because either way, you're going to be seen by the tank.
Yeah.
So they're going to get the golden XP. And now because of that, Haji can't even clear against the Kalea and the Farsa. Now ONIC gets superior, river rotations. But King Kong moving towards mid lane too. This is surprising. Usually he goes for the greedy route, but he wants to invade.
Yeah, he's going to go actually this early on too. I guess confident enough that you've got a Kalea.
Yeah.
To go ahead and tank some up, but also heal you up.
Dude, this is disgusting. He had to, actually no, he didn't even retreat, but Kirk was attempting to steal the Kramer on the bot side. Oh.
Whoa.
Oh, could have been really bad here. Super Friends does not have the Feather Airstrike yet, so there's no major changes. The most interesting part here maybe is this going to be the Skull lane.
Yeah.
Where I wonder when Kelra's going to go ham, go Kelra mode. You know how Filipino Savage things just happen?
I mean, he's already winning the lane. You know, he's already like putting pressure. Like Netsky even burned the battle spell earlier on.
Is that to be expected though?
I guess for the Subsidia, in the matchup.
Yeah.
Look at that bone.
That's a winning matchup for Kelra. He even missed one minion just to put pressure onto the 1-1.
Just so that he can deny a little bit.
Yes. Because the thing is, you effectively become a problem level 4, and the 1-1 can't even deal with that because he can't double lane.
Yeah. Exactly. He's going to be stuck there a lot. There's a knockup for Brusco. Again, no Tsunami Slam quite yet. So we're all waiting for that, but they are getting pumped up. They're getting warmed up for Turtle number 1 here.
Yeah, Haji's in position though, so is James. We'll see how ONIC responds to this. They're going to go ahead and grab the buff that they need. Ryzen will be fine. They're going to have to face this one off. Super Yoshi gets his level 4 too. I'm not sure if they actually are going to have time for Ryzen to get his purple, but they're just going to go for this turtle. ONIC will pressure them. Let's see. Oh.
Wow, that's really strong pressure. Going in, Brusco hard on the rise and can't even go near for the contest. James with a raised spider. Keller is low, but will have enough micro to walk on out of there. And there goes that scraping ability here of the Obsidia. First blood goes over the Super Friends though.
Yeah, ONIC Philippines had good turtle setup. Ryzen was delayed heavily because of the early game invasion, and Brusco just providing enough control on the front line. Good AOG coming out from Super Yoshi, though blocked the Hunt of Bone coming out from Kelra. He had to flicker out, where overall ONIC was the winner of that fight. He was able to get the turtle on King Kong. Wow.
Oh, speaking of James, man, Bravest Fire 2v1. He is doing some pretty good micro, but not going to be enough to play around in Alice and the Farsa.
Super Friends, I like to call that the athletic flicker.
Yeah.
Survives with barely any mana too. So, but it's another Cursed Helmet build on Kirk.
Yeah.
With Alice.
Is that just the default right now?
I mean,
is it for the hybrid?
This time around, there's 3 melee heroes on the side of Smart Omega.
This is the greedy build.
Yeah, that's the greedy.
Yes.
Greedy build.
Because it will basically reduce your magic defense.
Yeah.
Per stack, so it's going to keep stacking.
Yeah,
and this is when you want to burst down your opponent quickly.
And he doesn't have to worry about heroes like Harith. What was the mage again?
Oh, the previous
game. Was it Eve? Yeah.
Eve.
It was Eve.
He doesn't have to worry about those stuff, because if you look at the damage profile coming out from Smart Omega, it's all like intentional. Like for the Kagura, he has to burst the Alice. For the 1-1, he has to land the crossbow tanks, but that's never going to happen against the Alice.
In fairness, this was highlighted to us by the dev talk we had with the casters. Remember when they were saying
Alice's build is just so adaptive. You have to be very adaptive. You have to choose when you go greedy like this and when you want to go full tank.
He is an alpha. No, not alpha. He's a Uranus and Esmeralda in one hero.
Who, Alice?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's pretty, I like the flexibility that she brings. Kirk's going to go ahead and zone out Ryzen, or try to. Oh!
Yoshi as well.
Oh,
wow,
my
what
goodness.
a big bombing area there. King Kong with a turtle. And they're just not leaving anything for Omega right now.
That seems to work so good, man. We've seen it so many times now. Just today alone, that flicker from the Alice with that Throne of Ruin. And again, maybe that's where the Cursed Helm plays into part 2. You know you're going to be in the vicinity of everybody else. You might as well do a little damage, but bring the hybrid defense down. And it capitalizes really well with the Feathered Airstrike.
Oh, he was just planning to steal the gold crab. Again, ONIC Philippines, superior turtle control and the turns as well. Very quick coming up from Kirk. They're very decisive whether they want to take the turtle or go for these team fights. And I just like the name Throne of Ruin.
Throne of Ruin.
It's really, you can really see it inside the game, ruin the chances of Smart Omega in terms of contesting that turtle fight.
Yeah, such a big AoE and so useful in a team fight, especially when your enemy is grouped up together so closely like they were earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, so working at this point, you're down almost 4,000 gold if you're Smart Omega. And we've seen this with the Wanwan before, man. You're playing into a Wanwan. That's basically what it is when you have a Wanwan on your team. But I think even in this case, they're going to have to rely on some a better team fighting when it comes to the objectives, man. Because how do you play against the Alice in this case? That's setting things up, which also, by the way, alleviates some of the pressure from Brusco. That's why Brusco, for the most part, his Tsunami Slams, he's been able to utilize it. And mind you, there isn't Purifies over here from Smart Omega.
Ouch! Decent hits here from Super Friends with his Feathered Airstrike. The tower is actually the last target. The only burst here for Omega feels like it's Haji, but even that's not going to be enough for the Alice. Maybe that's why Kirk is playing so aggressively here.
Yeah, that's why I don't like the the gotcha answer from Smart Omega. It doesn't solve the problems that ONIC brings to the table. Yeah, you can stop the Feathered Airstrike, but there's a bunch of Romans out there that can actually do the same thing. But right now, you don't have anything against the Alice. Brusco just jumps in.
Yeah, looks like a super solid play here, initiated by Kirk once more. But
look at Kirk,
more damage coming from Omega, but it's just all around the map. Super Yoshi being left for dead, essentially, by Omega.
Man, look at Kirk. All he has to do is walk in circles.
Yeah.
And no one can go past him.
Walking ulti, that's all.
Yeah, that's the Alice 1-1 matchup. You don't really care about getting stacked at all.
Ouch.
Ouchie.
Damn, Kelra is starting to get enabled here. Longest Obsidian Tower not even going to last for long. Ryzen in front. No minions to clear, though. No way for them to clear the minions if Haji's not there. Oh, what the heck happened?
Solo kill.
Solo kill out of nowhere.
Yeah, honestly, I think after this game, a lot of teams would recognize that first pick 1-1 might not be a thing.
Might not be the player.
Yeah, because there's a bunch of answers like the normal normal Farsa, and then now you have the Alice too.
Yeah.
Like he just walks up. You can't even try to fully complete the stack because you're gonna be under the the AOE of the passive, and then there's also the Obsidia that could just be last pick.
He's scaling so hard, man. This guy is snowballing out of control.
Is this the most hurt that we've seen from an Obsidia? I feel like
best Obsidia so far.
Yeah, best Obsidia so far at least. But then again, you got to go ahead and credit to the fact that just ONIC is allowing Kelra to get there. So it doesn't matter really what hero he was playing. He'd essentially be at this point anyway because Smart Omega has not been able to find an answer to. Really, the first problem is getting past Kirk, man, on the Alice.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're trying to even get the crossbow Tang off, even if you did, most likely Kirk would just tank up most of that damage.
Yeah, that's the first problem. The second problem is how do you reach Obsidia?
Yep. You can't. No way.
Yeah, I don't think you actually can.
Yeah, it's a lot worse for Smart Omega.
Well, they're trying really hard, though. They're trying their very best to reach him, but it's going to be a fight in the jungle instead. This Brusco pretty low. It's an AOG from Super Yoshi, but it's only going to be played defensively. They're going to be forced to back off. At least only Ryzen falls. That's a best-case scenario, I guess, for Omega.
Oh, are they going to push in?
King Kong inside there. Look at that. Just flexing on Omega right now. Here comes the drop from Super Yoshi with a big cloud, but there's just no follow-up.
Oh, Kirk.
Again, Left 4 Dead, Kirk zoning out every single member of Omega. Can't respond to the Gatot.
Oh, they're going to conceal. They're going to put pressure.
Good conceal. James, the bravest fighter, doesn't really commit quite yet. I guess it's safer to wait for Super Yoshi at this point.
He just wanted to land stun on Super Prince to prevent a Feather Nerve Strike so that they can defend. But again, ONIC Philippines, they just have the right toolkit to completely dismantle Smart Omega this draft.
Look at this wall, by the way. Like, it's just Kirk and Brusco.
Yeah.
How do you even?
It's just a draft. This is just such a big advantage for ONIC Philippines. None of them can actually touch the Alice. And mind you, they have the Lapu, but ONIC Philippines understood after a mid lane rotation, they put pressure onto the Lapu, so he couldn't even maximize his 1v1 advantage against Kirk. And after that, the first thing that he was able to contest, most especially for James, was the first turtle. But by that point, Kirk already had level 4. And that's why ONIC was allowed to heavily snowball this way.
Yeah, it's crazy too. Just seeing what Keldra has here. He's got the Crow's Scythe, DHS, Golden Staff, working on the next, you know, and that's the thing. It's just, it's not easy to catch him. And if you do, he's still got the flicker available.
It might just be the wind of nature left from me.
Yeah.
Left for him to build, and he's all good and good to go.
Man, so this Obsidia seems to be playing the part, but more so just the amount of firepower. There's a Tsunami Slam.
Okay, pressing play here. Gonna be able to AOG out. Ryzen, though, not tanky enough to take it. There's gonna be another big minion wave they're gonna need to deal with. Omega looking for a possible pick. Haji just not finding it quite yet. Bravest Fighter is gonna be available for James, but I don't know if they can use it offensively. They're just gonna have to clear.
Yeah, top turret falls. They hold on to the bottom turret for now. No wave pushing there. So Omega will lose 2 base turrets, hold on to 1. I don't know if ONIC wants to go for more. They're 11,000 gold ahead. Brusco's got the Tsunami Slam and the Flicker. So if they wanted to make an attempt, they could here. This is a massive lead.
They're just waiting for go time. They're waiting for someone to make a bad move. King Kong, though, thinks he wants to make it happen. Tsunami Slam to Super Yoshi with the flicker out by Brusco. Was that trap? And here comes Kelra with the hunt. Not going to be able to get anyone locked in. And it's pretty decent defense by Omega this time around.
I mean, at this point, ONIC's just playing with their food. They just want to take down the bot side tower. Even with a Feathered Airstrike from Super Friends wasn't enough because James had to use the flicker, but now they don't have that anymore for the side of Smart Omega.
Okay, big cloud engage here. Super Yoshi has been proven to not take it. Wow, oh my goodness. King Kong is starting to hit like a truck too. Playing on Haji, one combo could have taken him out, but he's going to be able to dash on out of there. Brusco with good backup from the backside. It's going to be a reset.
I'm actually surprised that Smart Omega held on to that base turret still too, keeping ONIC at bay, 11,000 gold behind. So ONIC might have just been trying to push the limits there, but ultimately they don't accomplish what they wanted to.
Yeah.
So they're gonna have to wait for this Lord to come up in about 15, but I think even then, Omega might just go for one last ditch effort for this game because it's just so scaled in favor of ONIC right now.
Yeah. Also, you have to think about how they want to position themselves in the fight. If Keldra finds the 1-1, that's about it, because he could just destroy Netsky in under 2 seconds. That's the amount of damage. That's the capacity of what the Obsidian can do in a team fight. Look at Super Yoshi. Gets melted down to half HP.
Oh, and I know Super Yoshi not really going to be lasting long here, even with the Revitalize. There's the throne activated by Kirk. Bone already used as well. Haji falls. James is following second. Kelra, though, will be shut down by Ryzen. Chasing it on. Energy Eruption to slow down King Kong and Kirk, but they're still chasing dodge onto the Phantom. Execute. But it's Netsky all alone against 4 remaining members of ONIC with a 10k gold lead.
Yeah, that should be it.
It should be it. They're going to try to delay him out, but that's going to be it.
Nice delay from Netsky, but it's not going to be enough. A massive advantage for ONIC will push them into game number 1 victory.
And ONIC, a dominant game 1, will get it done here. First step towards winning the series against Smart Omega.
Was that Obsidian's first victory? No, it wasn't, right?
It was second.
All right, second victory. There you go.
Honestly, ONIC had a superior draft in game number 1. By the way, we know who the guy is.
Who is it?
Mr. Edward, not Agent Zero.
Mr. Edward.
Not RORA. Sonic Edward.
Mr. Edward right there. Wow.
Who is he for our international viewers?
He's a well-known celebrity here in the Philippines.
Oh, does he just like ONIC?
Probably.
Apparently so.
Guy's a super fan.
I don't really know anybody here.
Well, you know us. You know us.
I know you guys. By the way, guys, you can check out our smart superfan reaction cam. They are the epic reactions from our superfans here at the MPL Arena.
Yes, sir.
And Edward, Mr. ONIC Edward.
Yes, sir.
Is part of that.
Feels like just another day at the office here for ONIC. The way they won that victory, it was so decisive. Like you mentioned, like they knew what they wanted the moment they stepped into the play.
This guy knows what he wanted.
Yes,
Super
wants to
Prince.
fly.
MVP, man. On the far side, I think, again, this worked so well. It was picked up early, 4-0-6. Worked really well with the Tsunami Slams from Brusco. Right on point with the Feathered Airstrike. But then even to an extent, man, I think the Alice played a big part in this, making it work great.
I mean, we did see that from AP Brent last series, the combo between Alice and also the Farsa just being able to provide insane frontline defense and pressure. Allows Super Prince to play how he wants to play, and he did play how he wanted to play with the rapid boots and also the Feathered Airstrike with the flicker in and out, able to get out of the Lapu Lapu's range. Especially in this case, we saw him dodge the stun, the land shaker coming out from James. And this is just, again, ONIC Philippines playing how they wanted to play this game, especially having a better draft against Smart Omega.
Yeah.
And I like how they closed out game number 1. They had a good draft, they had good execution.
Wow.
They played like ONIC. Super, the super lead was there.
Yep.
1K gold lead per minute. And then they tried ending the game. Apparently they couldn't because, the Obsidian is not that reliable in terms of like base pushes. But even then, outside of that Lord push, they were able to abuse the fact that they are stronger in these range battles. Even though Ryzen was able to, bunk the Obsidia when Kelrod dashed into the Appraiser's Wrath, it didn't matter because the Lancelot and the Farsa at that point was just too damn big for Smart Omega to deal with.
Yeah, you saw how much fun Kirk was having while all that was happening on the
Look at
camera.
this.
We found a new main for him. But again, Ryzen, nice try here, maybe.
Yeah.
He's doing his very best with what the tools he's given at this point.
Yeah.
They just lost so hard on the draft, man.
Yeah, this is too much of a deficit, man.
Yeah, I just gotta say, there's this weird feeling whenever you see Kelrod actually dash in or blink in into a Appraiser's Wrath. We've seen that twice now.
We've seen it twice this season.
Yeah, one against Demon Knight, now one against Ryzen, completely one-shotted by the Fredrid. But again, it didn't matter at the end of the day because ONIC PH was just holding on to a big, fat lead. And majority of that was on King Kong, and the Lancelot was able to just maneuver around these team fights. The nukes as well from the Super Prince.
Yep.
I call him the Super Prince. The monster in the middle lane, the Monster Mage.
Monster Mage.
That's everything you gotta know in this game. ONIC Philippines played the right approach to how they want to start the game. The things that we talked about earlier, Kirk having the protection from Brusco and Super Prince, preventing the Lapu from creating that disparity against the Alice.
Yep.
And Kirk was able to be useful in the mid game. He was blocking off a lot of these heroes on the side of Smart Omega. And again, I think that's the utility jungler curse. You cannot play into Alice.
I think we found another really reliable XP laner for Kirk. I mean, it was always just the Edith. It was always just Arlott, CC.
That's
Now
about
I
it.
feel like the Alice feels like it's a perfect fit for him.
Yeah, that's about it. If you ask anybody from the community, that's it. Those 3 heroes are the Kirk heroes, the Kirk heroes. And now they gotta worry about one more.
Alice. To be honest, I think a lot of teams are going to be using the Alice now. Like, it just seems to be such a good soak of damage, but it's a threat in itself because how many times now have we seen that Throne of Ruin really catch multiple members, and then that just seems to also make a lot of people fall apart. Like, especially when you have these kind of bursty mages like the Farsa, and even to an extent the Lancelot there. Like, the Throne of Ruin is such a threat, I feel like. So we'll see more and more of Alice, especially in the playoffs. But nonetheless, I think for Smart Omega, it was like, I think you were right, Midnight. I think a lot of teams are going to be like, man, I don't know if we should really first pick prior pick Wan.
It feels like a few metas ago.
Yeah.
right? You can't keep doing that anymore.
It's funny because like I think the only viable way for you to actually do that is if you ban Harriet's first pick.
Yeah.
Like if you're on blue side, and then maybe hope that the enemy doesn't go for Obsidia, Bruno, Granger. You also have to ban Granger second phase, by the way.
That's too much, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's what sealed the deal here for Smart Omega. They just picked the classics, the Farsa into the Kalea with the Lancelot, Red 3, which was weird, by the way, because Omega could have picked the Lancelot for Horizon, but they chose to go for the Fredrin Dot, which I kind of understand because they want to protect the the 1/1 from all the sort of these like damage nukes. But even then, you just have a bypass, a huge bypass coming out from ONIC, which is a Predator Strike.
It was weird too because in a sense, what we've seen now a couple times, even from the last series, is like, even if it's a utility jungler, let's say the Fredrin, and there's an Alice across from you, the Alice doesn't care.
Yeah.
Like the Alice can just jump in, soak up the damage, apply what they need to, block off the other team, and then Throne of Ruin. So Fredrin even sense of, would kind of struggle with that because then the team is going to collapse on him anyway. So it's just one of those things where I think even as our BPI rich guy King Kong there, like he had the Lancelot in his hand, I would almost just kind of assume or guess that we see probably the Lancelot or the YSS in the hands of Ryzen this time. I don't expect them to play utility again here. So we'll see what changes are made, but also we want you guys to join us again in celebrating, of course, ONIC's victory in M6. Don't forget that you can still grab the skins there. The Joy ONIC PH Pass will be available on September. It was on September 20th. Up until now, the starter pass will include the M6 Championship skin, Joy ONIC PH, and more exclusive in-game items. Join Joy ONIC PH on your very own road to champion. And once you buy it too, don't forget, you guys can actually gift it as well. I've gifted a couple out there.
Wow, so generous.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that a flex, sir?
No, I just want to say, I care about the people that like to support.
What about me?
Yeah,
but
what about us?
I mean, you guys have stuff already.
Still. It would have been nice if you had like the FMVP skin.
I played Joy, I played
true.
Beatrix.
Right? The Beatrix Skyforce Maverick might be giftable, is it?
It is. They're both.
See?
Yeah.
All right.
Available from September 20 onwards or 30% off. I think that's already gone.
That's already
But it's M6 Finals MVP Kelra's personal touches on it with the son's name Slake, credited on the outfit. So get ready to fight alongside the Beatrix Skyforce Maverick and claim your own MVP. Hopefully with additional buff from Nicer.
You're welcome. I'll try my best.
What buff?
If he gives it to you.
Sniper buff?
I mean, that's another
the Savage
one.
buff?
I think that's Jira right there.
That's what?
Jira's got the sniper buff. You've got, like, if you gift it to us, it'll be buff even more.
It'll be a different buff.
Plus 10% range.
What? What?
All right, now we're just
sorry.
We're just throwing things out there now.
Are you a dev? Answer me now.
He said he has connections to the dev.
Yeah, I forgot. Sorry, my bad.
Connected,
no, you know what? At this point, since you're OG, I have a lot of questions in my mind, Rockhart. Like,
all right.
Yeah.
We had that Leo mode phase.
Yep.
You had that dev connection phase. I'm starting to wonder, are you actually a dev?
I decline to answer.
Yeah, for those that don't know,
Fifth Amendment.
Yes.
Rockhart's been a part of this since he's a day zero, basically, since the inception.
Day ones.
Day ones. What's up, day ones?
Yeah, since the inception.
Real G's.
Oh, by the way, I had to ask earlier, who our lucky guest is, or like our fan out there. I think we're actually going to get to go ahead and hear from them.
Okay,
wow, all right.
But sometimes I would, I don't know. I'm not sure if he's going to speak English or not, but I always have to think about our English international audience out there. I hope.
Are you assuming because of what he looks like?
I'm not assuming, you know. Well, you shouldn't assume either, but let's go ahead and throw it over to an All Access with Edward Barber and Hans.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. I am right here at the MPL Arena kung saan kasama ko ang isa sa ating mga special guests together with the Sonics! There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, this right here, Edward Barber. Hello. Hello. Uy!
Uy!
Parang may kamusta?
Oh, kamukha ko lang yan actually.
Kamukha mo lang. Ayan, kasama natin. Walang iba kundi si Edward Barber. Edward, alam mo, dumadami na ang mga gwapo na Edward sa MPL. Parang, at this point, first time mo ba manood? First time mo?
Second time ko pumunta dito at manood.
Okay.
So, shout out sa mga tumulong sa akin to get here today. Yan.
Parang nakikita ko naman, ano bang bias mo at this point? Anong bias nyo, boys? Anong bias nyo?
ONIC!
Bias ang ONIC! Who are the Sonics here? Nasaan ang Sonics? Madami-dami. Kasi parang ang dami nyong nandito today. Kamusta ang experience
Actually,
watching?
sila na lang kaya ang sumagot na. I think they can be the one.
First time. Ano ba ang true name mo? Anong legit name mo?
Prince.
Super Prince!
Yeah, let's go!
Okay, Super Prince, kamusta ang panonood sa MPL Arena for the first time?
Masaya. Malalakas talaga yung ONIC. Let's go, ONIC!
Oo nga. Parang ano yun ha. Pero hindi. Ikaw naman, Edward, sino ba dito ang talagang sinusuportahan mo? Meron ka bang bias out of the 5?
Yung bias daw. Bias mo.
Bias.
Para sa akin, si Brusco.
Si Brusco.
Okay, Romer.
Romer, okay, ikaw.
Kelra.
Kelra talaga.
Ako, Kelra and the whole fam na, of course. Siyempre po.
Okay, ito wala nang call a friend to ha.
Okay.
Ano ka na ba katagal naglalaro ng MLBB?
Shucks. Parang mga 7 years na. Actually, nung time na nanalo yung Bren sa first first or second? Aether main times. Doon pa lang ako naglalaro.
First talaga yun. I think,
loyal.
Aprobado.
Huwag kayo lumipat sa ibang...
Relax, Edward. Ito, isa pa.
Sorry.
I think gusto ko ring malaman yung ilan sa mga thoughts mo about what's going on. Kasi matagal ka nang nanonood, di ba? Ano ba yung difference ng laruan ngayon compared sa laruan dati?
Wow, parang tanong yun para kay Coach Renata.
Oo nga eh. Sige. Hindi, kasi sabi mo season 1 na pa eh.
Ito, mas gusto ko yung tuwing patch, may nagbabago. I like that about the gameplay. Pero ako bilang roamer ako.
Okay.
Gusto ko sana na ibalik na yung hard tank. Yung setters talaga. Yung panahon pa ni Honda Beast, doon ako nanonood.
Ay, oo nga. Sure, nanonood yun si Honda Beast. Anong roamer bias mo? Anong main mo?
Kufra. Kufra main.
So, pwedeng malatsak na ako gumalaw?
Ano yan?
Pwedeng malatsak na ako gumalaw.
Yes.
May ganun kang... Ilang stars to be specific?
Yung pinakamataas ko nung binabuhat pa ako, mga Mythical Glory, 1,600 points. Ngayon, 111 stars na yung...
111 stars. May bumubuhat pa sa'yo dyan? May bumubuhat sa'yo?
Okay. Ay, ito. Gold lane to eh. Gold
sige,
laner.
gusto ko malaman. Ilan ang stars mo, men? Ilan ang stars mo?
89 lang.
89? Bakit mas mataas yung binubuhat? Ano ba?
Ano lang, mas naglalaro lang ako sa kanya kaysa ngayon.
Pero parang considering the knowledge na meron ka, Edward, I think you're very, aware of everything going on. So, you have a lot of people watching you online and syempre all over social media. Anong message mo sa lahat na sumusuporta sa MPL?
I have to say, playoffs parating na starting next week. Tama ba? Or very soon.
Yeah.
Very soon magsisimula na ang playoffs. Buy your tickets. I think some days are sold out, pero buy your tickets if they're not. Punta kayo dito at basta nandito kayo sa side ng ONIC PH, happy na ako. Yan lang masasabi.
Ganun pala yun. So happy kang nandito lahat ng Sonics. Masaya ba lahat ng Sonics?
Yeah!
I love it. Edward, boys, maraming salamat for being here. I hope you enjoy the show. Casters, balik sa inyo.
Thank you, guys. I'll just have to say, Edward Barber, I think he speaks better than Tagalog than me.
Galingan,
mag-Tagalog.
So good. All right, clip this. Moonton, we need a Naisu versus Edward Tagalog face-off.
No.
Clip this.
Hey.
Snipe, Zekil, whoever it is. Tag him.
Hey,
Tag him.
If he's at the playoffs,
he will
I'll
be.
have the face-off.
He will be. We will be sending tickets.
If he's at the playoffs, I'll Tagalog challenge him.
We would love to guest him alongside Naisu.
Clip it.
100%.
Clip it.
I just learned today who he was, so it's great to have Edward Barber here and the rest of the Sonics out there, of course.
I was surprised how high his rank was.
Yeah, dude.
Hey. He said, what, 111 stars?
1,100, yeah. 1,100.
No, he said 11,000 points. He said points before it changed to stars.
It's like 100-something stars.
Because before it used to be points, right?
Yeah, it used to be a point thing.
So 111
My bad.
stars.
My bad. I don't know English.
Sorry, I've only had 110. stars.
You're 10 short.
I'm 1 short. I had 110.
Oh, you're 1 short. Okay.
No, sorry. I had a 101. So I'm
you're
10
way
short,
off.
man.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
Don't worry. He's like 4 inch short.
Okay. Well, I'm not measuring here, Midnight, all right?
No one's measuring.
Let's go ahead and measure what map we're going to end up.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Hey. Don't bring out the...
Bro.
All right.
I'm referring to height, brother.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm referring
Whoever thought it was something else.
Hey.
I thought it was like
L in the chat.
I'm referring to expanding rivers.
All right. Now you cannot fall short.
See?
In this map.
You can't because it's expanded.
Exactly.
It's bigger.
Bigger is
It's
always
wider.
better.
It's bigger.
Always
All
remember.
right. All right, let's jump into the
always
draft.
better.
That's true. Let's go into the draft. And we still got Smart Omega over here on the blue side. ONIC is going to be on the red.
Okay, so YSS is not going to be pickable in this game apparently. I don't mind it. Honestly, but I've seen faster games from ONIC. I feel like they just need to just redo the draft earlier and they'll be golden.
Yeah.
Okay, I just risen from the dead.
Welcome back, Midnight.
Welcome back.
I just respawned. All right. Kalea for a Smart Omega. Not a fan of this. 1-1 might be. There you go. Why?
So what do you say if Keller is the one who first picks the 1-1?
I was like, if you don't first pick 1-1, you go Forza first pick, man. Because if they go Kalea 1-1, at least you got Gatot and then Lancelot. Now with Kalea first pick, you set up yourself to a 1-1 Forza. Now the remaining counter would be the Kagura from Haji. Maybe the Valentina if they want to pull it off. But the problem is, now you're stuck with this.
So in this matchup, it feels like the Kalea screwed, isn't she?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. So now, the way to fix this is you go Lancelot, you don't go utility. You go Lancelot, thank you. And then Arlott. Yeah, Arlott's banned. Never mind.
At least they get the Lancelot.
Yeah. I do like the Harith. It's a good lane answer. Versus the 1-1, it also is good in team fight. Like you're a much scarier team fighting gold laner than the 1-1. I would have preferred the Obsidia, honestly, because I just like seeing Obsidia. And also, like, it's very hard to hit Obsidia with a Feathered Earthstrike because of the Phantom Shadow Meld.
Yeah.
And you're also an easy target to the Hunter Phone.
Plus, not to mention the the Lancelot and the Harith will have a better time because there's no Kalea to stop it.
Oh my god, Brusco Grok.
Brusco Grok.
That is such a terrifying hero to see.
He's so aggressive with it too, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of crazy to watch Brusco play the Grok, but this I feel like also it gives you pretty good space for the 1-1 to work in the hands of Kaura, but
lots of space.
Yeah, I do like this Valentina ban too. Like they have a Farsa, they have a Grok. That's something that you actually need to ban. If they didn't ban it, I would have been mad. Because that's an insta-lose. You give Valentina Tectonic Charge, Feathered Earthstrike. He's going to be a massive nuisance in the game. So now that's out of the field here for both sides. Phovius removed by Smart Omega just to limit the red 4 answers coming out from ONIC Philippines. But I do think there's still a lot of choices left here for Kirk. Surprisingly, they're the ones that removed the Alice. Maybe because of the fact that Esmeralda Red 4 is coming up.
Esmeralda Red 4?
Oh, it's like 100% at this point.
The Alice, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually funny that it's banned now. Like we might see teams just opt for doing that now. Either picking it up, banning it out.
Oh wait, they're gonna go Lapu, but honestly, just taking forward, Esme is the better choice because if they go Lapu Red 4, Smart Omega just picks up Esme.
Yeah.
So for Smart Omega, the smart choice here would be to remove junglers. There you go, King Kong getting removed. Because he is King Kong, he doesn't matter about matchups.
He's like the only one that plays Joy now, I feel like.
He doesn't care about Harriet, Kalea, Fredrin. He doesn't give any sense to those picks. So now King Kong could just go for something like a Hayabusa.
Why is he smiling? He sounds
I feel like he's asking Coach. He's giving him the look too. Look
Give me
at
Hanzo.
Look at the look.
Give me Hanzo. Please don't Fred. Please don't Fred. Please don't Fred. Why? King!
That's why.
King, why?
King Kong's like, oh, I heard you guys don't like this Fredrin pick.
Why would you do this to me?
I think he knew.
He knew.
You guys don't want me to play it? You sure?
Okay, I'll play it. And funny thing is, if Smart Omega goes Esmeralda here, and then closes it out with an Eve, I think they're fine.
You know, this is why I was saying earlier, it was good that the Alice isn't here. They're the ones that banned it. They pick up the Fred because the Fred just seemed to really struggle against opposing an Alice. And over here to finish this out, Smart Omega will take the Kagura. I know your gears are grinding here, Midnight. You don't like the Kagura pick.
You don't like it? No. How bad is it?
Okay, at least this glue pick is okay. The Kag doesn't stop the Fredrin and the Grok. Eve could have. He does have the access towards the the threat against the 1-1, but now because of this thing, it was coming out.
This Esmeralda, this thing.
He was expecting it in red 4.
Kag has shields, and you wanted bypass. Now you're not even gonna get it. Because Esmeralda is gonna be in your face 24/7.
Yeah,
with the Fredrin.
This Harris is not gonna have fun too.
Yeah, there's two 24/7 heroes on ONIC.
Two 24/7.
Yeah, that's 48 and 14.
That's open 48 hours a day, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because of the Fred and the Esme. How do you kill these two heroes with a Lancelot against a Grok?
I think even the counter index kind of agrees with you there, Midnight. It's just way too high.
That's interesting too. Man, I do like those first 3 picks from Smart Omega. I like them a lot, but I feel like, big questions on especially the Kagura, if that's really going to help this or not. So you guys can let us know. We're about to jump into game 2 here. ONIC looking to sweep the series against Smart Omega, and again, we know what is at stake here for Smart Omega. They need to win against ONIC or RORA. So if they end up losing here, while we wait to go ahead and jump into the game, they have to go against the number 1.
Yeah,
this is
number
their
1
first
seed.
try, right? First try.
They need the remaining 3 teams to lose their games.
Kind of a big task, and you don't want to have a stressful weekend, hopefully. So it would have been great if they did start it right here, but judging from the draft and Midnight's reactions, it's not what we're thinking here.
Dude, anytime you point a camera on King Kong, he's gonna do something.
Yeah, he's a performative Sigma jungler.
Whoa!
Oh, what's this?
Meta Pro Spotlight. This is from, what do we have here? From King Kong. Yeah, Superfan question.
What map?
What map?
Okay, let me do this for you.
You do this.
What map are you finding it hard to play in?
Oh, he said Broken Walls.
Yeah.
He said it's easy for Flying Cloud. Gosh, I'm good.
There you go. That's face off. Come on.
Special Filipino, baby. I'm ready.
Edward, we're coming for you. Edward.
All flashy heroes, Lahat may dash.
Yes, sir.
His dream
Lahat
may
dash. I am stronger than almost every jungler out there.
Except except Carl Kyrie.
Yeah, so he gives it the straight face.
Yeah, that's the reaction. Like, poker face would be maybe same level.
Yes.
I like how with Susujin he put the side one though.
Yes, sir.
I like the respect. He would know as well, right? He would know.
Yeah.
In before the Tempest of Blades on the orange buff. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. Let's go ahead and jump into the game here. Again, game 2, currently match point right now for ONIC. And yeah, we're going to see King Kong on a Fredrin. We don't see this too often, man.
Why?
I don't know if that's good laughs or bad laughs. Midnight.
Nothing. I just want to say he probably has had good records on a lot of his junglers, but not this guy.
Not this guy.
Not this guy.
Absolutely. So let's see. Again, stuff changes here in the MPL Philippines sometimes. Never really know. Good pressure coming in from Super Friends and Brusco here. So, more or less, things are going ONIC's way still. Brusco, really good zone.
That's such a cool guy thing to do. Like, he was just walking back and then he just presses a retreat.
Yeah.
And then he gets it.
Very aggressive player though. Look at that, Super Yoshi. I don't think Super Friends expected it.
He got punched hard, man.
Got punched hard.
That's what the Kalea does.
Look at that though, Kelra. He's going for a 1v1 with Nevsky.
Kelra's winning this lane against Harris as a 1-1.
Okay, you don't see that often.
Yeah, now it's equal.
Yeah, he's gonna get back.
He's probably gonna deny a minion wave or two, but no, he's forcing the back. He's forcing a.
I mean, he did use Inspire. Nevsky held on to his Purify, but you know, nonetheless, that's kind of what you expect. I feel like any hero Kelra does play.
Oh, wow, this Kalea though doing a lot of work.
Decent man. Super Yoshi feels like he wants to play today.
This is why I like the Kalea though. Like it does good damage. You know, it does good damage, gives good sustainability.
Really good sustain.
Ooh, Netsky, that's gotta hurt. He missed 1 minion, I think. Even 2.
Minion, just a minion, right? Not a tank. Maybe a tank.
I don't know if it's a cannon or 2 minions. I can't really tell from the XP difference, but that's definitely like at least 2 minions.
That's big, actually. If
Yeah.
you can see here.
First turtle up, both gold laners still going to stay in the gold lane. We'll have the face-off for this one.
Jump in by Super Yoshi, already used up here. King Kong up front. James, he is focusing. Everyone's focusing on King Kong right now, struggling to stay alive. Super Prince already used the feathered airstrike as well. Who's going to go for the retribution? That's going to be King Kong, not down for the count. That's going to be a turtle going over to Omega for sure. Kirk getting a kill on Haji, at least a consolation prize. I think they still want to keep the pressure going.
Oh, the Tsunami Slam.
Slam as well, non-stop action here. Coming in from on. They want the kill to happen, but it's going to be Kirk who's going to be going down. Wow, oh wow, Omega feeling it right now.
Yeah, you see the difference when Onyx playing with a different composition. It just feels weird. Like
it's not them.
Unfamiliar territory. King Kong got ganked by 3 heroes. Nobody helped him. Because Onyx felt like he was an assassin. And then they realized, all right, we lost the front line. It's just Kirk in the in the front lines.
Yeah.
If they had both the Esme and the Predator there, it would have been a different story. But Omega capitalized on those mistakes. James with the jump in again on the glue. That was very quick as well. Very decisive from the glue to just jump on the Predator and remove King Kong from the equation.
Yeah, it was really good placement from James. That's what I noticed too. And he can actually do that every single fight if he really wants to. So. Yeah. ONIC will have to figure something out to deal with that, to allow King Kong to actually go ahead and contest and dance for those objectives when it comes to it. Even later on, Kelra, though, and Netsky has been going at this constantly, but both Roams now up here, Ryzen too. Kelra's going to have to back off. He popped the Inspire earlier on as well.
Yeah, there's going to be better sustain here for Omega just because Super Yoshi with a Surge of Life. So I don't think ONIC wants to fight that at all.
Dude, this spacing from Kelra, you saw how he was baiting the distance for the Chrono Dash to come in from Netsky, and he threw the first skill. So if ever Netsky was in a very awkward position, they could go for the punish and land a crossbow flag, or maybe just even force out a Purify. But the discipline was there from Smart Omega. They didn't pursue the 1-1 further.
Okay, so he gets the Corrosive Scythe. He's actually even toe-to-toe in terms of gold with Netsky. Biggest gap, though, I feel like was the jungle. It's kind of closed down a little bit. I think there's about a 300 gold difference right now with King Kong and Ryzen. This turtle's up, though. We'll see if this time ONIC has a better plan for this fight. You would think it's the Fredgen, but he's always got to be careful of James. You can see James playing up front.
Oh my goodness, look at that charge. Ryzen did not stand a chance.
That was the plan.
In front, Super Yoshi all alone here. And again, it's ONIC this time around with turtle number 2. And I think they want to go for more kills, man. That was a beautiful tectonic charge.
Yeah, that's the new tech, bro. That's the new tectonic charge, the new technology. Wall into Mighty Swing Flicker. That's
double
the new combo.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Earthen and Rampart behind the enemy. Mighty Swing, Flicker in, Tectonic Charge.
Wait a second. Super Friends gonna have to force Purify here. They walked on from behind. And look at Brusco. Just getting so much information on Omega.
Yeah, I was saying, they had to come up with something. I guess that's exactly what they did. They had an answer for Smart Omega. But that's one thing about the Lancelot. If you get caught into that, and then a feathered airstrike dropped on top of you, you're going to get bursted down really quickly here. But King Kong's still trailing a little bit. You can see there's a nice gold lead, though, for Kirk on the Esmeralda right now. Oh,
great knock-up here. Oh, my goodness. All right, Kelra going to be able to fly here. Super Yoshi, no minion to heal from, but we'll be able to stay alive at least for now.
It's a
that was close.
Yeah, it's a whoopsie, though, from Brusco with the tech charge, but James.
Look at James. Again, just making sure that they have tabs on ONIC. Don't want to get caught by surprise here, especially on the bottom.
You see this, though. Kirk, like I said, he had a lead, and he's just by himself. He's building up. He almost got that turret, but Ryzen made it down there to keep it from going down. But I think Kirk will go ahead and just stay here and continue to get this turret down when he can, when these waves push in. Look at the focus, though, in the mid lane now.
Yeah. To be fair, though, I think it's also just Smart Omega not wanting to deal with the Esmeralda at this point. They just want to pressure the 1-1. But even then, ONIC's doing the same thing. They capitalize on the fact that, all right, you don't have you don't have the capacity to deal with the 1-1. Let's just play around Keldra at this point so that we make sure that we transition towards the late game with Keldra's farm intact, while also maximizing the fact that nobody can touch his Esmeralda on the bot side.
How long can you even leave this Esmeralda like this? It's just non-stop farming.
Honestly, they don't have any choice. They need all the farm that they need, but also they need to stop Keldra from farming.
Oh, you know what?
Too.
Look at that. Kirk is chasing up Ryzen. Barely anything Ryzen can do to stop him or slow him down.
Both X3 laners doing the job, basically, at this
exactly.
point. Oh, Brusco, he's tanky enough to deal with this. Calro's going to make his way for this fight.
It's going to be a full 5v5. There goes another airstrike. James using the flicker to get out of the charge. Harm's way. Knock up as well. James, will he be able to grab? I don't think so. Kirk is an immovable object in the middle of the fight.
Yep, that's Esmeralda. A bunch of shield to the side of Smart Omega. Even if you try dealing some damage, she just heals back.
I mean, all part of that plan was just to get this turtle. So they secure the last one of the game, goes in the hands of King Kong here. They give themselves a nice 2K lead. You can see, again, the difference, like level 8 for James to level 11 Kirk. You know, this is the thing. Kirk is scaling up really hard. He's farming up, and no one can bother him.
Yeah, he's acting like a jungler right now, a damaged jungler, taking over a side lane, just getting farmed. Keldra, though.
Keldra, of course, will be relatively safe here. Haji might be able to do something, but not within range.
Look at where Kirk is!
Kirk, man, oh my god. Ryzen trying to mirror that, obviously, but...
Yeah, he's trying to like counter the work that Kirk's doing, but you know, ultimately Kirk is just scaling up, and so later when we get to this Lord fight in 1:20, you're going to see that. You know, you're going to see part of this because James is struggling for XP. He's trying to find what he can, but ultimately James is...
Wow! All right, some decent knockups from Brusco. Super Friends missing just one more feather airstrike hit to take out Netsky, but will be enough to keep Omega alive, at least for now. But is the job done? I think ONIC still wants to keep going.
Yeah, they don't have that wave pushing in. This is about what Ryzen can do too, man. He's just got to do damage control on whatever lanes are being pushed or cut.
Yeah, wave management. Got to be the #1 priority here for Smart Omega because they don't want to be brute forced here by ONIC. But speaking about brute force, look at the conceal here from ONIC.
No one can deal with Kirk, man. Oh, jeez.
Would have been a good set, though.
Brusco is just pummeling anyone who comes in front of him. Super Yoshi even blocking the way, blocking the exit.
It's crazy because ONIC's not doing anything fancy. They're utilizing the fact that Kirk can just tank up a lot of damage. He's quite a far ahead of even James, so he'll just zone people out, you know, and that gives the space for Keldra to go ahead and knock down these turrets. So they've got the tier 2 up, down, up top. Lord's coming up in about 10. And they're going to want to go ahead and see if Smart Omega wants to face off against them.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we talked about this earlier during the drafting phase. Even the CAG doesn't do anything to the Grok. Even though they have the bypass, they have the means to pick off the 1-1. He's just so far away. Like, Keldra's position has always been around objectives, but ONIC moves past these objectives. Look at this. They move past the objective.
Literally just passing by it, right? Like walking.
Even Keldra's moving past the objective. King Kong saying like, hey, get back here.
Yeah,
let's take the Lord.
They're doing whatever it takes. 2-man knock up here, coming in for tech charge, but the attack from behind is really strong as well. Omega in the middle of all that Zaman Force damage is just exploding right now. Netsky with a double kill on the Harib, but it will be Lord going over to ONIC with some decent damage coming in. There goes Kirk though. Look, how are you gonna stop this guy? He is just massive.
Yep. Turret can help him, maybe?
Nope.
Maybe a little bit, but not really.
Nope.
And there you go, King Kong with a little bit of assist there as well. Brusco waiting for the cooldown and tech charge. And that's just 3 people from ONIC standing in front of the 5-man of Omega doing nothing.
It's just 3 tanky dudes.
Back to full HP, by the way.
Like nothing happened.
Yeah. Also, Keldra, this is why you don't break formation.
That's right.
Yeah, James got him.
Got a little bit too.
He was like, no, we're ONIC, we're aggressive. And then James flickered in, and he landed the slam.
Yeah, good recovery from ONIC though. They only lost 2. They were able to maintain aggro.
What do you mean? Good job, Kirk.
Yeah, good job, Kirk, man.
Good job, Esme. Good job,
No
Shields.
one can deal with him.
He's putting on a dancing show for them, man. That's basically what he's doing, but he's going to jump in. They want to lead into this Lord. into this top turret.
All right, big dive here coming in from the Lord. Feather airstrike, not really hitting anyone. So it's going to be a cleared Lord. Haji going for a play. Missing out on Kelra. It's only half HP. I think will be defended. At least they have enough clear to get rid of these minions.
Okay, that's one of the things. I guess we really have to look at, all right, with Smart Omega, what can they do? They've got 2-0 on Netsuki. He's scaling at least here. But yeah, I think the biggest weakness to this is when is Haji's burst going to come through? When is this Kagura going to be that big impact? Because, yeah, the whole job is to get to Kelra to be able to pop that damage out because you're not going to really do anything to King Kong, Brusco, or Kirk. You know, so then you're relying, okay, well, Netsuki eventually on the Harith is going to be able to do it and set things up for them, and maybe to an extent Ryzen, but there's so many things that have to work here for Smart Omega's lineup to get them the advantage.
It's got to be the perfect condition, and also ONIC committing a mistake. And these mistakes
big ones
have to come from Brusco, Kelra, and Kirk. Those three are the big ones.
But look at Kirk. Can he do anything wrong?
The thing is, that's the question. What's the mistake from the Esmeralda? I think the mistake is using Falling Starmoon into the base. That's the mistake.
Inside the fountain.
I was gonna say, I think even if he goes into the base, like he'll still survive for a little bit.
Maybe.
Maybe not the fountain. Maybe even the fountain, like just a couple seconds. But like,
the thing is,
he can jump in, man. And now with Ice Queen Wand, he's gonna help slow them down.
Dude, the only way ONIC loses a fight is if they lose Kelra in the jump. And Omega can actually pull that off, but it has to be the same way as to how Kelra died earlier. Like,
James has to get him.
Going outside of formation, and Brusco is like, what are you doing here, fam?
Well,
he just wants to join the fight, brother.
One thing's for sure, Kirk feels like he's going to be MVP in this game. With the amount of damage.
He might just be, honestly.
Damage dealt, damage taken. It's all Kirk right now.
This thing. You see what I mean?
I meant when you picked it up, this thing.
That's why I didn't like the CAG. I was like, you need frontline control, you need RWM, you need re-engage.
Okay, well he has a Divine Glaive now, so
that's not enough, sir.
Maybe we'll see some burst on Kelra.
No, that's not enough. You need pokes.
Yeah.
You need pokes against this lineup. Look at the Grok.
Tons of pokes.
Full HP, brother.
Full HP, and they're holding it up.
They're going to conceal. They're going for Kelra.
I mean, that's the exact play you need to do. Flicker already used by Super Yoshi, and that is going to be a big problem.
Oh,
Here comes Kirk! Falling Star Moon and half HP on Netsuki as well as Haji. They're running it out. They're running out of bullets in the barrel of their gun. And I don't think they're going to be able to do anything more.
I don't even know what the Cotil was for.
They wanted to go for Kelra.
Yeah, you tried to land the Tsunami Slam on the 1-1 and just second skill.
Maybe a little bit of move speed.
Maybe
they even flickered for him.
Maybe hoping for something to like happen.
Like praying for a miracle.
Yeah, but I don't think Kelra doesn't have second skill at that point.
Yeah.
He's just so aware.
It's just, it's one of those things where I feel like, again, Smart Omega is in this position where it's like, we have to get Kelra.
Yeah.
Because that's about the only thing we can do. Either that or Super Friends. But Super Friends has Wings by Wings and a Purify.
That's how big of a problem it is for Smart Omega to actually utilize this lineup against ONIC's lineup. They don't have anything. They don't have openings. They don't have the zone. They don't have the poke. They have pick off and they have zone from both the CAG and the glue. Yeah. But those two things are what ONIC is really good at. If you want a zone with the glue, fine by Kelra. If you want to go pick off with the CAG and the Kagura, well, here comes the Esmeralda.
Happy to take it. 100%.
Happy to take it, indeed.
Look at Ryzen. I mean, they're trying their very best to poke some HP, but Kirk's always full with some more shield to boost.
Oh my god, Radiant into Athena's shield.
All right.
Yeah.
The best they can do is hope for a clear. I think they will be able to clear, but for how long? James goes in. He is tired of waiting. He goes for Kelra. It's a grab.
Oh, well.
But what's happening? He's fizzling out.
He's
bringing James in.
Yeah, he's bringing James to ONIC boot camp.
James bought them time, though. I mean, he bought them time for the defense.
All right, at least, right? At least.
Because they could have potentially gotten some base turrets down, but ultimately James is like, we need more time, so I'll create that.
But Kirk still lives.
Kirk still lives.
He got carried all the way to BF Homes, I think.
Oh, no.
Straight into their... Oh, there you go with a big play coming in from Brusco. Netsuki, good damage still. Kind of just going through the shield here, but King Kong's in front. Where is Kirk? He's still on the back, protecting Ryzen, making sure he can't really do much. Dodging in, out of the Appraiser's Wrath as well. Nice Tsunami Slam, but no follow-up damage once more. Trying to clear up the minion waves. They're trying to go and see if they can go for the finish, but ONIC will be repelled. They're getting pushed back.
They're going to get pushed back. I don't think they can do anything else.
Yeah, they got to wait for Lord.
Yeah, full force from Smart Mega, but they got the base turrets down. That's what they wanted to do. They'll take that out. And now at this point, they'll go and reset. But again, for Smart Mega, what do you do here? You know, how do you actually turn things around? You're now facing that 7,000 gold deficit. We saw that they can do a little bit of a damage, but I feel like if James can actually catch Kelra and somehow not get split off from the team, then maybe there's a moment there where they can actually kill Kelra, and then, you know, if that happens, ONIC does lose quite a bit of damage.
Yeah. It's interesting that Kelra is building into Athena's shield. He knows that he's not just the main damage dealer here, so he just needs to survive these fights. So now with this layer of magic protection, I don't think the James route or the James opening is enough anymore.
That one thing he did earlier.
Yeah, even if he flickers onto the 1-1, I don't think that's the game-winning play. The game-winning play would be for ONIC to just go crazy, go ham, go 5-man recall on the base of Omega, and then just don't hit anybody.
5-man dive on Kelra.
5-man dive. Literally, 5-man dive.
Let's see what they do here.
All right.
Lord started up. They have their positioning, a couple of immortalities too, especially for Super Yoshi. We'll see if they're able to grab someone from here. If they try to make a quick play, the flicker is going to be available in a couple seconds for Super Yoshi. Might be able to force something
All right.
from ONIC.
Scary position from Brusco. Might be able to force his tech charge here. And Kelra, again, he is the sore thumb. He is the weakness that Omega is looking for. But at the same time, how do you actually break through? Look at Kirk. He's just...
He has like 5 HPs now.
He's manhandling. He's manhandling anyone who comes in front.
Even with that being said, ONIC doesn't want to just let this go. Oh, there's tech charge.
Finally decides on the target. It's going to be James. Uses a Winter Crown to stay alive. I think he will have enough for a grab. But there it is. There goes the crossbow of Tang.
Yeah,
good damage. Falling Star Rune from Kirk. That's 4v5 only for Omega. I don't think they can defend at least or contest anymore, but maybe they try to go for the defense. Wait for James to get back. At that point, though, it might be a 7k goal lead. 8k, it is just insurmountable.
Oh my god. Did you see the burst from Omega? They tried to put some damage onto Kirk.
Yeah.
They threw everything, half HP, and in 2 seconds, he's full HP again.
Yeah, that's a big problem. I mean, he's fully locked in. He got Twilight armor too.
He doesn't need boots.
Yeah.
Unsolvable
Guess
problem.
what? What he wants is to just stand. Oh. Now, I don't know about this though. I don't know about this. Oh, the Cyclone Eyes!
Oh my god!
Okay, never mind.
What the heck?
Okay, the mistake. The mistake they're waiting for. I don't even know what that was, but sure.
What even was that?
I don't know. We'll see if they can end it here, though. James is on Kelra.
Oh, we're going. They found Kelra again. James is doing it this time around. It is 4v5 in favor of Omega with the Lord to boot, but they can actually clear this quite easily. James, again, will be left on his own. Not really much of a backup here. Crossbow Tang will be available for him, but doesn't even trigger it.
Okay.
Kirk, first mistake. It's not even enough.
Didn't think that was possible, honestly.
To actually capitalize on.
Let's see, they have enough clear. It's 4v4. James is out as well. Netsky looking for a good timing to use the Zaman Force.
Oh, I don't think but they still can't end it, so unless they force it.
They are forcing it right here, right now, with the tech charge still available here. It's Crossbow Tang. Ryzen has to use the Phantom Execute, stay alive, at least uses already the big ultimate from Kelra, but still a big threat looming around their walls.
Oh, they might just actually back off, but Kirk is back for this, so maybe they want to end it here.
Here's the final boss.
They're going to go for it.
Here's the final boss. Feathered Airstrike. Ryzen doing his best to clear, but it is going to be a big wall. The Earthen Rampart slowing him down. ONIC says, you know what, guys? Let's not risk it.
That's the downside of having a 1-1. You can't just, target lock the tower, especially against 5 members of Smart Omega.
Especially if you don't have your ulti.
Yo, Kelra.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like if Kirk didn't die there, then maybe potentially they could have ended the game. But you got to give it up to Smart Omega. They defended.
Yes.
They defended against that. They're 21 minutes into this game.
Yeah.
I thought it would end sooner, but hey, Smart Omega bought themselves enough time to get themselves in a fighting position.
Again, it's the inverse effect between these two teams. Kirk made a mistake, and James found an opening again, delaying the 1-1, and because of that, they were able to defend. The question is, can they do that again? Especially now that ONIC knows that they desperately need the Esmeralda in a team fight.
6-6 on the kill score at 21 and a half minutes. James. Oh my goodness. Can he get out of here? He's going to have to stick on the Kelra. But I don't think that's the best option. You're going to get brought into the tower again. And he's going to have to disengage, buy some time with the crown. Best he can do right now. Where is Brusco? We're looking for an Earth Rampart. Straight to 4 members of Omega here. Trying to stall them, push them back, and he's successful.
Yeah, that's smart on ONIC's part, removing the one real problem for Smart Omega.
Oh, Ryzen already used up all his skills. Kelra's actually quite low. On the Lord they go. And it will be a 50-50. Kelra with the kill. It's King Kong with the Lord.
Oh, Kelra.
I think that is going to be it. Netsky's going to fall as well. Ryzen is going to be cleaned up.
That's it.
Super Yoshi all alone, but with the Lord walking in a big wave on top, it's going to be the ONIC win.
Whew. ONIC Philippines took them a little bit longer, but they'll get the series in a sweep, making a Smart Omega their condition that they have to win against RORA if they want to make it to the playoffs.
That's tough. That's going to be tough for Smart Omega. They played a fantastic game, especially James. But even with that, it wasn't enough to topple ONIC Philippines.
You can see here, man, I think King Kong was smiling too because he's like, hey, you like my friend?
Like my friend. You like?
You like?
You like?
You like that?
He
smiled. He knew what people were saying.
It's okay, but you know what I like? I like the Esmeralda.
Yeah, Kirk's Esmeralda. Definitely had to be MVP there. But again, good try here from the Smart Omega. We talked about how they've been winning more post-patch, but I don't know, this time, definitely from the draft for Game 2 especially, it just didn't seem like they could really utilize the picks that they had. I mean, even you mentioned it, Midnight, this is way too tanky of a lineup for ONIC to really get there.
2 games out-drafted by Coach Wina.
Oof.
Yeah, that's tough. That's
tough, man.
As I said, they still have a chance in their next matchup. We'll see if that happens. But first, let's throw them on stage for our winners interview with ONIC Philippines.
The upper bracket dream is still alive. What time is it? Your winners, ONIC Philippines!
Friends, nandito ka na. Congratulations on your win. It was quite a strong win na nakita namin sa inyo. Talk to us about the importance of upper bracket. Para ba sa team na to mahalaga yung upper bracket sa inyo?
Kasi parang second life din siya eh.
Second life na siya. Well, kung tutuusin, Season 14, Season 15, whether upper bracket kayo or not, nakarating pa rin naman kayo ng finals over those 2 seasons. So, is it really important for you, lalo na this season? Or are you saying na momentum lang talaga to?
Para sa akin, importante pa rin talaga eh.
Okay? I can sense the importance as of this moment. I think, sige, pinapasa mo na kay King Kong King. Game number 2 was a really solid performance para sa'yo specifically and also for the team. Kung tutusin, itong matchup na to, a lot of people were saying na medyo shaky yung nagiging atake nyo, especially during your losing streak. Pero ano bang nag-improve sa team na ito? Kasi parang mas malinis yung execution nyo ngayon sa game.
Tingin ko mas na-practice namin yung disiplina namin pagdating sa game. Tapos mas clear yung mga nagiging plano namin tsaka paggawa namin ng decision sa game.
You know, from what we saw and from what ONIC Philippines saw as of this point, mahalaga talaga, sabi ni Friends, yung upper bracket for him. For you, is it also the same?
Actually, same lang para sa akin. Pero kami as a team, di namin iniisip yung upper bracket kasi hindi kami yung may control kung mag-upper bracket kami. So yung Liquid yung may hawak nun.
Okay. Coach, I'm gonna give you the mic this time around. Again, congratulations on your win. They were talking to me about the importance of the upper bracket. Para sa kanila, parehas yun. Sabi ni King Kong, for the entirety of the team. Do you share the same mindset with them na mahalaga yung upper bracket for this team right here?
I mean, obviously, yes. Pero kanina, bago mag-start yung match, sinabi ko sa kanila hindi ko masyado iniisipin kasi wala naman talaga sa kamay namin kung mag-upper bracket kami o hindi. So, I think pinapaubaya ko na yun kay God. Sobrang halaga ng mga lessons na naturo niya sa amin ngayong season. And if hindi kami mag-upper bracket, then so be it. Kumbaga, kailangan lang namin kapangan.
Yes, Coach. You've done that in Season 14 and you're gonna be able to do that in Season 15 kung ano man ang maging kapalaran nyo. Kasi again, just like what I told Prince, you've reached the finals on both of those seasons. So what's it gonna take for Season 16 to make that same destination gaya nung nangyari before?
I think same lang sa kung paano nilaro ng team kanina. Alam mo yun, relax lang, chill, nag-enjoy. I think yung sa last sequence, si Mitsu, gumaganon pa. So, kumbaga, nandun tayo sa liga na mataas yung pressure pero pagka ina-ignore nila yun, parang ang sarap panoorin ng game.
Maraming salamat, Coach. Kelra, just a few more questions for you. At this point, ito na yung pagkakataon na makita namin yung prime level ng ONIC just like what we saw in the M6 World Championship. From 1 to 100, how prepared is ONIC for the playoffs?
Ngayon, 1 million daw, sabi ni Brusco.
1 million! Why 1 million?
1 million.
Bakit 1 million?
We are super confident and ready sa playoffs.
We are super confident. Handa na rin ba ang Sonics para sa playoffs? There already, Kelra, ang daming sumuporta sa inyo dito sa MPL Arena and also the ones at home. Ano masasabi mo sa kanila?
Una, salamat sa mga lahat ng pumunta. Especially kay Edward Barber. Ginanahan kami maglaro dahil sa kanya.
Yun. Major shout out and love to Edward Barber and of course to your winners, ONIC Philippines! A solid effort coming in from the Super Fam as the road to the upper brackets are still alive. Sonics are very happy with this win and so are the members of the Super Family. So at this point, malalaman natin kung ano ba ang posibleng maging ruta nila kasi gaya ng nabanggit nila, hindi nila hawak ang kapalaran but they've done their end of the bargain. And with that being said, we're gonna toss it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Hans. And again, congratulations to ONIC Philippines there. You heard it there. You heard it here first. They're super confident. Super confident.
1 million.
%.
Yes, sir.
Dude, imagine being 1 million % confident in something. Like, have you ever been 1 million % confident?
No.
1 million % confident.
Well,
that you are a better looking person than us.
That's not confidence.
That's not confidence.
Yeah. You know what confidence is?
I don't know if I agree with this, man.
I don't too. But you know what confidence is?
What?
You, as a marksman, going for the Lord, but instead of that, screw your utility jungler, go frontline. That's confidence.
Go
That's
frontline.
confidence.
That's confidence.
That's the gold standard.
Calvin gets the MVP here, but I personally, I really think Kirk did a ton of the work that like for this
100%.
game.
That I'm confident I can say 1,000% confident.
Okay.
Dude, it was Omega versus Kirk for the first 15 minutes of this game.
So, you know what? But hey, Kelroy got to go ahead and shine on the 1-1 finally. We get to see a 1-1 game successful. But, you know, like I was saying, I think when you look at this game, because it wasn't even the King Kong show. Like, he was just doing his Fred things.
Yeah. He was doing
like Brusco, Kirk, man, they were everywhere.
It was a goat. To be fair, though, if you want to highlight something that, you know, Kelra should be looked at for is his ability to position in fights and find angles that are usually very, very dangerous to take. But because he understands the game so well, he sees like spells being thrown and, you know, hears that kill him on the other side, that he is able to take these positions. And that's what allowed and enabled this 1-1 to be very aggressive for ONIC Philippines. Because for all we know, even with Kirk zoning in the front line, you know, Smart Omega could just find any punish. But the thing is, it's always the threat of ONIC forcing a 5v5 that allows ONIC to keep pushing forward and Omega trying to double think. All right, do we actually go for this? Do we actually deal with a, you know, with a 1-1 or do we deal with Esmeralda?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. Like, the way that Kelder played the 1-1 is not like how most people play the 1-1.
Yeah.
Like, let's be real.
Which is Filipino savage things. I can't accept that.
Yeah, so he does, I feel like, teeter the line of being too risky, life or death. But maybe that's the new way you need to play 1-1 right now in the current meta.
Yes, sir. That's why he gets bunked by Frederick a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and we saw that game 1. We saw it game number 2 again.
Bonk.
King Kong was like, hey, I need help here. And Carol was like, no, I need my savage, brother.
Yeah.
I need my 1-1 things.
and then he got blown out by the CAG and the glue jumping in with the flicker. Good game as well from James, by the way. I want to commend James from Smart Omega.
Yeah.
I would probably say, I know this is a bad thing to say on the broadcast, but his back is very
He needs a massage.
painful.
Who?
Yeah,
James'
needs a
back
massage.
is painful right now.
James is
sir.
back?
Game number 1, game number 2, dude. Oh my God, his positioning, his team fight, his IQ, dude. I mean, this game, he was the sole problem. And ONIC was like, all right, James, you gotta stop, man. We gotta deal with you at some point.
He was doing the job that the glues need to do. And even more, like reaching the 1-1 at that point in the game, that's impossible mostly.
And he's been like this for weeks now. I mean, we highlight Super Yoshi as like the roamer off the patch, but I do think like most of the win conditions that Smart Omega has, it does come from James.
Yeah, James
baby.
James has been really good, but unfortunately, it wasn't good enough for this one. You can see BPI Rich Guy is rising over here, but
200k damage.
Yeah, 200k damage. Like Kirk was just this Esmeralda, and I get it now why you called it a thing.
Yeah,
this thing.
I was like, all right, no way. I mean, even if they did go for the Eve, the shields would still be a problem because RWM has shields. I know somebody would comment that on anywhere. But at least you get the pokes, right? But with the CAG, you throw out an umbrella, that's about it. And Esmeralda doesn't care.
Yeah, and it's weird because Kagura worked in a couple, like, was it the first half of the regular season where she started coming out more, and then like it's kind of fallen off a little bit. I think especially with like when the Grok came back. And they were so tanky that sometimes again the Kagura, like, what can you do really? Yeah, you throw out your umbrella, but then that's about it, and even then when you run away from it, it comes back to you.
Yeah, and they just move past the umbrella.
And then
you'll be like, what's happening?
Yeah, so it's just, I don't know. I think the Kagura had its little window of shining, and then now it's really kind of fallen off.
Gone.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of teams will not be able to pick this up, but yeah, it's unfortunate. Unless it's a very specific lineup, then maybe it can. But with a Grok across from you, a Fredrin, and the likes, and even an Esmeralda,
it's too much.
It's too much to handle.
Too much. The Esmeralda could not. Sorry, the Kagura could not do much. Maybe we need to bring back some of the bombing mages, more sustained damage.
Lilia,
Maramis. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Bring it back.
Eve.
Even the Eve earlier.
It wasn't banned, right? Am I crazy?
It wasn't.
I don't think it was.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it definitely could have been picked up.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I know Wolf has something to say about this game too. I want to hear what he has to say. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the Howl with Wolf.
Thank you so much, casters. Napaka-solid talaga ng pinakita dito ni Brusco dahil kung babalikan natin ang keys to victory, talagang pindescribe naman natin na ang ONIC ay hindi pwedeng matalo sa early game draft-wise. And masasabi ko na ito yata isa sa mga pinaka-impressive na drafting patterns na nakita natin mula sa ONIC as of late dahil nabigyan nila ng tsansa ang mid-roam duo ng ONIC Philippines na maging lamang. For example, we saw the Kalea Farsa na pinangkontra nila sa 1-1 ni Netsky ng game number 1. Very effective. In fact, kahit greedy with Alice, tas Obsidia, tapos the likes of a jungler na assassin din, hindi pa rin kinailangan maging greedy ng ONIC Philippines dahil malakas sa kanilang mid-roam duo. And that's also true nung game na number 2 with this crack mula kay Brusco at pati na rin yung Farsa na maagang ninakaw ng ONIC Philippines versus Omega dahil kinuha nila Farsa plus na 1-1. I think it's a really good pattern for themselves. And also, nakita natin na kapag naglaro ang ONIC ng hyper fast during neutral objectives, katulad ng game number 1, pati na rin ng game number 2, hindi nakakahinga at hindi nakaka-setup ang Omega. Medyo mabagal talaga mag-setup dito Omega. Naghanap sila ng mga angulo with Super Yoshi. Ever so reliable with the setups, but it is clear that if ONIC plays fast, talaga maganda ang laban para sa nila. I cannot forget yung ginawa ni Kirk na nang likod siya, inunahan na doon si Netsky doon sa isang Lord Dance, nagbigay yun ng malaking advantage para sa side ng ONIC Philippines in that game. Now for ONIC Philippines, hindi pa tapos ang kanilang karera papunta doon sa top spot. They still have to win and they also have to wish that TLPH will lose in their matches. Pero syempre, pasok na rin talaga sila sa playoffs. That cannot be said though, para dito sa Omega. Tingnan natin kung makakabawi pa sila. But you know what? Ang pinaka-curious talaga ako dito paano nga ba nag-uusap yung mga teams? Paano ba kinokol ni Brusco yung mga clash na yun? Panoorin natin sa mic check.
Sa akin.
May sakay pag-Lu?
Wala. At lalay kay Kirk, pre. Buhay ka na ba, Kirk? Hindi, lalaban ko to. Ilalaban ko tong ano na to. Relasyon na to.
Left side sila.
Patras.
Vision mo na dyan, mid. Vision mo na. Andyan Harit mid sa left side.
Ingat, Kim. Bit-bitin ka, Kim. Kita kami.
Bibisyon ko lang, pre.
Rekil. Alert, tabig
Yeah, vision mo na.
Pasino ulit. Palapitin nyo. Walang buhat. Pakit ka, pre. Pira ka gura. Burst. Pira. Tiro lang. Arit, testan ko. Arit na angat, ng Lord. Atin Lord. Arit. Free kill. Tapos na. Uy.
Okay. So they do the sound effect too.
Yeah, shout out to Leo.
Leo would be proud.
Yeah, shout out to Leo.
Shout out to Leo.
W in the chat.
Yeah, shout out to Leo. That was great.
in the chat.
Great to hear them and great to hear thoughts from Wolf there. But also, you guys, we would like to see this because we want to see you showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming by organizing your own local tournaments through eProject Esports for everyone.
This is how you get the tournament lobby. Participants in the program will be provided with special access to tournament modes, in-game items, diamonds, and more.
So for those asking, all you got to do is visit the MPL Philippines website for more information and, of course, how to apply.
eProject, baby.
eProject for everyone. Also, you guys can be featured as the next MPL Philippines Super Fan of the Month. All you have to do is join the MPL Philippines official group. You can scan the QR code there on your screens, engage with the community, and let me tell you what, keep it positive, all right? We love the positivity. We love your guys' interactions.
Yeah, don't forget to share any MPL-related news and updates in the group for your chance to be named as the MPL PH Super Fan of the Month.
Of the month. Super fan. I hope we get to see all the super fans, by the way, in the super city.
Yes, sir.
Super fan city.
Super fan city in a festival.
Dude, if we don't get shirts that say we're super fan, that's what they should. They should have giveaways of super fan shirts.
I mean, if I'm not a super fan, I can just be a nice fan.
I can be an A fan.
Yes, sir. Nice fan.
You know what? Let's move away from me for a second and move over to the Infinix standings. All right. This is once again after day one of our last week here for the regular season. APBR has been eliminated, and we still have teams in the running. Of course, RORA still there, top seed secured. ONIC and TLPH with this, by the way, are still fighting for that second seed.
Yep.
They're tied for match points here.
Yeah, and like what King Kong said, it is not up to ONIC if they can secure the upper bracket seed, because it is up to TLPH and the remaining games that they have to play. Currently at 12 games. They still have 2 more games to be played week 8.
That's a lot of games. And don't forget, there's also a race happening at the bottom.
Dude, 5-5-5-4. That's close. So,
is Falcons tomorrow? They are, right?
Yes.
Versus TLPH?
TLPH.
Oh my goodness.
Clash of the Titans, baby.
If you guys have plans tomorrow, cancel them,
bro. Cancel them.
That's the match everyone's going to be watching, of course. This is also our Infinix Fancy Glaben.
Dude, Green Falcons, same score. They're also getting the points.
Oh, they've been on a rise too, man.
They also have a playoffs, by the way, so they need the points
in the festival.
So what is happening?
What is with Season 16? Like, it's super close.
Even for the Fancy Glaben, huh?
Yeah,
I know.
the Fancy.
Fancy, bro.
Yeah, it's so close. It's so frightening, honestly. Like, if I can't imagine if I'm from other region, like looking at MPLPH, it's so terrifying.
It's like again, it's so competitive. You don't know who's actually going to win.
Yeah.
Who's going to win, who's going to lose. It's been one hell of a season, though, and I can't believe the regular season's actually ending in 2 days.
2 more days, man. Tomorrow's going to be, like, super heavy.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be a very big day. Like, I hope that I know we have 3 matches tomorrow, so I hope that, again, we get to go, like, the distance on those matches.
3 games?
Yeah.
All throughout?
Yeah, something like that. Because, but for those our international viewers that are wondering about the Fancy Glaben 2 that we talk about, we have the official prizes now for winning. It's the Infinix Fancy Glaben. This is again the fan bases of the teams.
They're gonna win GP30 Pros.
Wow.
Metro Zero shirts and 25,000 diamonds. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. And for second and third place, they will receive, of course, Metro Zero merch as well, and 10K for the second place, 10K diamonds, and 5K diamonds for the third placer.
So again, good
That's a
luck to
lot
them.
of
They have their playoffs as well. Yeah, that's a lot of diamonds. Any last thoughts to wrap up the day here, gentlemen?
We're seeing the rankings solidify. I think the teams are really showing what they're made of, and I hope to see more of that tomorrow. I think tomorrow is the biggest one.
Yeah, we had a bit of fun today, and we will be breaking more eggs tomorrow.
Breaking
More
what?
eggs.
More eggs, more dreams.
Why are we breaking eggs?
I don't know. I just
Is that-
like
is that
breaking
a
eggs.
saying?
What you want to break? Stones? Muscles? Bones?
I've never heard that term before.
Break some eggs. You gotta break some
You
eggs,
gotta
bro.
break some eggs to
get
make
egg.
an omelet.
Make an omelet.
I was just saying,
You gotta break some dreams.
I crack eggs to eat an omelet, man. I don't know about you. Get my protein in. Anyway, it's been me, Nice Sue, Rockhart, Midnight. We'll see you guys here tomorrow, but let's go ahead and close out the show with Hans.
And that marks the last Friday of the regular season. Dalawang magkaibang serye ang nakita natin para sa araw na ito. One that was filled with a back and forth affair and the other filled with pure domination. Bagamat sa araw na ito natapos ang paglalakbay ng APBR towards making it to the playoffs, meron pa silang isang laban para ipakita sa lahat ng manonood ang tunay na lakas ng Pinas. And for the others, one more upper bracket spot still up for grabs and 3 more playoff spots still ang paglalaban-labanan ng 4 na natitirang kupunan. At malalaman natin kung sino ang kukumpleto sa ating postseason sa huling 2 araw. Muli, ako si Hans Galeria. Sama-sama tayo ulit bukas para sa MPL Philippines Season 16.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PIN, yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas.